Chapter 1171. At this moment, Long Chen was floating outside the waterfall. The people inside couldn't sense Long Chen's presence, and Long Chen could use his soul eye technique to see what was going on inside. In this hollow cave, the old, weak, women, and children of the Poison Shadow tribe were looking at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Shangguan Feng, in fear. Most of the children were panicking. From their father's descriptions, they had learned from a young age that the human race was vicious and terrifying. Some of the elders who had lived for many years had even more vivid memories. Their eyes were bloodshot. One of the elders from the Poison Shadow tribe walked to the front. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked coldly at Shangguan Feng. What are you doing here? Shangguan Feng looked around and sized up the living environment of the Poison Shadow tribe. This place was very simple and crude, similar to what Shangguan Feng had imagined. The fearful gazes of the Poison Shadow tribe members made him very happy. A terrifying aura spread through the hollow cave. After a while, Shangguan Feng smiled gently and said, "Everyone, there is no need to panic. I only have one goal in coming here, and that is to take something away. As long as you hand it over to me obediently, you will be safe. Otherwise, I will kill one of you every 10 breaths." Shangguan Feng spoke casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, every member of the Poison Shadow tribe could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from his heart. "What do you want?" The person who had come was definitely not a good person. The Poison Shadow tribe elder's heart sank, but he could only pretend to be calm. He hadn't expected such a crisis to occur. The men of the tribe had all gone out to hunt down these sinister and cunning humans. Who would have thought that a human would actually come here? The world inside the waterfall had always been very safe. Shangguan Feng frowned. He thought about the information that person had provided and said, "It is an object that emits blue light. It is in this cave of yours." In fact, he didn't know what that object was, but the person who had sold him the information had said that it was definitely a valuable treasure. Shangguan Feng's main goal in coming here was also to obtain this mysterious treasure. He didn't believe that a piece of information bought with 100,000 divine crystals could be fake. If it was fake, he would skin the person who stole his 100,000 divine crystals alive when he got out. Something that emits blue light. The members of the Poison Shadow tribe looked at each other. They quickly came to a sudden realization as they thought of something. At this moment, the leading elder hesitated for a moment. He understood that this youth in front of him was extremely dangerous. Although he didn't know what that thing was, if he didn't give it to this youth, as long as he attacked, everyone present would definitely suffer disastrous losses. 10 breaths are almost over, Shangguan Feng reminded him. Every 10 breaths, he would kill one person. "I'll take you there." The old man finally gave in. The Poison Shadow race parted to make a path and hid in another corner. After they moved away, a small cave that could only fit 4 or 5 people appeared behind them. Outside the cave, there was a stone. When the old man moved the stone away, a misty blue light was emitted. Shangguan Feng's face lit up, and without saying anything, he rushed into the cave. The blue light instantly enveloped him. After Shangguan Feng went in, the old man of the Poison Shadow clan hurriedly shot a look at a sturdy young man from the Poison Shadow clan who was closest to the outside. That young man understood and hurriedly rushed out of the waterfall, fleeing out of the cave. Long Chen happened to be hiding in the waterfall, so he wasn't discovered by the youth. He knew that the youth had gone out to call for reinforcements. The old, the weak, the women, and the children couldn't just sit around and wait for Shangguan Feng to bully them. If Shangguan Feng stayed here for too long, he wouldn't have a good ending when the experts of the Poison Shadow tribe returned. Long Chen was also very curious about what that blue light was emitting. At first, he was curious about Shangguan Feng's intentions. Now, he was curious about the treasure he was talking about. Because of this, he didn't leave. The cave wasn't very deep, so Shangguan Feng quickly came out. When he came out, the blue light suddenly stopped. He had probably put it away in his storage ring and disappeared. Shangguan Feng's face was a little confused. It was obvious that he didn't understand what he had obtained. Just because he didn't know didn't mean that the elders of his clan didn't know. "If this thing is trash, I'll definitely kill you when I get out," Shangguan Feng muttered to himself. He temporarily put this matter aside. Then, he looked at the rest of the Poison Shadow tribe. His sharp and crazed gaze made the old, weak women and children of the Poison Shadow tribe a little afraid. At this time, Shangguan Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he approached them step by step. His gloomy expression made the Poison Shadow tribe retreat in panic. "I didn't want to touch you, but you guys are too naughty." The Poison Shadow tribe's little tricks couldn't escape Shangguan Feng's eyes. "You've already taken the thing. What do you want?" The old man from the Poison Shadow tribe glared at Shangguan Feng. Just as he had expected, not many people from the human race would keep their promises. He knew that even if he didn't send someone to inform the human race, this young man from the human race wouldn't let them off easily either. "What do I want? I'm thinking, if those Poison Shadow tribe members come back and find out that their families are all dead, what kind of expression will they have?" Shangguan Feng's words caused a huge commotion. The demons all retreated. The closer Shangguan Feng got, the further they pushed him away. There were even many children who started crying loudly. "What filthy creatures!" Shangguan Feng's face was filled with a murderous aura. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the two children of the Poison Shadow clan by their necks. The two children let out miserable cries, their faces pale with fright. "Let them go!" Many members of the Poison Shadow tribe swarmed towards Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Those who rushed over were all sent flying back. "I'll kill two first. None of you can think of leaving today." Shangguan Feng laughed crazily. He exerted force in his hands, and the faces of the two children instantly turned purple. Despicable humans! The old, weak, women, and children of the Poison Shadow tribe let out angry roars. But it was useless. Just at this moment, a blood-red sword light slashed towards Shangguan Feng's arms from the side. The sword light came too suddenly. Shangguan Feng was startled, and his malevolent face turned incomparably solemn. He had no choice but to let go of the two children in his hands and dodge this sudden attack. A golden bolt of lightning flashed past, and a human figure carried two young children and instantly landed about 10 meters away from Shangguan Feng. This sudden turn of events stunned all the demon race members of the Poison Shadow clan. Another human had appeared, and they were even more disheartened. They were just about to snatch the two children from Long Chen's hands when Long Chen suddenly came back to his senses and put the two children on the ground. The two little fellows were crying and crying. Suddenly, when they realized that they had landed safely, they immediately ran in the direction of their clansmen. The people of the Poison Shadow tribe were stunned. Their insults ceased. They gathered together and stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Long Chen. They could sense a kind smile from Long Chen. "A human is actually helping us?" This question appeared in the heads of many of the Poison Shadow tribe members. They huddled together, waiting to see what would happen. Long Chen's appearance could be described as the only uncertain factor in Shangguan Feng's plan. At this moment, he became shocked for the first time. He looked at Long Chen and asked, "Why are you here?" Long Chen did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "You've already obtained what you want, yet you're moving against the old, weak women and children. Do you still have the bearing of a cultivator?" It was exactly because he could not stand Shangguan Feng's actions that Long Chen finally made up his mind to take action. Originally, Long Chen did not want to cause any more trouble due to the matter of the saint's fruit, but since Shangguan Feng was like this, Long Chen could only take action now. This was Long Chen's personality. As soon as he took action, he would catch his opponent off guard. The bearing of a cultivator. Hee, the demons are the great enemies of our race. That's how many we can kill, yet you're still so naive. Shangguan Feng recovered from his initial shock and thought to himself. Indeed, he did not seem afraid of Long Chen at all on the surface. How could he emerge victorious if he had a guilty conscience before the battle had even begun? Long Chen's eyes were filled with a forcefulness and determination that Shangguan Feng could not match up to. The Poison Shadow tribe had already sent people to report the situation. Due to 3 reasons, Long Chen was forced to kill Shangguan Feng right now. First, if Long Chen did not do it, he would shamelessly move against the old, weak, women and children. Secondly, killing Shangguan Feng would reduce the number of competitors for the saint's fruit. Thirdly, Long Chen wanted to see just what the blue light was. Thinking up to there, Long Chen directly raised his hand under the nervous gazes of the old, weak women and children. If that's the case, let's not waste any more words. Come out and fight with me. Long Chen was worried about injuring the old, weak, women, and children of the Poison Shadow tribe if they fought here. Long Chen cultivated the way of slaughter, but he was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not move against the old, weak, women, and children who could not fight back. This was a matter of principle. At the same time, he always worried about Xiao Lang. Because of Xiao Lang, Long Chen could not move against the old, weak, women, and children of the demons. This was not something a man would do. However, Shangguan Feng was clearly inferior when it came to principles. He was the type of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. He laughed aloud and said, "Get out? Why are you going out? If you want to die, then die here." Chapter 1172. Long Chen's eyes were cold. Shangguan Feng's actions had strengthened his resolve to kill him. He had no other choice. Two beams of white light shot out from Long Chen's hands and intertwined in mid-air. In an instant, they transformed into a sky full of white sword light. When the Poison Shadow Clan's demon race saw that Shangguan Feng had actually attacked them, they were so frightened that they fled in panic. They had not expected that Long Chen, who seemed to be protecting them, would also attack them. However, they were wrong. Long Chen's brilliant white sword prison formed by his sword chi was blocking them, about to receive Shangguan Feng's attack. The brilliant white sword prison was destroyed, but Shangguan Feng's attack was also blocked by Long Chen. None of the Poison Shadow Tribe members were injured. He actually saved us. They're both humans, but one wants to kill us, and the other wants to save us. That's right. Why is there such a huge difference even though we're all humans? The people of the Poison Shadow Tribe were all discussing this. At this moment, they were looking at Long Chen with extremely kind gazes. That was because they knew that if it wasn't for Long Chen, they would be in a terrible situation right now. "Why aren't you leaving?" As Long Chen faced Shangguan Feng's frenzied attack, he turned back and snorted at them. Shangguan Feng wasn't strong, but he was very cunning. He didn't attack Long Chen directly, but the Poison Shadow Tribe members. This way, Long Chen would have to turn back and save them. Long Chen's words enlightened the Poison Shadow Tribe elder. Shangguan Feng had used them to fight Long Chen. What they needed to do now was to leave this cave as soon as possible. Long Chen would trap Shangguan Feng here. "Let's go!" the elder shouted. He looked at Long Chen with gratitude, and then led the old, weak, women, and children out of the cave, leaving this place for Long Chen to fight Shangguan Feng. Under Long Chen's protection, the hundreds of Poison Shadow Tribe members quickly retreated. Long Chen didn't regret helping the Poison Shadow Tribe. He had his own standards of good and evil, and wasn't bound by any worldly views. Under Long Chen's protection, Shangguan Feng could only watch the others leave. After a while, all the Poison Shadow Tribe members left, leaving only Shangguan Feng and Long Chen. Shangguan Feng's face was gloomy. He paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. "You're the only flaw in my plan. I regret not killing you before. You're strong enough. Even if I killed you today, it would have taken a lot of effort." Long Chen did not say anything. The Scarlet Blood Desolation sword in his hand slowly turned from a scarlet sword to a 2-meter-long malevolent halberd. Compared to the cold sword, the halberd had a tyrannical kingly aura, berserk and ferocious. "You think everything is under your control, but in reality, accidents will definitely happen," Long Chen said calmly. "Is that so? You're that accident?" Shangguan Feng shook his head. "Qin Shi said I'm no match for you, but I don't believe her. You're not an accident, but a stepping stone for me. Just wait and see." After saying that, Long Chen's body changed. A golden bolt of lightning dashed through the cave. It was hard to see where he was with the naked eye. So fast. He's even faster than the Poison Shadow Tribe. Shangguan Feng was very impressed. "But under my control, no matter how fast you are, it's like floating clouds." Gravity domain. At this time, Shangguan Feng actually used the rare gravity domain. Long Chen was stunned. The gravity on his body had increased by about 10 times. This 10 times gravity affected Long Chen greatly. Even when he stepped on the ground, he found that the ground was cracking. His body now felt like it weighed several tons. His body was not light to begin with. There's actually such a mystical domain. Long Chen was only shocked for a moment. This gravity domain was indeed very good. For other martial artists with weak physical bodies, it was very lethal, but for Long Chen, it wasn't anything special. Even within the gravitational field, Long Chen's speed was still beyond Shangguan Feng's imagination. It was as though his terrifying fleshly body was not bound by the gravitational field, allowing him to move at an incredible speed. At the same time, Long Chen unleashed his devouring blood world, which instantly spread across the entire cave. A blood-red mist instantly blocked Shangguan Feng's vision. What kind of trash domain is this? Shangguan Feng was obviously very confident in his domain. Zhang Yunfan, let me tell you, if you stop right now, surrender to me, and help me get the saint's fruit, I will make your clan the supreme ruler of Dongsheng City. Even the nearby cities will be controlled by your Jiang clan. At the same time, you will join my Shangguan clan and receive training far beyond your imagination. You will also have the chance to become a peerless expert in the future. Shangguan Feng was not in a hurry to attack. He understood that if a warrior like Long Chen was loyal to him, the elders of the clan would definitely welcome him. Can you shut your mouth? Under the devouring world of blood, as long as Shangguan Feng didn't go out, Long Chen would be invincible. Long Chen didn't have much time left. At this time, he brandished the combat skill in his hand. A domineering aura that looked down on the world burst out from his body like a dragon descending. Looking at Long Chen, Shangguan Feng had an illusion. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't Long Chen, but a giant beast from ancient times. The bloody and ferocious aura swept across his body like a wave of heat. Zhang Yunfan, you really are looking for death. Shangguan Feng laughed. From the look in Long Chen's eyes, he knew that Long Chen would definitely not surrender. He laughed crazily and attacked ruthlessly. Gravity Domain, Heaven and Earth Reversal. Divine Wind Control, Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon. The two attacks came at the same time. Gravity Field, Heaven and Earth Inverted. Long Chen suddenly felt as if his feet were facing the sky and his head was facing the ground. This sudden feeling of confusion could easily distract him and make it difficult for him to control his own body. At this moment, Shangguan Feng activated his killer move. This was the move he had used against Zhao Yunlong before. It was definitely a 7th grade divine skill. This move, Divine Wind Guard, instantly caused the belly of the mountain to tremble. Countless rocks fell down with a loud rumble. The waterfall outside also exploded with a loud rumble. Shangguan Feng was in the center of the storm. At this moment, his face was ferocious. He struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the wind between heaven and earth swept up, condensing into a giant wind beast, and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was facing a double attack, but he was expressionless. He had broken through to the peak of the celestial realm and then cultivated the 9-dragon scripture. Now, his strength was basically invincible under the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. In front of him was the giant storm beast. In Shangguan Feng's eyes, Long Chen was about to be torn apart by the storm, but he still slowly waved the blood-colored halberd in his hand, displaying the 9-dragon scripture. Unlike the blue flames from last time, this time, as Long Chen's battle skill danced, a blue icy mist shone from his chest, and a 2nd dragon scale shone. Long Chen did not directly use the power of the 2 dragons. To deal with Shangguan Feng, the power of 1 dragon was enough. However, Long Chen did not use the mysterious sky blue fire dragon, but a new move that he had learned. As Long Chen's halberd evolved, there was a whistling sound in the blue icy mist, as if there were countless angry waves descending. As long as it was the way of the weapon, it belonged to the way of the sword. At this moment, a blue dragon appeared out of nowhere in the sword way of the halberd. Ice-armored sea dragon. With a soft cry, Long Chen seemed to be immersed in a dream. He moved his feet and moved towards Shangguan Feng with the battle skill in his hand. There was an explosion above the blood-red sky, and a divine dragon with blue ice armor attached to it. Its eyes seemed to hide an endless sea, which made extremely violent roars. Explode! The halberd, which had the power of a dragon, slashed down. The ice-armored azure sea dragon charged out furiously, baring its fangs and claws. It broke through Shangguan Feng's grade 7 divine skill and easily slammed into Shangguan Feng's body. Shangguan Feng's body was smashed into pieces. After everything disappeared, only Shangguan Feng's head remained, which had been impaled by Long Chen's halberd. Rumble! The angry waves dispersed. Shangguan Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream to him. He had unleashed the attack that he was most proud of. But what happened next? Long Chen brandished his halberd and slashed down. A divine dragon covered in ice armor rushed out and used its sharp claws to tear apart his attack. It even tore his body apart. That terrifyingly low temperature was almost the same as the cold lake below. Shangguan Feng couldn't move at all. He had lost. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Feng finally admitted Qin Shi's words. This terrifying young man who had suddenly appeared, Long Chen, was indeed stronger than him. Shangguan Feng had been unable to resist a single move. However, as soon as he thought of what would happen next, Shangguan Feng was stunned. Both of his eyes were lifeless as he looked at the lifeless Long Chen. Suddenly, he realized that he was about to die, and this caused his hair to stand on end. He hurriedly begged, Zhang Yunfan, please don't kill me. I can really give you glory and wealth. I can forget about today's battle. You are indeed a genius who is stronger than me. Long Chen did not say anything. He smiled coldly at him, then dragged the scarlet blood Tenhuang out of the waterfall. When he was outside, Long Chen realized that not all of the poisoned shadow tribe had left. The children had probably been moved, but there were still many old people standing at the cave entrance, watching nervously. When they saw Shangguan Feng's head on Long Chen's halberd, they all heaved a sigh of relief, then cheered. This was the first time they had cheered for the human race. The cheers made Shangguan Feng feel even more terrified. Zhang Yunfan, don't you want the saint's fruit? Now that Su Zhe and Qin Shi are gone, no one is your opponent with your strength. I can help you obtain the saint's fruit. Long Chen brought him out. Shangguan Feng seemed to realize what Long Chen was going to do. Chapter 1173. There's one thing you haven't figured out. Long Chen stretched out his scarlet blood Marilis and whispered in Shangguan Feng's ear. I'm not Zhang Yunfan, I'm Long Chen. Of course, you don't know me because I'm from the true martial emperor palace. Shangguan Feng's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. The whites of his eyes were frightening. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly swung the blood desolation blade in his hand, sending Shangguan Feng's head flying high into the air. Long Chen abruptly leapt into the air, and swung the blood desolation blade down, directly smashing into Shangguan Feng's head. Shangguan Feng let out an earth-shattering scream, and under the terrifying force, he was sent flying towards the frigid pond below. The ending he had bestowed upon others was also bestowed upon him by Long Chen today. This could be considered retribution. Shangguan Feng's scream lasted for a very long time before he finally crashed into the cold pond, creating a loud splash. After that, there was no more sound. Lowering his head, an ice-cold aura assaulted his senses. Long Chen shivered. In his hand was a storage ring that belonged to Shangguan Feng. After probing it for a bit, Long Chen realized that there was quite a bit of wealth inside. Long Chen wasn't interested in some of the Shangguan clan's combat techniques. At this time, Long Chen put away the spatial ring and looked around. He said to the elders of the poisoned shadow tribe who were looking at him with reverence and worship, "The trouble has been resolved. You can all go back now." Shangguan Feng had schemed so much, but he had never imagined that he would end up like this. Those who schemed against others would be schemed against one day, and this was the end. Under Long Chen's command, the people of the poisoned shadow tribe let out cries of alarm. It wasn't safe outside, so they hurriedly brought their clansmen in and entered their waterfall. When everyone entered, the elders of the poisoned shadow tribe stayed behind. One of them said, "I heard from our benefactor that our benefactor's name is Long Chen." Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't tell anyone, I have something to do. I'll be leaving first." While talking to the elders, Long Chen was studying the blue object that Shangguan Feng had just obtained. He had already placed it in the Great Void Realm. After checking Shangguan Feng's belongings, Long Chen was interested in two things. One was the divine crystal worth over 100,000, and the other was the blue object. The thing floating in the Great Void Realm was actually a blue stone the size of a thumb. However, compared to the Thunderbolt core, this thing seemed to be prettier. This was a heart-shaped piece of warm jade. It looked man-made, but it was actually formed naturally. However, some parts of it had been carved by someone, which was why it had such a perfect shape. A black rope made of an unknown material was strung around the blue warm jade, and it could be worn around the neck. A black rope made from an unknown material was strung around the neck. Feeling it in his hand, Long Chen roughly understood that there had been a mistake. It was just an ordinary piece of jade. Holding it in his hand and feeling it, Long Chen roughly understood that there had been a mistake. It was just an ordinary piece of jade. Long Chen did not pay too much attention to it after placing it back in the Great Void Realm. However, at this moment, Li Xuanji slowly opened her eyes. Her cloudy eyes stared at the hovering jade pendant peacefully. Suddenly, she moved her lips gently and said, "Why do you have the heart of everlasting protector?" She seemed a little strange. "What is this?" Long Chen asked curiously. He was very happy that Li Xuanji could still speak a complete sentence. In her current state, it would definitely not be a problem for her to last until Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit. "I just happened to hear a story, a very beautiful love story. The story would definitely be very long. It would definitely be very difficult for Li Xuanji to tell it at this moment, so she did not want to." Her face shone with happiness and yearning. "Anyway, it's a good thing. Even if a cultivator's god-martial soul is shattered, their consciousness will still exist in this world for a short period of time. If they're willing, they can send a strand of their soul into the heart of everlasting protector to protect the other forever. The advantage is that the wearer will have a protective power to protect them from time to time. The strength of the power is uncertain, but the disadvantage is that the person whose soul is scattered can only stay here forever, unable to reincarnate." Li Xuanji thought of a legend. Tears flickered in her eyes, which made her beautiful eyes seem even more translucent. Long Chen's body trembled. He knew that Li Xuanji was not in good health at the moment, so she couldn't explain it clearly. However, he understood that if he became the owner of the heart of the everlasting guardian, and if one of his loved ones died, as long as she was willing, she could use a wisp of her soul to enter the heart of the everlasting guardian and protect him forever. The price was that she would never be able to reincarnate. If the soul is still present, is there a chance to save it? The punishment of never being able to reincarnate was just too heavy. Long Chen was very curious about this, so he asked. Li Xuanji originally wanted to answer immediately, but her eyes swiveled. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "There is. It's said that once a cultivator reaches the peak of cultivation, they can fend off the world and change their fate. With a soul fragment in hand, reviving someone is obviously a piece of cake." Long Chen only listened to her words, but did not see her sly expression. This time, she was obviously lying, because whether there was a chance to save her, in fact, she did not know. Moreover, the god-martial spirit had been shattered, leaving behind only an unconscious incomplete soul, the kind that would soon dissipate. Even if she had the eternal guardian heart, how could she come back to life? The world would not allow someone who could change their fate to exist. However, Long Chen did not think that much. He shook his head and said, "No matter what, it's still disappointing. I had thought it was a treasure, but I never thought it would be useless." "Who says it's useless? If I didn't obtain the saint's fruit, the power of 100,000 evil beasts would have damaged my god-martial soul. Wouldn't I be able to use it on the day my soul disperses?" Li Xuanji closed her eyes and gently smiled. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He said with some displeasure, "Don't say that again. I will definitely do what I promised you. Moreover, haven't the two strongest opponents been finished off by Shangguan Feng already?" Fortunately, there was Shangguan Feng, so the chances of Long Chen succeeding were extremely high. "All right, I'm just joking with you. Moreover, the heart of everlasting protector can only be activated by two people who love each other. Even if my soul disperses, I won't be able to enter if I don't love you and you don't love me," Li Xuanji joked. "I see. Then he's even more useless." Long Chen casually tossed the heart of everlasting protector into a corner of the void realm. Even if the heart of everlasting protector did not have any restrictions like love, Long Chen did not believe that he would be able to use it. Qin Shi and Suzhou were done for. The saint's fruit was basically in the bag. As he spoke to Li Xuanji, Long Chen was actually conversing with the old men from the Poison Shadow clan. They invited Long Chen warmly, but Long Chen did not have the time. Due to his conversation with Li Xuanji earlier, he was in a rather bad mood. Just when he was about to leave, a terrifying presence descended. A figure immediately appeared at the entrance of the cave, and a chilling killing intent immediately landed on Long Chen. Long Chen was surprised at first before realizing that it was a tall, burly member of the Poison Shadow clan. He was in the prime of his life, and his bat wings were dyed with blood. Clearly, he had killed quite a few humans earlier. In his arms was the young man from the Poison Shadow clan who had gone to report earlier. He had probably been attacked by the humans and was currently on the verge of death. "Despicable human, go die!" The terrifying middle-aged man charged at Long Chen as soon as he saw Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes. This guy was just too powerful. None of the people from the Poison Shadow clan that Long Chen had encountered before were his opponent. It was very likely that this guy was a rare 7th-grade demon god. Patriarch, you've misunderstood. The old man hurriedly stood in front of Long Chen. Only when he saw this did the middle-aged demon stop. He looked at everyone in doubt. This young man is the one who helped us. He's already killed the young man who attacked us earlier on. He's the one who saved us. If not for him, our elderly women and children would have all died. The few old men explained the situation very quickly. The middle-aged demon from the Poison Shadow clan was taken aback. He had not expected things to turn out this way. He looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression before saying, "Come in and talk." With that, he led the rest of the Poison Shadow clan into the waterfall. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before entering. No matter what, he had saved the Poison Shadow clan. A patriarch like him shouldn't do anything to him. After entering, the place was in a mess because of the battle. The patriarch surveyed his surroundings and instructed his men to clean up the place. He then walked over to Long Chen and sized him up. While the other members of the Poison Shadow clan were cleaning up, they were also looking over curiously. Earlier on, the patriarch had already confirmed from the mouths of the others that Long Chen had saved the Poison Shadow clan. "This is what he took from you." Long Chen took out the Eternal Guardian Heart and handed it to the Poison Shadow tribe's patriarch. Looking at this scene, Li Xuanji let out a bitter smile. She had to admit that this young man was terrifyingly resilient. Chapter 1174. I'll give it to myself. Long Chen did not think too much about it. He placed the Heart of Eternity back into the Void Realm. Li Xuanji smiled when she saw the item reappear before her. Even though she was no longer beautiful, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. The patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan no longer had any intentions of dealing with Long Chen. He studied Long Chen for a while again and said, "The saint's fruit will ripen in around 2 hours. Something will happen at that time. You should be able to arrive before that." "Thank you," Long Chen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. The saint's fruit was extremely important to him. "It's no problem. 500 years ago, I also personally witnessed another group of people fight over the saint's fruit. Over 500 of my clansmen died that time. Do you know why?" The patriarch stared at Long Chen deeply. Since he had personally witnessed it, the patriarch clearly understood a lot about the saint's fruit. It was not easy for him to find someone to ask about it, so Long Chen gave up on the thought of leaving immediately. He asked why. "We killed them." The patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan smiled helplessly. "This is a mission given to us by the humans. They want us to kill 5,000 young human fighters before the saint's fruit ripens. If we kill a few less, we'll be punished, and we'll lose a few more people. It must be said that the humans hate their juniors very much, but they treat us even more viciously. For this complete victory, we've prepared for 500 years, just to kill 5,000 people this time. Thank you for saving these children and old people. To be honest, we're on opposing sides. I never thought that the person who saved me would be a human." The patriarch smiled helplessly. Reaching there, he gritted his teeth and said, "But even with that being the case, I still want to kill 5,000, or even more of my clansmen will die. There aren't many of us left, and I don't want our branch of the Poison Shadow clan to be wiped out here. So, in return, I'll tell you some information about the saint's fruit, but I'll have to leave again after that." What he meant was that he wanted to go out and slaughter the humans again. This was something that Long Chen couldn't stop. The experts of the 9 underworld demon territory were here to let the younger generation grow through real battles. As for the Poison Shadow clan, they were here to survive. There was no right or wrong. The weak would be eliminated, and only the strong would survive. Survival, this word. Come to think of it, I also live for the sake of survival, so I understand you, and I also understand you, Long Chen said with a bitter smile. The Poison Shadow race's patriarch smiled knowingly. "Talking to you, I can tell that you are different from others. You are someone who will become a true peerless expert. That is because true experts do not rely on their strength, but on their character and their heart to protect." Long Chen did not really understand what he meant. Wasn't strength the only way to become a true expert? As he pondered, the patriarch did not have much time left. He said gruffly, "There are a few things you need to pay attention to regarding the saint's fruit. First, the saint's tree has offensive power. You should have seen the myriad evil vine before. The saint's tree is also a creature of that type. Its branches and trunk can transform into venomous insects and snakes. Not only do they possess terrifying offensive power, but they're also extremely venomous. In the beginning, they only look like branches and leaves, but when the saint's fruit ripens, the tree's weapons will awaken as well. The first time did not exceed Long Chen's expectations. The saint's fruit would not be taken away for nothing. However, he thought of something else. If the saint's tree of heaven and the myriad evil vine were the same creature, would the saint's tree of heaven and earth not be able to discover him if he used his breath of soul? This was a very likely possibility. Long Chen rejoiced inside. If that was the case, his chances of obtaining the saint's fruit would be extremely great. At this moment, the patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan mentioned the second point. As for the second point, only a few of the cultivators who can enter know about it. When the saint's fruit is taken away, the saint's tree will become enraged. It will ignite its own energy and form a spherical domain. This is an invisible space, and basically all the people around the saint's fruit will be sucked into it. The restrictive power of the domain is extremely terrifying, and it's impossible to break through it without reaching the 8th layer of God's martial realm. As a result, people from the 9 clans will appear at this time and announce a new rule, which is a free-for-all. The last person standing in the domain will obtain the saint's fruit. Reaching there, the patriarch looked at Long Chen in pity and said, "In other words, if you want to obtain the saint's fruit, being the first one to pluck it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to obtain it. After all, refining it requires time. Everyone is in the domain, so no one will let you refine it for nothing, right? As long as you defeat everyone, you'll truly obtain the saint's fruit." This news definitely exceeded Long Chen's expectations. Just as the Poison Shadow clan's patriarch had expected, Long Chen's expression became extremely grave. If my guess is correct, I should be able to obtain the saint's fruit first with my breath technique without any suspense with my speed. Now that Su Jia and Qin Shi have been eliminated, none of the cultivators from the 9 clans should be at the peak of the 6th layer of God's martial realm. Although I'll have to face the attacks of at least 7 peak 6th layer God's martial realm cultivators, it shouldn't be a problem with the endless replenishment from devouring the world of blood. This was what Long Chen thought. Although the final rule had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, it was still within Long Chen's control. In the end, the people who could truly obtain the saint's fruit would still be those who possessed extraordinary strength. Without strength, it would be useless even if they obtained the saint's fruit. And to me, if I can obtain the saint's fruit first, then it would be considered a success. Xuanji can refine it in the void realm. As long as it's in the void realm, there's still Kitten who controls it. No one can take it out. The void realm was different from ordinary spatial rings. Thank you, Patriarch. These 2 pieces of information are very important to me. If I can obtain the saint's fruit, I'll have to thank you first. Go. I still need to go kill people, said the patriarch. Long Chen did not waste any time. Under the curious gazes of the other youths, he turned around and left the lair of the Poison Shadow clan. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and made his way to the peak of the 9 Darkness Demon Mountain. Soon afterwards, the patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan left as well. They were all fighting for survival. Of course, right now, Long Chen was fighting for Li Xuanji's survival. An hour after Long Chen left, bubbles suddenly appeared in the depths of the pool. The bubbles grew larger and larger before producing a terrifying explosion in the end. They never thought that there would be another disturbance. This time, the children of the Poison Shadow clan had learned their lesson. They no longer shrieked and instead gathered together obediently. They stared at the cave hidden in the waterfall in fear. After a very long time, there was no other disturbance. Everyone finally let out a breath of relief. The danger had been resolved. However, before this, the place where the myriad evil vines were located trembled greatly. Finally, the cultivators trapped beneath the vines discovered that the rampaging vines had suddenly gone on a terrifying rampage. After a very long time, all the vines collapsed to the ground. They lost their luster and life, turning into withered vines. They were no different from ordinary trees. After a while, a figure with a murderous aura crawled out from the ground. Long Chen's current speed was so fast that even if the Poison Shadow clan saw him, they would not be able to catch up. He rushed upwards as fast as he could. Originally, the patriarch thought that Long Chen would need 2 hours to reach the peak, but he never thought that Long Chen would only need an hour to reach the top. When he reached this place, He was already in the middle of the clouds. Looking down, he could see that the mountains were small. The dark green clouds were extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end. The dark moon in the sky seemed like it could be plucked by stretching out one's hand. When he arrived at this place, the surrounding forest was much taller. The heaven and earth sacred tree was probably the largest tree here. At this moment, Long Chen could roughly sense the disturbance. He scurried to the top of a nearby tree. This was the place where the lightning shackles were the highest. The lightning here was more than 200 meters above the ground, and the trees here were generally more than 100 meters tall. Standing at the top of the tree, Long Chen could still sense that the lightning shackles were within reach. A destructive lightning aura burst forth in the sky above him. However, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by a towering ancient tree in front of him. It was a snow-white ancient tree that shone with a milky white radiance. It did not look like a tree, but an exquisite white jade in the shape of a tree. The milky white radiance emitted from it illuminated the world. The ancient tree's trunk and leaves seemed to be translucent. From afar, Long Chen could see the veins and the resources flowing through them. This was the heaven and earth sacred tree. A pure and holy aura assaulted Long Chen's face. This was a kind of spiritual energy. Long Chen felt as if he had been reformed. His entire body felt comfortable, and his heart involuntarily felt moved. As the saying went, when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The heaven and earth sacred tree emitted such a pure and holy radiance in this dark green world. There were no blemishes at all, making it hard for people to profane it. If he had not met the patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan, Long Chen would definitely believe that this tree was holy and harmless. However, Long Chen now made a mental note. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The holiness could only be an illusion. When people did not expect it, it could cause fatal danger. Chapter 1175. Only those above the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm would be able to compete with it. Within a radius of a kilometer around the holy tree, even the ground glowed with a white light. Not a single blade of grass grew during this period of time, so the ground was extremely clean. Long Chen arrived at a place where he could see the holy tree very quickly. After charging out of the forest, he was greeted by a white, glowing world. He was extremely calm at the moment. I can already see the holy tree. Just hold on a little longer, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Great Void Realm. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Just focus a little more. Li Xuanji opened her blurry eyes slightly. There were 2 items in front of her, the Heart of Lightning and the Heart of Everlasting Protector. If Long Chen obtained the Saint's Fruit, then she would be able to use the Heart of Lightning in the future. However, if Long Chen failed, then what awaited her would probably be the Heart of Everlasting Protector. Li Xuanji blinked her eyes and pursed her lips. In the end, she still managed to smile. She looked at the Heart of Lightning because she believed that Long Chen would definitely succeed. At this moment, Long Chen stepped onto the ground that was glowing with white light. This open space was much softer than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because of the existence of the holy tree that the empty ground glowed with white light. Long Chen did not pay any attention to this. He raised his head and squinted his eyes because he saw a similarly pure white fruit that seemed to be the core of the saint's fruit growing at the very top of the beautiful tree that shone with white light. It was the saint's fruit. A vast aura of righteousness radiated from the saint's fruit. The holy tree was 500 meters tall. What terrified Long Chen was that from 400 meters onwards, the densely packed chains of lightning directly wrapped around the holy tree, entangling with its leaves. This meant that if Long Chen and the others wanted to obtain the saint's fruit, they would need to pass through the region enveloped by the chains of lightning. At that time, the entire holy tree might even awaken and its leaves would turn into venomous insects and beasts. Long Chen understood that if that was the case, the opponents he would have to face would not only be the other young fighters, but also the holy tree. He needed to be even calmer at a time like this. When they arrived here, there was not much fog. Long Chen did not need to use his devouring demon pupils. With a glance, he could roughly see that there were only 7 people here, divided into 3 groups and standing together. Behind the land shrouded by the white light, there were more than 10 warriors who had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm watching. With just a glance, Long Chen roughly knew what was going on. It must be the 7 warriors at the peak of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm who had occupied the territory closest to the sacred tree of heaven and earth.
The others could only stand 3 miles away from the sacred tree of heaven and earth due to their tyranny and the fact that they were no match for them in terms of strength.
Only Long Chen had rashly entered this area. As expected, there were people who discovered him very quickly. Other than Zhao Yunlong and Shang Guanfeng, there were 7 people left among the 9 great clans. These 7 people were probably the representatives of the other 7 clans. As for the others, even if they were from the 7 clans, they did not have the right to stand so close to the holy tree and wait for it to ripen. This was all because of their strength and status. At this moment, the 7 of them were gathered together, trying to figure out why Su Jie, Qin Shi, and the others had not arrived yet. The saint's fruit would ripen in around an hour. If they did not arrive by then, the saint's fruit would not belong to them. The 2 geniuses at the 7th layer of the God Martial Realm were the most popular candidates for the saint's fruit. How could they know that Qin Shi and Su Jie had been tricked by Shang Guanfeng, or that they had been dealt with by Shang Guanfeng, and that Shang Guanfeng had been dealt with by Long Chen? When they saw Long Chen, a person they had never seen before, charge into their designated area, they never imagined that Long Chen had dealt with Shang Guanfeng, who had dealt with 2 great experts. 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm. Not only the 7 people, but the other young geniuses who had been sent out from the White region also stared at Long Chen in surprise. Clearly, Long Chen did not have any martial intent, so he could only be considered to be at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm. For a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm to make it this far was already impressive. After all, many cultivators at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm could not even make it through the first stream of mist. Most of them died in the poisonous beast forest, so how was it possible for them to make it to the peak of the 9 Hell Demon Mountain? Even if a cultivator at the 5th layer of the God Martial Realm came here, they would be extremely surprised. Moreover, Long Chen had recklessly charged into the range of the white light. This was a place that only the greatest geniuses could set foot in. At this moment, there were disciples from 3 big families walking towards Long Chen. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were at the same level as Shang Guanfeng and Zhao Yunlong. One of the women was 1 step ahead of them. She stuck out her chest and looked at Long Chen proudly. She asked, "What's your name?" "You're at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm, but you can come to this place." "Not bad." Long Chen quickly replied, "My name is Zhang Yunfan, I come from Dongxing City." Dongxing City. Never heard of it. The woman curled her lips. As she had expected, Yi Chen was indeed a bumpkin from a small place, not worthy of her attention. She waved her hand and said, "This is a place where only the greatest geniuses can stand. With your talent, you should stand at the foot of the mountain. Get out of here quickly. Don't make me kick you out." These 2 men and 1 woman probably formed a small team. Because the woman was beautiful, she was usually the leader. The 2 men did not say anything, but with their arrogant and disdainful eyes, they chatted cheerfully with the woman next to them. They did not take Long Chen seriously at all. After the girl in red finished speaking, the 3 of them were about to turn around and leave while laughing. But soon, they looked back in shock. The woman's eyebrows began to show anger. She hated nobodies who did not know what was good for them. At this moment, she said in a deep voice, "I, Ling Chan, never repeat myself. If you are still standing here in 3 breaths, I will make you disappear from this world forever." She did not believe that this lad at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm would not leave after such threatening words. What was more unexpected was that Long Chen waved his hand indifferently and said, "Since you said that this is a place where only the greatest geniuses can stand, then all the more I can't leave. This place belongs to me. If you want to leave, you can leave by yourself. Do you think you can make me disappear by yourself? Have you eaten too much shit?" Long Chen's indifferent words immediately caused a great uproar. Leng Chan, the eldest daughter of the Leng family, one of the 9 superclans, was said to have eaten too much shit by a bumpkin at the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm who came out of nowhere. Such a vulgar word was used to describe this beautiful young lady. The crowd could not wrap their heads around it for a moment. They looked at the indifferent and arrogant Long Chen in astonishment. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Did I hear it wrong? That's the eldest daughter of the Leng family. The one who is famous for her bad temper. I heard that many servants of the Leng family were beaten to death if they did not do what she wanted. How dare he ask Leng Chan to eat shit? Everyone looked over in shock. The surroundings suddenly became incomparably quiet. Even the other 6 top figures felt like they were in a dream at this moment. Long Chen felt as if something had been knocked over in this young lady named Lang Chan. Her anger surged out and swept toward Long Chen. "I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces." She was originally a great beauty, but now she looked at Long Chen with a ferocious expression and lost all her beauty. At this moment, the crowd realized how terrifying this rumored overbearing and rude young lady of the Lung family was. "Miss Lung Chan, let me help you get rid of this lad and make him disappear," an elegant young man next to her said. "Let me do it. You are too soft-hearted." "You can't help Miss Lung Chan vent her anger," another man said with an evil smile. "Get lost, I'll do it myself," Lung Chan yelled again with a ferocious expression. The three of them were of equal status, but because of Lung Chan's beauty, the two of them had their eyes on her and wanted to get her into bed, which was why they were very polite to her. However, she was being so shrewd and had asked them to get lost. The two of them snorted coldly and retreated after losing face. Lung Chan did not even have a brain when she was angry. She had offended the allies that she had worked so hard to form. She would probably only be able to vent her anger by cutting Long Chen into pieces. Seeing the ferocious look of this tigress, the crowd thought that Long Chen would be scared out of his wits. However, Long Chen did not. He shrugged as if nothing had happened and said innocently, "Did I make you angry? It's not good for your health to get angry so easily. No wonder you look like you're in a hurry despite your young age." Being called old by a lowly person in public was something that no girl could tolerate. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Lung Chan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. She let out a furious roar and directly attacked. A pair of pure white hands transformed into sharp claws, and a chilly wind blew in all directions. Claw shadows filled the sky, threatening to tear Long Chen apart. Bone-crushing claw. Chapter 1176. However, he had no problem fighting against Shangguan Feng with this move. However, he was still lacking compared to Long Chen. Long Chen dared to be so arrogant because he had the right to be so. The Scarlet Blood Eternal suddenly appeared in his hand. God-slaying sword formation. Sword explosion. The God-slaying sword formation was attached to Long Chen's Scarlet Blood Eternal. As Long Chen waved it, there was a terrifying explosion. Countless sword chi exploded into pieces and swept toward Lung Chan. With a loud boom, the torrent of sword chi slammed into Lung Chan's body. The terrifying sword chi came so suddenly that before Lung Chan could react, the terrifying force had sent her flying. Of course, it was also because she had underestimated Long Chen. Hiss! A terrifying scream was heard, and a golden bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the torrent of sword chi. It was so fast that while Lung Chan was still in a state of shock, a blood-red sword light pierced through her throat and stabbed her into the ground. A man appeared next to her. His cold eyes almost made Lung Chan stop breathing. The main reason why she had been defeated so quickly was because of her rival in love. Otherwise, Long Chen would have had to use the 9 Dragons scripture to subdue a martialist of such a level. Only the mysterious killer move like the 9 Dragons scripture was Long Chen's trump card. Even so, this scene left almost everyone dumbfounded. In just one move, Long Chen had subdued Lung Chan and pierced her throat with his sword, pinning her to the ground. This was a scene that no one dared to imagine. It could be said that there was no one present who could achieve this. This was simply a myth. No one could believe their eyes, but the scene in front of them was so real. Even Lung Chan herself could not believe that this was the case. How is this possible? How is this possible? Could it be that the strength of this young man is far beyond the LV3 divine martial realm? If that's the case, it would explain why he was so arrogant just now. Who the hell is he? Even the other 6 top martial artists were momentarily stunned. Long Chen twisted his Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation and withdrew his sword. This sword strike was only a small injury to his opponent, who had a supreme golden body. If I wanted to just now, I could have blown your head off with a single slash. Now, do you think that I have the right to stand here? Long Chen said with a smile as he looked at Lung Chan provocatively. Lung Chan's face was deathly pale. She had indeed been on the brink of death just now. Her underestimation had led to her death. Fortunately, Long Chen had shown mercy. However, this did not mean that she would forgive Long Chen just like that. On the contrary, Lung Chan was on the verge of losing her mind after receiving such a huge humiliation. "You're courting death." Lung Chan reacted instantly and leaped up from the ground. Long Chen was a step faster than her. He kicked her soft and perky buttocks and sent her flying. At the same time, he burst into laughter. Two men scrambled to catch Lang Chan. At this moment, Lang Chan was like a lunatic. It took them a lot of effort to hold her down. Calm down first, Lang Chan, don't be blinded by hatred. Otherwise, you'll fall into his trap even more. This guy's strength is at least at the peak LV6 divine martial realm. He defeated you by taking advantage of your underestimation. If you continue to underestimate him and think that he's just an insignificant ant, you'll lose even more miserably. You should treat him as an opponent of the same level. These words gradually calmed Lang Chan down. Although her buttocks were still hurting, she had passed the hurdle in her heart when she saw Long Chen's indifferent look. As the people beside her had said, the more she underestimated her opponent, the more miserably she would lose. The others also gathered around and looked at Long Chen unkindly. They were all members of the 9 superclans and would stand on the same side in the face of external enemies. The two sides faced off just like that. Long Chen played around with the scarlet blood desolation in his hand, as he also looked at the 7 of them scornfully. He said arrogantly, "As long as you're powerful, everyone has a rule to stand here. I didn't kill her after defeating her, which is only to prove that I have the right to stand here. The saint's fruit hasn't ripened yet, so it's not the time for a final battle. Do you really want to fight it out now?" It had to be mentioned that after Long Chen's lightning-quick actions earlier, everyone became rather fearful of him. Especially those who were not on good terms with Lang Chan. The only ones who were on good terms with Lang Chan were the 2 people in her group. Fair enough, you do have the strength to stand here. That was just a test. Although you've temporarily defeated Lang Chan because she underestimated you, it doesn't mean you're more powerful than her. Let's fight it out once the saint's fruit ripens, said one of the men. One of the men said. Long Chen did not know a single person from the 9 clans. There was only one person who refused to accept this, and that was Lang Chan herself. To her, this was a great humiliation. Just because others did not want to take revenge did not mean she did not. She could not hold back. Let me go. At that moment, she broke free from the 2 people who were grabbing her and stared at Long Chen with a gloomy gaze. Lang Chan, what do you want to do? Now's not the time to fight. One of the men on the side also acknowledged Long Chen's strength. It was not a wise decision to fight now. If they expended their battle prowess for a single Long Chen, how were they supposed to compete for the saint's fruit when the time came? That's my problem.
Piss off. Lang Chan glared at them angrily and directly made her way toward Long Chen.
The 2 men looked at each other. They knew that Lang Chan was being unreasonable, but they never thought she would go to such a level.
To the descendants of large clans, the allure of beauty was nowhere near the allure of the saint's fruit.
Since Lang Chan wanted to give up on the saint's fruit in order to vent her anger, they chose not to stop her. To the others, it just happened to be 2 less opponents. As a result, no one stopped Lang Chan's actions. Long Chen had actually never thought that the woman would be so persistent. It was said that she had been spoiled. Without a doubt, a trial like the 9 Serenities Demon Mountains was extremely suitable for her. If she could endure it, she would have improved without a doubt. However, she could not, so she chose the path of death. Perhaps only death could make her cast aside her pride and truly understand that the most important thing to a cultivator was not their status but their heart of strength. In Long Chen's hand, the desolation of scarlet blood gradually transformed from a sword into a halberd. Very soon, Lang Chan arrived 20 meters away from Long Chen. Her eyes were sunken, almost to the point of bleeding. Lang Chan said, "There has never been a person that I want to kill. You're the first." Long Chen replied with a smile, "But you're also the last, because you won't have the chance to kill anymore." What Lang Chan hated the most was Long Chen's indifferent attitude. She needed others to respect her, not to smile mischievously. She stopped talking, because she knew that the more she spoke, the more she would infuriate Long Chen and make him lose his sense of propriety. Bone Demon Technique. Forming a seal with both hands, Long Chen was shocked to discover that the woman's body had actually started to form white bones. A white smoke rose, and after the white eyes dissipated, Lang Chan's body was actually surrounded by a layer of bones. It looked like a cold skeleton, and it was extremely hideous. An evil aura was emitted from her body, and there were black runes flickering on her white body. The Bone Demon Technique was a secret technique of the Lang clan. After using it, one's body would be impervious to swords and spears, and one's physical strength would increase tremendously. After using it, one would have boundless strength, like a demon in human form. However, it was nothing to Long Chen. Die! Lang Chan's ferocious roar came from the cold skeleton. Her speed seemed to have increased by a few times, and she appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. Her terrifying claws were aimed at Long Chen's head. "Let's compete in speed." Long Chen smiled, and with a turn of his body, a golden bolt of lightning flashed past. Lang Chan's claws stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. One could imagine how strong she was. Bone-shattering claw. Lang Chan did not give up after the first attack. She continued to charge forward, and frantically executed the bone-shattering claw. The claw shadows that were much more terrifying than before filled the sky, and rained down on Long Chen, leaving him nowhere to escape. "Can you still defeat me this time?" Lang Chan's laughter could be heard in the sky. When she went crazy, she did not look like a girl at all. Long Chen did not like such a vengeful woman. He did not intend to kill her at first, but he had no other choice now that he had been forced into a corner. The 9 Dragons scripture was activated. The sky was filled with claw shadows. The Dawn Dragon halberd rose high into the air and a blue mist was emitted from the dragon scales on his chest. It condensed into an illusory dragon shadow above the desolation scarlet blood. As the Dawn Dragon halberd danced, a divine dragon soared into the sky. 9 Dragons scripture. Ice-armored sea dragon. In an instant, everyone felt as though they had descended into the sea. The seawater surged violently, and the towering waves swept towards the sky. With a terrifying roar, there was an explosion. The power of the 9 Dragons scripture was beyond everyone's imagination. Long Chen used the 9 Dragons scripture to shatter Lang Chan's attack. The sharp halberd pierced Lang Chan's bone demon technique in front of everyone. The bone demon technique exploded immediately, and Long Chen's eyes darkened. He flipped the halberd in his hand and tore Lang Chan's body apart immediately. This was the power of the 9 Dragons scripture. A single use of the 9 Dragons scripture had drained almost a quarter of Long Chen's strength. If he were to use the second stage of the 9 Dragons scripture and summon the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon and the Ice-armored Sea Dragon, it would consume all of Long Chen's strength. Long Chen could only use a quarter of his strength now that the battle was about to begin. He believed that he would be able to recover his strength before the final battle. Lang Chan, one of the 9 great clans, had died at the hands of Long Chen. Chapter 1177. They were also one of the 9 great clans, but the internal conflict between them was extremely great. Basically, no 2 clans would compete with each other for their own interests. Although the various clans had banded together for the Saint's Fruit this time, they all had their own plans. Lang Chan had only herself to blame for what she had done this time. The others had tried to stop her, but she could not take it lying down and died in exchange. Everyone was secretly shocked, but at the same time, they were secretly delighted that they had one less opponent to deal with. However, they were slightly worried because Long Chen's battle prowess seemed to be greater than any one of them. Even cultivators with the ultimate golden body had died so easily to his mouth. They were certain that this young man's strength was not at the 3rd layer of God martial arts. He was most likely at the peak of the 6th layer of God martial arts. However, it was impossible for him to reach the 7th layer of God martial arts. Only 2 people in the 9 Hells Demon domain had reached that level within 100 years. If that was the case, killing Lang Chan would be even easier. Long Chen stowed the scarlet blood ether away. His current bearing had changed drastically, which was a psychological effect on everyone. It was as if Long Chen possessed a natural pressure. Everyone watched as Long Chen stowed Lang Chan's spatial ring into his bosom. Over 100,000 divine crystals from before and 50,000 divine crystals from Lang Chan are all used to feed Xiao Jin. It'll definitely have an astonishing explosive power when I use it. Long Chen was actually extremely calm inside. Directly killing Lang Chan in front of everyone was basically a show of strength. Long Chen was not afraid of being surrounded because he had killed Lang Chan, as he could tell with a single glance that these people were in a state of disunity. He would not be able to make them work together to attack him unless he had the Saint's Fruit. Raising his head, the Saint's Fruit was almost ready to ripen. An invisible pressure descended on everyone's heads. Why aren't Qin Shi and Suja here yet? Very soon, everyone cast aside the matter of Lang Chan and asked their questions in surprise. If Qin Shi and Suja were not present, their chances of obtaining the Saint's Fruit would increase drastically. Something as unimaginable as this could actually happen. That's impossible. With Suja and Qin Shi's strength, it's impossible that they couldn't make it here. Could it be that they encountered the Poison Shadow Tribe's patriarch? I heard that their patriarch is a 7th-grade demon immortal. He's strong enough to deal with Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Impossible, my luck is so bad. No, I heard others say that Su Zhe went underground to deal with the myriad evil vines. Could he have been killed by the myriad evil vines? When this person said that, everyone thought that it was possible. However, Long Chen felt a cold aura coming from behind him. He knew what Su Zhe and Qin Shi were doing.
However, at this moment, he suddenly turned around and saw a silver-haired young man slowly walking over.
It was Su Zhe. Currently, his clothes were in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was tanned. He seemed to be in an extremely horrible shape, but what made Long Chen feel fear was that his gaze was extremely cold. It was filled with an unyielding tenacity, arrogant and calm. It was extremely similar to Long Chen's. Su Zhe had probably experienced no less than Long Chen in order to climb his way up from an insignificant figure to his current level. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Su Zhe was the first person to make Long Chen feel that his physical body could actually threaten him. The first time he saw Su Zhe, he did not have such a strong and frightening physical body. His tanned skin was covered with scars as a foul smell filled his face. It smelled like bile. Shangguan Feng once said that he lied to Su Zhe that the bile of the myriad evil vines could be used to refine the body. Did Shangguan Feng really get it right? From Su Zhe's situation, it was clearly true. After being cleansed by the myriad evil vines, Su Zhe's body had already reached a level similar to Long Chen's. This was rather terrifying, as it meant that his strength had increased once again. Su Zhe's arrival had caused everyone's original wishful thinking to decline. Next, it was up to Qin Shi. If Qin Shi did not arrive, then it would be troublesome. Su Zhe had no competition, so obtaining the saint's fruit would be as easy as flipping his hand. At this moment, Su Zhe's expression turned cold. He looked around and said, "Where's Shangguan Feng?" From his voice, which was filled with killing intent, everyone understood that Shangguan Feng must have offended Su Zhe. Everyone looked at each other. Under Su Zhe's pressure, a cultivator said, "He's with Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong, but he still hasn't arrived." "Qin Shi isn't here." Su Zhe was startled. He knew that he had been tricked by that cunning Shangguan Feng. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise, and he had truly obtained such a tough body. However, Shangguan Feng had actually tricked him. He still needed to take revenge. What he did not know was that Shangguan Feng had already died to Long Chen's hands. The saint's fruit was about to ripen, yet Qin Shi still had not arrived. "Since you're not coming, I'll take the saint's fruit then." Su Zhe raised his head and looked at the saint's fruit locked in chains of lightning. He smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, he saw Long Chen and found him to be rather familiar. Long Chen gave off a similar aura to him. He was not like a noble young master or young mistress, which made Su Zhe feel extremely comfortable. "I'm Su Zhe. What about you?" Su Zhe smiled at Long Chen when he was 5 meters away from Long Chen. "Jiang Yunfan," Long Chen replied indifferently. There was nothing to talk about. No matter how good their relationship was right now, it would be a battle to the death in a little while. It had to be said that Long Chen feared Su Zhe very much. However, since he had appeared and had become stronger, Long Chen had no reason to retreat. Originally, he thought that if Qin Shi and Su Zhe were not present, it would be easier for him to defeat the other disciples after obtaining the saint's fruit. However, now that a 7th-layer God Martial Realm cultivator had joined in, even if Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit, he would have to face the encirclement of everyone else, including Su Zhe. His original plan had been disrupted once again. Fortunately, as long as he obtained the saint's fruit, he would be able to let Li Xuanji refine it first. As for whether he could survive the upcoming battle, it would all depend on whether he was tough enough or not. Long Chen did not know whether it was worth it or not. He only knew that this was what he should do. If he retreated this time, he would retreat with every word, just like how he followed Lingxi without any hesitation in the past. This was something that a man should do. Although Li Xuanji's eyes were closed in the Great Void Realm, she knew everything that was happening around her like the back of her hand. "It's very likely that you'll lose your life. Do you still want to continue?" She spoke very softly. It could be heard that her life force was becoming weaker and weaker. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she struggled internally. Her dark green hair was scattered on the ground, no longer glossy. Long Chen was stunned. He smiled and said, I've already come this far, so I can't give up no matter what. I already knew that the chances were slim, but I still didn't retreat, especially now. He spoke as if it did not matter at all. Li Xuanji had a lot on her mind. She said, but I still don't think it's worth it. You don't have to give up your life for me. I'm not belittling myself, but I really don't deserve this. Long Chen had thought about these questions many times. Was it worth it? He found that it gave him a headache in the end. Don't say any more. I don't want to think too much. I just want to do things according to my heart. If the heavens wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, it's not like that. Everything has its priorities. There must be someone more important in your heart. The soul and the sword that you chased back then, and your sister, they both need you. If you lose your life for me, wouldn't you be letting them down? Have you ever considered their feelings? Who am I to them? Towards the end, she became a little emotional. Long Chen understood that she grew up in hardship. She had never experienced kinship, friendship, and love. Her entire world was blank, and there was no one who treated her especially well. She was not used to Long Chen suddenly taking such a risk for her. To her, this was a little too extravagant. Go back. It's not too late to regret. Your sister's cultivation has improved so quickly. Something must have happened. Li Xuanji closed her eyes tightly. Her heart was dead. Her words caused Long Chen to sink into silence. Yes, in Long Chen's heart, there was someone more important than her. Whether it was Lingxi who was waiting for the powerful, or his brother Mo Xiaolang who had gone through thick and thin with him, or his sister who had no idea what had happened to her, everyone needed him very much. But now, he was taking such a risk for the sake of a woman. This did not seem to be worth it. However, there are some things in life that cannot be chosen rationally. Don't say any more. The real battle has not begun. Before I fall, you must not say that I have failed. After a pause, Long Chen exhaled and said, don't ask me if it's worth it or not. As long as you live, and I live, it's worth it. Li Xuanji did not say anything. She slowly opened her eyes, and there was a sense of loss in them. Was this the feeling of being protected and cared for by someone like this? She suddenly felt like crying, but she did not want to show her weak side in front of this man. She suddenly felt like there were many things she wanted to say to Long Chen, but they were all stuck in her throat in the end. The saint's fruit was about to ripen, and the final battle was about to begin. All the things she wanted to say were reduced to a few words in her mouth. You're right. I believe you. These 4 words gave Long Chen immense strength. He smiled in his heart. Now, he would have to fight a bloody battle. Chapter 1178. Long Chen could not take a step back as he stood before a crippled woman with a ruined family. Time gradually passed. Xueqi seemed to sense Long Chen's hostility, which triggered his own as well. That made sense. Before the saint's fruit, there were only enemies and no allies. What made Xueqi feel fortunate was that Qin Shi had not come even at the very last moment. To him, the saint's fruit was like a turtle in a jar. Time gradually passed. Everyone stared nervously at the sky. 400 meters above their heads, the chains of lightning rumbled with terrifying rumbles as countless destructive bolts of lightning swam about. Just when the time was up, before the saint's fruit had ripened, the entire tree actually began to change. It went from a pure white to a sinister black. A black mist rose up from the ground and swept through the entire tree. It began to spread from the roots as the black mist spread all the way to the crown. As long as the black mist touched the branches and leaves, they seemed to come alive. They began to sway and radiate with a heavy aura of malice. The countless branches and trunks began to change. They turned from trees to venomous beasts, insects, and snakes. The long branches and leaves turned into long bloody snakes. Spiders, scorpions, venomous leeches, and other dark creatures crawled all over them. The pure tree had become an evil hell on earth. Such a huge black tree was currently wailing and swaying. It was as terrifying as it could be. The lightning on the chains entangled with the venomous creatures, making it even more vicious. As Long Chen remained vigilant, he also noticed that every single venomous creature actually had a thick, black line that was connected to the tree. This meant that no matter what kind of venomous creature it was, they were all a part of the saint's tree. When the saint's fruit was about to ripen, the saint's tree turned into the evil tree of heaven and earth. Boundless evil chi burst forth from the ancient tree and spread out in all directions. Everything within a 10-mile radius was enveloped by the evil chi. This evil chi invaded one's body. If one didn't have a strong physique and strength, they wouldn't even need to do anything. They would just collapse to the ground. At the very least, an ordinary cultivator at the third tier of the divine martial realm would not be able to get within 10 miles of the holy tree. As the saint's tree changed, the color of the saint's fruit at the very top did not change at all. The fruit that was originally wrapped in a thick layer of skin actually began to crack. When the skin fell off, a pure, white, spherical fruit suddenly rose up and slowly revolved in the surroundings. Among the countless filth and dark creatures, the contrast between the holiness and the rich fragrance of the holy tree of heaven and earth was so great. The rich fragrance penetrated the stench of countless poisons and spread in all directions. For a moment, the disciples that were still in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain could smell this extremely comfortable and refreshing fragrance. This was a rich fragrance that could intoxicate people. Everyone knew that the saint's fruit had ripened. The young men and women who were still trying their best to advance all stopped. They stared at the heavy fragrance at the top of the mountain blankly. They knew that they were not fated with the saint's fruit. That beautiful dream of suddenly becoming a super genius was shattered. I really wonder just who is fighting for the saint's fruit right now. Almost everyone had the same question in their minds. At the top of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by the slowly revolving fruit in the sky. Standing so close, Long Chen could even smell the fragrance. Almost every breath he took made him feel refreshed. The divine energy in his body flowed much faster and he was filled with power. The divine energy he had expended during his battle with Lung Chan had already gradually recovered. Everyone began to move as soon as the saint's fruit appeared. Although everyone started at the same starting line, the difference in speed allowed Long Chen and Xueqi to leave everyone else in the dust. Xueqi turned into a silver streak of light, while a golden bolt of lightning appeared beside him. Their speed was actually similar. The two of them took the lead and reached the foot of the saint's tree in an instant. At this moment, using the power of their legs to erupt with speed was much faster than simply taking to the sky. Some of the disciples of the 9 clans chose to take to the sky, but unfortunately, as soon as they took to the air, Long Chen and Xueqi had already reached the saint's tree. Xueqi's speed was within everyone's expectations, but Long Chen's speed exceeded everyone's expectations as well. The golden bolt of lightning was basically no slower than the silver light. In reality, Long Chen was very surprised as well. His speed had only reached such a level after being constantly tempered by the golden lightning dragon. Xueqi was actually able to match him in both speed and physical strength. This was absolutely impressive. He was a super great opponent. He played a very important role in why Long Chen was able to obtain the saint's fruit. As for the others, with their terrifying speed, they were soon left far behind. Xueqi was also filled with shock. He really did not expect that this strange warrior, who seemed to be only at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, would have such a terrifying speed. He was absolutely confident in his speed. In his opinion, even Qin Shi could not compare with him in terms of speed. However, Long Chen could actually do it. Xueqi did not have the time to be surprised. As they approached the saint's tree, it immediately launched a fierce attack on them. Those huge venomous snakes opened their bloody mouths and dripped black saliva towards the two of them. Many huge spiders and scorpions fell from the sky, and many black toads with lumps all over their bodies spat out black venomous saliva. The venom of these creatures was the heavenly bane poison produced by the saint's tree itself. It was extremely terrifying. If a normal person were to be touched by even a tiny bit, their skin would fester and they would die. Even with the invincible golden body, it would be very difficult to escape from this fatal poison. However, Long Chen's dragon constitution was extraordinary. Basically, all poisons affected him. Of course, even so, he could not tolerate these disgusting creatures spitting venom on him. With a clang, Long Chen drew the scarlet blood desolation, which transformed into the lightest and most portable sword. At the same time, Xueqi's silver dragon spear appeared in his hand as he charged forward. Under the terrifying attacks of the two sword and spear shadows, the venomous creatures that approached them were all chopped apart, turning into black venom that fell to the ground. However, the saint's tree did not lack venomous creatures. The more they were cut off, the more they would pounce on them. The closer they got to the top, the greater the resistance they would encounter. One after another, the poisonous creatures were bloody and terrifying. Long Chen had directly brought out the god-murdering sword formation, in order to barely block the attacks of so many poisonous creatures. The black venom that they spat out was like rain. Of course, although his speed was affected, he was not any slower than Xueqi. Compared to the others, he was much faster. Xueqi's situation was basically similar to Long Chen's. When his spear shadows danced, there were basically no venomous creatures that could get close to him. However, there were just too many venomous creatures, which actually affected his speed for a moment. At this moment, Long Chen and Xueqi both saw each other as their only opponents. "I've underestimated you before. You're not bad." Xueqi laughed maniacally. The silver dragon spear in his hand pointed downwards, and rays of silver light shot downwards. Those martial artists from the 9 superclans who were still rushing upwards were instantly knocked down by the spear's aura. "This is our battlefield," Xueqi said with a bright laugh. He was very bold. It was Long Chen's good fortune to be able to become an opponent with such a frank person. At least, this Xueqi was very open and aboveboard. Of course, this did not mean that he was easy to deal with. Under the blood-red sword light, the venomous creatures exploded. On the other side of the saint's tree, Xueqi used all his strength, but he could only advance at a speed similar to that of Long Chen. He wanted to leave Long Chen behind, but he was unable to do so. If this continued, it was very likely that Long Chen would encounter him next to the saint's fruit. At that time, if he did not trust him and the saint's fruit was taken, it would be a great loss. Finally, Qin Shi was nowhere to be found. Xueqi was determined to obtain the saint's fruit this time. "Go down." The silver dragon spear turned around and actually shot towards Long Chen. Seductive Moonlight. The name Seductive Moonlight was elegant, but it was a battle skill, and a very powerful one at that. Under Xueqi's usage, the light from the several dozen spears seemed to pour down like moonlight, shooting towards Long Chen. He was surrounded by the seductive moonlight from all directions. There were also spear shadows within the spear shadows. The barrage of attacks made it impossible for Long Chen to escape. It was fine if Xueqi did not attack, but once he did, he definitely wanted to knock Long Chen down. The seductive moonlight seemed simple, but it was at least a grade 7 god-tier skill. That hazy moonlight seemed real, and it was easy for people to be intoxicated by it. This was Xueqi's martial path. It was a little illusory, but it was mostly filled with beauty, just like the moonlight. Every time Long Chen fought, he would activate the true martial emperor's soul because it was a precious opportunity for him. This close combat with Xueqi also made Long Chen feel a lot of emotions. Long Chen stabbed out with his sword, immediately turning it into a blood-red halberd. The halberd was mighty and domineering. Compared to the silver dragon spear, it had an additional bloodthirsty aura. The so-called silver dragon spear had nothing to do with dragons, while Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation was evolved from the horn of a real red-horned demon dragon. Scripture of the 9 Dragons. Chapter 1179. Long Chen was no weaker than Xueqi when he used the Scripture of the 9 Dragons. It could be said that Xueqi had underestimated Long Chen slightly. Just standing under the moonlight was not enough to deal with Long Chen. The terrifying flames of the mysterious jade fire dragon were the weakness of some venomous creatures. A large swath of them was reduced to ashes by the flames. In order to deal with the others' attacks, the two of them became flustered and flew backwards. Seeing that the people below were about to catch up, Xueqi finally stabilized himself. He stared at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen's greatest strengths were his speed and body, but Xueqi was more or less the same in these aspects. Long Chen did not have much of an advantage in these aspects. However, Long Chen did not lose to Xueqi immediately due to his great willpower. At this moment, the two of them had been sent flying by the others' attacks. As Long Chen spun around, he stepped on the head of a snake that had just charged over and shot upwards. They were currently over 300 meters above the ground. 100 meters above them was the lightning chain, and another 100 meters was where the saint's fruit was. Everyone else was at least 200 meters below. "You want to run?" Xueqi sneered and hurriedly caught up. With their previous attacks, many of the venomous creatures nearby had died. They used this opportunity and climbed another 20 meters in a short amount of time. However, at this moment, many venomous creatures surrounded them again, entangling them. "Have fun by yourself. I'm not going to accompany you." After using his war halberd to cut a giant scorpion that was pouncing at him into two, Long Chen smiled strangely and charged forward once again. Xueqi was not worried. Surrounded by the venomous creatures, Neither of them could move quickly. However, what happened next stunned Xueqi. Long Chen did not use any defensive measures at all.
He directly charged upwards, but the venomous creatures seemed to be unable to see him.
They brushed past him without any intentions of attacking him.
Instead, even more venomous creatures charged in his direction.
How is this possible? Xueqi's eyes widened. How could something that shouldn't have happened just like that? How could these poisonous creatures not see Long Chen? While he was puzzled, Long Chen had already rushed 50 meters away, leaving Xueqi, who was closest to him, far behind.
It was actually very simple.
It was because Long Chen had used the divine breath technique. The holy tree of heaven and earth was similar to the myriad evil vines.
They used a method similar to the senses of the soul, but it was not.
However, Long Chen's breath technique could hide him from their senses. As a result, it was as if Long Chen did not exist in the eyes of the holy tree of heaven and earth. The holy tree of heaven and earth had no intelligence, so all the poison it had used on Long Chen was used on Xueqi instead.
Don't even think about leaving.
Seeing that Long Chen had actually left him behind, Xueqi panicked and finally used his trump card. The sharp silver spear aura shot out as he wildly danced, forming an umbrella-like millstone with a diameter of more than 30 meters above his head. The millstone was filled with terrifying sharpness. The mocking silver aura engulfed all the poisonous creatures in the surroundings, killing all the poisonous creatures that approached Xueqi. Immediately, the sky was filled with poisonous blood and dismembered corpses, causing the people below to cry out in misery. They had to deal with the poisonous creatures around them as well as dodge the poison that fell from the sky.
It was already difficult enough, and there was no hope of obtaining the saint's fruit.
Now there was even less hope. They all raised their heads. Xueqi has actually used this move. What about Zhang Yunfan? He's actually above Xueqi. The poisonous creatures are actually not targeting him. Everyone was truly dumbfounded by how he could even suppress Xueqi. This Long Chen was just too crazy. They could not help but admire him.
However, if the saint's fruit was taken by someone like him, they would be even more dissatisfied.
Brothers, even if he obtains the saint's fruit, he definitely won't be able to keep it. Let's work harder. Someone called out, and everyone charged up even more madly, one after another.
Xueqi seemed to have gone crazy for the sake of obtaining the saint's fruit.
He faced the huge, silver millstone, which shone with resplendent light. As long as the poisonous creatures approached him, they would be completely annihilated before they could even get close to him. Xueqi's speed immediately increased by quite a lot. Zhang Yunfan, don't even think about getting ahead of me. Xueqi's terrifying roar rang out from below. Long Chen lowered his head to take a look. The young fighter at the 7th layer of the god's martial realm was indeed terrifying. The entire saint's tree had basically been torn apart by him. As a result, the rocks and poisonous blood flew in all directions. Long Chen suspected that even if he fell down, he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying millstone. It's futile. Long Chen sneered. Their speeds were originally about the same, but Long Chen had opened up a distance of over 30 meters. More importantly, Xueqi still faced a certain amount of resistance, while Long Chen did not face any resistance at all. Without another word, he directly stepped on the poisonous creatures and charged into the clouds. The terrifying chains of lightning were right in front of him. He needed to pass through the chains of lightning in order to obtain the saint's fruit. There was no other way, so he could only take it head-on. Fortunately, Long Chen's body had once been tempered by the golden lightning dragon, so he possessed an impressive resistance to lightning. Other people might not be afraid of the chains of lightning, but he obviously was not. There were still 30 meters left. Long Chen's speed exploded once again. He charged toward the rumbling bolts of lightning as if he no longer cared about his life. As for Xueqi below, he could only watch on helplessly. From the very beginning, Long Chen was fated to be faster than him due to his breathing soul. Obtaining the saint's fruit was no problem, but the greatest problem was whether he could keep it or not. In other words, he needed to keep his life. After all, as soon as he obtained the saint's fruit, he would definitely hand it over to Li Xuanji to save his life first. Although Li Xuanji did not mention it, Long Chen already knew that she was at the final juncture. The friendship between the two had always been faint, just like the conversation between them. However, their hearts were hot-blooded. Just when Long Chen thought he was about to succeed, a huge incident occurred. A pitch-black figure actually charged in his direction from the distant sky. Her speed was no slower than his and Suja's speed. At the same time, she also possessed a presence that made Long Chen feel extremely fearful. Qin Shi. When the figure arrived within a kilometer of Long Chen's spirit-devouring eyes, Long Chen immediately sensed her identity. Long Chen was rather surprised. He had never thought that she would be able to climb out of the pool of ice. Shangguan Feng believed himself to be clever, but he had never thought that his two great plans would both fail. Suja had profited from the disaster, while Qin Shi had actually broken free at the final juncture. No one stopped her. She had a smooth journey, directly charging toward Long Chen from the sky. Her appearance was far too unexpected for Long Chen. Long Chen did not react in time, and she arrived nearby. That pair of ink-black eyes in the dark night, in the depths of coldness and fierceness, were similarly filled with astonishment. She had never thought that the young man that even she did not think highly of would be able to reach such a level, leaving Suja in the dust. In fact, when she was in that terrifying icy pond, she had already sensed Zhao Yunlong's decline. She knew that it was Shangguan Feng's doing. However, when Shangguan Feng's head fell to the ground with a blood-curdling screech, she was stunned. She had originally thought that it was done by someone from the Poison Shadow tribe, but before Shangguan Feng died, he had screamed out the name of Jiang Yunfan. Qin Shi understood from this that the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This so-called Jiang Yunfan was the oriole in the end. He possessed unbelievable abilities. The more people underestimated him, the more miserable their defeat would be. Fortunately, Qin Shi had returned alive. Ordinary 7th-layer God Martial Realm cultivators might not be able to come out, but she could. After all, she was one of the disciples of the World King. Although there were many disciples of the World King, she was the most outstanding one below 100 years old. The World King had given her quite a few things. After emerging from the icy pool, she had hurried over as fast as she could. When she arrived in the end, the saint's fruit had not been stolen. However, what appeared before her was the scene of Suja madly chasing after Long Chen. Qin Shi picked up a bargain. She didn't have to compete with the others and directly flew to a height of more than 300 meters. As a result, while Long Chen was still in the midst of his surprise, he encountered this person who should not have appeared. Apologies. Forbidden space. Qin Shi did not say anything else and directly struck out. She struck out with her palm, and the surrounding air seemed to explode. It turned into a tide and surged towards Long Chen. The poisonous beasts around Long Chen were all shattered by the air. Tai Bai Sword Prison. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only use the Tai Bai Sword Prison to protect himself. However, Qin Shi's attack contained the power of a worldly expert and the will of the world. At that moment, Long Chen felt like he had become the enemy of the world. The Tai Bai Sword Prison, a 6th-grade technique, was directly shattered. The power that far exceeded Long Chen's pressed down on him. Boom! Long Chen's entire body trembled as his blood and qi surged. That terrifying force directly knocked Long Chen away, and the vibrations in the air didn't stop. Long Chen was sent flying more than 40 meters away, and Qin Shi took his place. The 7th layer of the God Martial Realm is actually so much more powerful than me. Long Chen was aghast. He knew that the higher one went, the greater the gap between each cultivation realm would be. Long Chen's advantage in challenging those with higher cultivation realms would become weaker and weaker. For example, Suja's physical body had already reached a similar level to his. Suja's physical body had already reached the same level as his. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was the Scarlet Blood Ether and the 9 Dragon Scripture. Chapter 1180. This battle became even more exciting after Qin Shi's appearance. Qin Shi's attack had caused Long Chen's blood to boil and his internal organs to be injured. He had almost spat out blood, but he did not give up. Seeing that he had already been pushed back more than 40 meters, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his boiling blood, rushing forward again. Even the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm could not make Long Chen take a step back, because he was a man of faith. Before achieving his goal, no suffering could make him retreat. He had made a promise before, and now it was time to take responsibility for it. After Long Chen was eliminated, Suja and Qin Shi encountered each other. With Qin Shi's sudden appearance, Suja became even more nervous. As soon as the two of them saw each other, they started fighting crazily. They were truly evenly matched in terms of strength, so they were equally matched. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time.
However, because they were fighting under the shackles of thunder and lightning, the warriors of the 9 great clans stopped at a distance, not daring to approach.
This was because the scene of their fight was too terrifying. Even the poisonous beasts and creatures that approached would be killed instantly, so it was the same for them. Originally, they thought that the 2 experts would not come. Unexpectedly, they both came in the end. Qin Shi, in particular, took the initiative as soon as she arrived and sent Long Chen, who was about to obtain the saint's fruit, flying. At this moment, everyone was watching their fight and had already forgotten about Long Chen. Their fight obviously made Long Chen feel shocked. In reality, Long Chen was much younger than them. When he reached their age, Long Chen would definitely be able to do things countless times better than them. So he was not discouraged or envious. In terms of genius, there were not many people who could compare to him. Looks like I'll have to burn money to get rid of these 2 guys first. They had originally planned to use it later, but since Xueqi and Qin Shi were fighting, they wouldn't let anyone enter the thunder shackles. If anyone approached, they would probably join forces and attack that person immediately. In their minds, only the strength of their opponents could be recognized. At this moment, Long Chen approached without any regard for his life. He floated in the air, and the ferocious poisonous beasts could not sense his existence. Seeing that Long Chen was so close to watch the fight, the people below were confused. What is he doing? Although he may be invincible in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, he basically has no power to fight back against a cultivator who controls the will of the world. He still wants to overestimate himself. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so arrogant? Arrogant? I think he has no idea of death. As they spoke, the remaining 6 members of the 9 superclans also gradually approached. Their gazes were unfriendly, and they were also looking for an opening. If Qin Shi and Xueqi were both injured, then everyone would be happy. As for Long Chen, because his strength was a level higher than everyone else's, he became a thorn in everyone's side. Long Chen had no other way. Among the things he knew, this was the only way to subdue the 2 experts in one move. I fed you 100,000 divine gems. I hope you don't disappoint me. Standing outside the fighting range of the 2 experts, Long Chen stretched out his left and right arms. Golden lightning flashed on his arms, and an unprecedentedly strong golden light shone from Long Chen's hands. Crackle! Golden lightning began to surround his body, and a golden ball of lightning formed out of thin air. The terrifying golden lightning used this ball of lightning as a foundation to wander around. The energy of this golden lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than the purple lightning in the sky. Under the shackles of countless purple lightning bolts, a dazzling golden ball of lightning formed out of thin air. Other than Xueqi and Qin Shi, everyone else was stunned as they stared at Long Chen, who was within the ball of lightning. At this moment, Long Chen was only a blurry shadow. The golden ball of lightning grew larger and larger, and the pressure it exerted on everyone became more and more terrifying. Some people even saw golden dragon scales covering the ball of lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world was filled with such ear-piercing sounds. Xueqi and Qin Shi sensed the increasing power around them, which was not inferior to the pressure from the lightning chains above their heads. They slowed down the pace of their battle and prepared to join forces to eliminate the threat of Long Chen. What is this kid doing? Xueqi's eyes flashed with a silver light. At this moment, his pupils dilated again. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly filled the world. It was deafening. Many people immediately covered their ears. Then, they saw the golden ball of lightning suddenly transform into a terrifying giant beast. This was a divine dragon completely formed by golden lightning. Its body was over 100 meters long, and there was a real pressure on the body of the divine dragon, as well as a frightening power. Terrifying golden lightning revolved around the golden lightning dragon, roaming around it and emitting ear-piercing sounds. What the hell is this? Qin Shi's expression changed. Just as she was about to make a move, the huge golden lightning dragon let out another earth-shattering roar. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swooped down towards the 2 of them. The terrifying pressure directly affected the 2 of them. Xueqi and Qin Shi felt as though the entire world was filled with this kind of golden lightning. Divine space restriction. Qin Shi punched out again, causing the air to vibrate. Wave after wave of energy surged towards the golden lightning dragon, trying to disperse it. At the same time, Xueqi also used his silver dragon spear to resist. In their opinion, Long Chen's attack couldn't hurt them at all. This time they guessed wrong. The golden lightning dragon had absorbed the power of 100,000 divine crystals. The power of 100,000 divine crystals erupted and turned into golden lightning. It could only be described as terrifying. The golden lightning dragon flew into a rage and swooped down. Qin Shi's divine space restriction and Su Zhe's attack seemed so pitiful. Su Zhe and Qin Shi's expressions changed drastically. They just remembered that they had a chance to salvage the situation, but it was already too late. Rumble! The golden lightning flashed and destroyed more than half of the holy tree of heaven and earth. The venomous insects and snakes were all reduced to dust by the golden lightning. Even the venomous blood completely dissipated. Everyone seemed to see an additional lightning shackle in the sky. Qin Shi and Su Zhe were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Although they had used protective measures at the last moment, it was only in an emergency. It wasn't worth mentioning. The Golden Thunder Prison Dragon's main force was directed at them, sending them flying. Their figures were charred black and emitted thick smoke, as if they had been roasted. Of course, the two of them still showed signs of life. The Golden Lightning Dragon's rampage finally came to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at each other. No one could react for a moment. Who would have thought that such an insignificant person would be able to launch such a terrifying attack? Although the attack didn't seem to have come directly from his body. While they were dumbfounded, Long Chen glanced at Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Of course they were still alive. As a matter of fact, their injuries were not as severe as Long Chen had imagined them to be, but it was enough. As long as he could get rid of them, it would be time for him to obtain the saint's fruit. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen directly charged at the lightning shackle. Sensing his existence, the lightning shackle immediately seemed to go crazy. Surrounded by countless venomous creatures, the violet lightning shot towards Long Chen. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Amidst the frenzied rumbling of the purple lightning, Long Chen felt incomparably small. If one were to say that this purple lightning could blast him into pieces, Long Chen would definitely believe it. The only thing he could do against the lightning shackle was resist. Long Chen was very proficient in this aspect. His physical body had already surpassed the average 7th grade body refinement technique, and even the 8th grade body refinement technique. His dragon physique surpassed many people. If Qin Shi could endure it, then Long Chen would definitely be able to. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying sounds of lightning rang out in the surroundings. The dense bolts of violet lightning began to coil around his body. They flickered, giving Long Chen a bone-piercing pain. However, he could still endure this pain. Long Chen charged into the lightning shackle, and everyone went crazy. They hurriedly charged upwards. The two people who had been blown away by Long Chen fell to the ground like charcoal. However, when they hit the ground, the charcoal split open and two pure white figures emerged. They hurriedly covered their faces with their clothes. With the invincible golden body, Long Chen had not completely destroyed them, but he had heavily injured them. Although they had reformed their bodies, their faces were pale and their battle prowess had decreased drastically. They would need some time to recover completely. However, when they saw that Long Chen had already entered the lightning shackle, they could no longer hold themselves back. They no longer cared about their wounds and charged upwards. They had never thought that they would fall to Long Chen. Just who was that mysterious youth? How did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? At this point, Su Zhe and Qin Shi had no choice but to treat Long Chen as an extremely difficult opponent. If Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit first, it would be rather troublesome. Right now, Long Chen was enduring the bombardment of the lightning shackle as he gritted his teeth and advanced. The violet lightning coursed through his muscles, giving Long Chen a pain that felt like knives were cutting into his skin. Long Chen gritted his teeth and charged upwards with all his might. After paying 100,000 divine crystals, the saint's fruit was finally in sight. The range of the lightning shackle was only about 20 meters, but these 20 meters were like hell. In the great void realm, Li Xuanji's eyes were already moist as she watched Long Chen endure such pain. No matter what, she was still a girl. Seeing how desperate this man was, many of the shackles in her heart gradually loosened. Chapter 1181. It could be said that she would have lost her life long ago if it were not for Long Chen's encouragement. It was only through clenching her teeth time and time again that she managed to survive until now. Many times, she would feel very tired and just want to sleep, but she did not want to die when she saw the lightning heart and the Everguard heart. She felt like she had not lived long enough. Long Chen's persistence became her persistence. At a time like this, no words were enough to express her feelings. On one side was death, and on the other was a young man who charged forward desperately. Li Xuanji suddenly felt like she was so important when she saw the densely packed wounds from the lightning. The patriarch's old man handed the clan to me because I'm very important. He's risking his life for me because I'm very important. So I really do exist. In a corner that Long Chen could not see, tears silently moistened her eyes. Even though the sky was dark, she felt like she could close her eyes at any time. She was like a candle that swayed in the wind. Long Chen's efforts had become a lampshade that protected her. Roar! With a roar, golden lightning wrapped around Long Chen. The violet lightning retreated, and those that were too slow were directly devoured by the golden lightning. After releasing the power of 100,000 divine crystals, the golden lightning dragon fell into a short slumber. Now that it had awakened, it seemed like a king. It chased away all the violet lightning that had ravaged Long Chen's body. I never thought that the golden lightning dragon could actually devour the lightning. This gave Long Chen a huge surprise. The golden thunder dragon coiled around his body, and the other purple thunderbolts didn't dare to approach him. Below, Su Jia and Qin Shi had already caught up and were about to enter the lightning shackles. With the golden thunder dragon's protection, Long Chen rushed out of the purple lightning shackles range with a single step. The saint's fruit. He had finally succeeded. Long Chen cried tears of joy. The saint's fruit was just too important to him. After all this time, he had finally fulfilled his promise. His blood surged as the golden lightning dragon took him into the clouds. The white saint's fruit was right before him, giving off a fragrance that almost made Long Chen faint. Although there were many poisonous beasts here, none of them could sense Long Chen's existence. Below, everyone became stunned when they saw that Long Chen had already arrived before the saint's fruit. Afterwards, they all gave up. Under their numb gazes, Long Chen directly grabbed the saint's fruit without saying anything at all. The thing connected to the fruit was a black vine, so Long Chen actually failed to break it under his tug. That made sense. Only such a tough vine could protect the saint's fruit. Without saying a word, Long Chen turned the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation into a sword and cut the vines apart. Only the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation had such sharpness. And again the saint's fruit. I'll refine it. At this moment, Long Chen closed his eyes. The surroundings shook as he stood at the peak. Yet he was so calm. That holy white fruit appeared in the great void realm, right in front of Li Xuanji. The white light illuminated everything around Li Xuanji. Her eyes had already become blurry from tears. She had never cried before, so she could no longer feel sad this time. The man had paid such a heavy price to obtain this tiny fruit for her. Just like what he had said. He had made a promise. He would obtain it no matter what. She had already become so withered that she seemed like an old woman. At this moment, the saint's fruit turned into a milky white liquid and directly entered her mouth. Immediately, the withered tree was revived, and the beauty shone with a new luster. The milky white light turned into a cocoon, enveloping her. Long Chen believed that she would return to her original appearance when she woke up. Long Chen was already extremely satisfied with what he had done. However, the true challenge would come next. In reality, obtaining the saint's fruit was nothing. What was important was protecting it. Li Xuanji understood this as well. When the white cocoon wrapped around her, she knew that she was safe and that she was about to be reborn. But at this time, Long Chen was about to fall into an unprecedented crisis. He wanted to be the only victor among the 2 7th-level Divine Martial Realm martial artists, and the 6 6th-level Divine Martial Realm martial artists. She could not do anything. Even with the saint's fruit, she would not be able to recover in a short amount of time to save Long Chen. All she could do was pray silently, praying that he would survive, or she would not even have the chance to repay him. You have to survive. I believe in you. From the moment I saw you in the Xianin demonic realm, I knew that you were a miracle. Who would have thought that someone else was hiding on Long Chen? Everyone believed that he did not have the time to digest the saint's fruit right now. Actually, even the disciples of the 9 clans did not know that the saint's fruit would appear after it was plucked, as even the seniors could not leak it to them. As a result, when Long Chen took away the saint's fruit, a new change occurred in the surroundings. This was something that no one had expected. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he observed the changes in the surroundings. Li Xuanji had already obtained the saint's fruit. Even if Long Chen lost, she would still be reborn. Long Chen finally felt relieved. All he needed to do was fight to the end.
It had been a very long time since he had felt such pressure. When the saint's fruit was plucked, an invisible energy enveloped the surroundings. The black mist retreated from the saint's tree as soon as possible, shrinking back into the ground. The saint's tree returned to its holy state, shining with a dazzling light. At the same time, a white, half-transparent ball of light, over 500 meters in diameter, enveloped the entire saint's tree. It was as if it did not want the person who had obtained the fruit to escape. Basically, everyone was enveloped by the ball of light. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They looked at their surroundings and were completely numb. Their seniors had never told them that something like this would happen after the saint's fruit was plucked. Some people were in the surroundings of the ball of light. They used battle skills in an attempt to break through the barrier of light, but they discovered that no matter how powerful their attacks were, they were like rocks sinking into the ocean.
They did not even produce a sound. What's going on? What is this? It's so mysterious. Doesn't that mean we're trapped here? Basically, the entire region around the saint's fruit is enveloped. Even that kid, Jiang Yunfan, seems to be trapped. This person had only mentioned it unintentionally, but it made everyone's eyes light up. If Long Chen could not leave, did that mean? At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Obtaining the saint's fruit doesn't make you the victor. The true victor must defeat everyone and reign supreme.
The last person standing in the ball of light will be the possessor of the saint's fruit.
At that time, we will open the ball of light for you, said Jian Chen.
This sentence rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned at first, then they revealed expressions of wild joy, especially Qin Shi and Su Zhe, who were already disappointed.
Their defeat was too humiliating.
Long Chen had taken a step ahead of them, and they had originally thought that there was no hope. They had never expected that there would be such a rule.
This meant that obtaining the saint's fruit depended on battle prowess. In terms of true battle prowess, Qin Shi and Su Zhe were clearly superior to Long Chen.
This guy has schemed so much, but he never thought that it would all be for naught in the end. Qin Shi sneered as she looked at Long Chen in the sky.
Su Zhe did not panic either. The experts of the Nine Hells Demon region did not give him a time limit, so he did not need to panic. He just needed to focus on recovering.
As long as he was still standing, no one would be able to obtain the saint's fruit in the end.
Su Zhe knew that his only opponent was Qin Shi. They were not in a hurry. To them, recovering to peak condition was the most important thing. As for Long Chen, he would let those idiots toy with him for now. Once they were tired, he would beat them all up. That would be the time for him and Qin Shi to fight. As a result, Su Zhe and Qin Shi actually walked to a place and faced each other. They then sat down to recover. The 6 cultivators from the 9 clans looked at each other. They looked at Long Chen in the sky as envy appeared in their eyes.
"I have a suggestion," a young man said calmly.
"Say it. We 9 clans are one. This is a great opportunity, so we should work together against a common enemy," said another person. "You're right," said the others.
In the 9 Hells Demon region, the 9 clans were the main forces, while the World King was only the apex. If the 6 of us fight alone, we definitely won't be Qin Shi and Su Zhe's opponent. The only way is to work together. We'll take the saint's fruit from that kid Jiang Yunfan first and kill him before working together against Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Or we can have them kill each other first. Once we've dealt with the 3 of them, we'll use a battle of elimination. The final victor will take the saint's fruit. That way, the saint's fruit will still belong to the 9 clans no matter what. What do you all think? Everyone hesitated. Working together was indeed the only way. No matter what, let's take the saint's fruit first. That kid Jiang Yunfan has always been in the limelight. I can't stand him. Before, he actually killed Long Chen right in front of us. Clearly, he's looking down on the 9 clans. We can't let a person like that walk out alive. That's right. If the 6 of us at the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm work together and use the ultimate skills of our clans, we won't be afraid of a single Jiang Yunfan in a chaotic battle. If everyone uses their full strength, dealing with him will obviously be extremely easy. At this crucial moment, we must all work together. With just a few words, they had banded together. When they looked up, Long Chen was still standing there, looking down at them from above. There was only one thing in his eyes, and that was battle intent. Get your ass up here. Chapter 1182. Looking at this man who was standing there looking down on all living beings, and thinking of the golden thunder dragon that he had suddenly used before, the 6 martial artists were not as calm as they looked on the surface.
As for Long Chen, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. No matter what, Li Xuanji would break out of the cocoon and be reborn one day. As long as others did not kill him, he would not fall. 6 experts at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Back then, Jiang Qing and Chu Tiange had almost taken half of Long Chen's life. Today, he was facing almost 6 martial artists at the same level. This was the devil domain of the 9 underworlds in the supreme shadow realm. Just a few months had passed, and Long Chen had already become so powerful. However, this was indeed the first time in many years that he had encountered such a difficult battle. A martial artist at the level of Shangguan Feng, Long Chen could only be considered to have a slight victory. If 6 people were to come at him together, he would not be confident. At this moment, the only thing he had was an undefeated will and hot blood. Iron bones and tenderness. Although Li Xuanji was recovering in the cocoon, she knew everything that Long Chen was facing outside. Don't worry so much. Just focus on recovering your body. This was what Long Chen told her. It seemed that no one had ever given her such a peaceful feeling. The scarlet blood heaven appeared in Long Chen's hands. The bloody and murderous aura burst out, making him look like a god of death. The spherical space with a diameter of 500 meters was enough for them to fight. Moreover, there were 6 martial artists, so Long Chen was not worried about the consumption of divine essence at all. Of course, although Long Chen was terrifying, in the eyes of the 6 martial artists, he was still a turtle in a jar. It would be a piece of cake to kill him. They were all super geniuses cultivated by the 9 great families. They were the top experts within 100 years of age and had the opportunity to reach the level of Li Xuanji in the future. Each of them had received countless times more training than Long Chen. The resources he possessed were also something that Long Chen could not have imagined. The 6 of them didn't act impulsively. They slowly surrounded Long Chen with cold eyes. At this time, although there were still a lot of internal conflicts, they had no choice but to unite to face Long Chen, who seemed to have gone mad like a wild beast. Long Chen looked fierce on the outside, but he was very calm on the inside. From the beginning to the end, his opponents were only the 2 experts below him. As for these 6, they were troublesome to deal with. Even if Long Chen only used the 9 dragons scripture to kill them, it would take him a long time. Therefore, he was prepared to fight a long battle of attrition. At the same time, these people were also his practice targets. Everyone's comprehension of the martial Dao far surpassed Long Chen's. They had already condensed their peerless golden bodies and were preparing to comprehend the Dharma idol of heaven and earth. However, Long Chen was still trying to figure out what martial intent was. Martial intent was a means of violence, but it was also the power of defense. Long Chen looked around disdainfully. Although his enemies were all experts, he was unyielding and fearless. This state of mind was very consistent with the word martial intent and martial intent. It could be said that at this time, his will was like the martial intent. The 4th level of the divine martial arts realm was the extreme realm of martial arts. What was the peak of martial arts? Long Chen was thinking about this question now. The 4th level of the divine martial arts realm could be said to be the peak of martial Dao. Starting from the wind, fire and thunder tribulation, it was actually the beginning of the divine path. From passing the tribulation to condensing the peerless golden body, comprehending the will of heaven and earth, forming the divine kingdom of heaven and earth, and even forming the nirvana golden wheel and shattering the void. A warrior's will determined many things. Many times, the breakthrough to the divine martial arts realm could not be achieved through long years of cultivation. Comprehension was more important. At this time, Long Chen began to shift his attention from his enemies to himself. He used the true martial emperor spirit to see through everyone, and then pondered what his martial intent was. Why did he fight? This time, it was to protect Li Xuanji. What kind of martial Dao was the greatest? It was not to kill but to protect. Long Chen might have been enlightened. He had found his way to be the strongest. Next time, he might have to protect Yang Lingqing, or Xiao Lang, or Lingxi. It was because of protecting that he became stronger. In the future, this will could even make Long Chen protect the world. Long Chen also found the reason why he wanted to help Li Xuanji. Yes, it was the word protect. In his consciousness, the enemy had already disappeared. Long Chen's focus had shifted to how he could allow his comprehension to rush to the peak. If he did not make a breakthrough today, he would not be able to survive at all. This restrictive field could only be broken by the power of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. The saint's fruit had been eaten by Li Xuanji. Qin Shi and Su Zhe would not let him go. Either he became stronger or he died. At the moment of life and death, Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline was stimulated. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Everyone looked at this young man in fear. We can't be intimidated by him. Brothers, let's attack together. One of the young martial artists roared as if he was tearing something apart. In this space with a diameter of 500 meters, a casual word could make this empty space shake. His ears were full of buzzing sounds, as if there were countless flies and mosquitoes. At the same time, everyone made a move. For a moment, fatal attacks were aimed at Long Chen. Calamity kill. Blue hell cut. Catastrophe in all directions. In order to kill Long Chen, almost every attack was a fatal one. They had already surrounded Long Chen, so it was even more safe now. Devouring Blood World. When besieged, this was Long Chen's greatest advantage. He didn't choose to clash head-on with his opponents, but instead used his superior speed to fight a battle of attrition. Under the effects of the blood-swallowing world, the martial artists present would only grow weaker and weaker because of the lack of blood essence. But with the support of 6 martial artists' blood essence converted into spirit essence, Long Chen would become more and more valiant as he fought. Martial Way. True martial emperor soul opened. Before facing the attacks of these 2 experts, what Long Chen had to do was to use these guys as cultivation tools. Although it was dangerous, it was only in danger that the other party would use an absolute killing move. When the killing move was displayed, the other party's martial arts comprehension would also be exposed in front of the real martial emperor soul. The devouring blood world was very large. Long Chen and the others were fighting in the upper part of the light sphere. The entire upper part was covered by the devouring blood world. The devouring blood world did not cover Qin Shi and Su Zhe. If their essence blood was consumed, they would definitely be able to feel it. For now, Long Chen did not dare to provoke them. Su Zhe and Qin Shi sat around the holy tree to heal. They turned a deaf ear to the movements above. No matter who obtained the saint's fruit, they would kill them after they recovered. It was better for them to fight. Su Zhe and the others would not have to spend too much effort and would not offend the 9 great clans too much. After all, the 9 great clans were the top forces of the 9 underworlds. In the last 500 years, there were also 2 experts in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, but they were from the 9 great clans. This proved that the 9 great clans were still very powerful. Under the devouring blood world, Long Chen turned into a terrifying golden lightning and circled around each warrior. He did not use any killing moves, but used his superior speed to dodge others' killing moves. Swish! With the effect of the soul-calming stone and the blood mist blocking their vision, it was simply impossible for them to surround Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen rushed behind one of the martial artists, the scarlet blood heaven desolation in his hand transforming into a sword. Sword images unfolded as he engaged in close combat with the other party. His cold eyes were like a silent but bloodthirsty vicious beast, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Their movements were extremely large, often wanting to end Long Chen's life in a single move. Martial Way of the Universe, Violet Qi from the East, Divine Fist of Desolation. Vaguely, one of the cultivators howled. He immediately gathered the energy of heaven and earth and punched at Long Chen. Instantly, the air trembled. The power contained in that terrifying punch had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Under this punch, even the sphere of light outside trembled. Everyone else quickly dodged. Clearly, this was a 7th grade divine skill. Too slow. Under the devouring world of blood, Long Chen's eyes were ice cold, his mind was calm, and he could control it with ease. At this moment, he was dodging at an extremely fast speed, rushing past the inner surface of the ball of light. The force of the desolate god fist brushed past his shoulder and collided with the formless ball of light. Long Chen was almost hit. This kind of 7th grade divine skill displayed by a warrior in the exceptional 6th tier of the divine martial realm, if he was hit head-on, he would at least be half dead. This thrilling feeling at the critical moment of life and death brought many things to Long Chen. If he had not been studying the martial way of the universe with the true martial emperor soul, Long Chen would have been able to dodge more perfectly. Divine Fist of Desolation. There is a desolate aura from the ancient times. The reason why the fist aura was so powerful was not only because of the divine spirit, but also because of the will of the ancient brutal earth beast. This is also a kind of martial will. Uncle Hans said that the comprehension of each tier of the divine martial realm could accompany him for a lifetime. In this divine fist of desolation, if he did not use the Emperor's spiritual qi, the power would be reduced by at least a quarter. If he did not use the martial will, the power would be reduced by another quarter. What Long Chen lacked was this kind of will. Now, Long Chen understood what kind of will was the most powerful force. However, although he understood it, he still needed a stimulation that could make him sublimate if he wanted to really touch the edge of that layer and really comprehend it and integrate it into his own martial way. What on earth is it, martial will? Dodging countless killing moves, Long Chen was a little anxious and even confused because he found that he could not find his own way. It's because they are too weak. Chapter 1183. Because of the speed bestowed by the Golden Lightning Hell Dragon, Long Chen felt that they were weak. In truth, they weren't weak at all. If their attacks landed on Long Chen, they would be able to take away half his life. But to Long Chen, if he couldn't hit them, he wouldn't feel the sense of urgency he needed. Perhaps only a real fight can make my blood boil. Long Chen's gaze was cold as he twirled the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand. Then, it gradually transformed into a bloody and tyrannical halberd. The halberd was 2 meters long, with a blade on each side. It was also known as a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. It could slash and stab, and its killing power was immense. It was stronger than a sword, but compared to a spear, it could slash. This was the weapon that Long Chen was most satisfied with. The so-called ancient halberd was exactly like this. After transforming the scarlet blood eternal desolation into a halberd, Long Chen's aura underwent a drastic change. If he was said to be an agile martial artist who only knew how to dodge before, now he was like a god of slaughter. That kind of aura caused the bodies of the 6 martial artists that surrounded him to tremble. All of their faces were pale. They thought that it was because they had chased Long Chen too fiercely and were too angry. But in truth, this wasn't the case. This was because the devouring blood world was constantly absorbing their essence blood. In truth, as long as Long Chen continued to dodge within the devouring blood world, he would be able to grind them to death in a day or two. Abundant divine energy surged within Long Chen's body. Fight! Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared out a single word. Instantly, the entire battlefield within the sphere of light shook. Dodging wasn't Long Chen's style. True experts were born on the edge of life and death. If he wanted to comprehend the true essence of the mandate of martial, he didn't need to calmly analyze the situation. What he needed was a blood-soaked battle. No matter how strong his opponents were, no matter how many people there were, wherever the halberd passed, bones would be crushed. This brat is crazy. It's good that he's not dodging like a grandson. Eat this. A tall and burly martial artist that looked like a giant bear wildly roared. Countless runes flashed on his body, causing his muscles to bulge. At this time, with a loud roar, a berserk killing intent surged out. It's not that you're strong just because you have more muscles. Long Chen, who seemed to be bathed in blood, let out a terrifying roar that even alarmed Qin Shi and Suja below. They only frowned and continued to recover. This is a good chance. He's not hiding anymore. Brothers, let's kill him together. Another warrior circled to Long Chen from the side. The others also moved. The burly martial artist from before was the main attacker, while the others sneak attacked Long Chen from the side. 8 Desolation Martial Arts. Divine Fist of Desolation. That burly martial artist let out an angry roar, pounding his chest as he rushed forward. Earthen yellow magic runes flickered on his body, and behind him, a terrifying phantom of a giant beast appeared. It should be a giant bear. As the burly martial artist punched out, the giant bear let out an earth-shaking roar, and its thick claws swiped towards Long Chen. Bastard! How dare you offend my dragon's might? Compared to before, the current Long Chen seemed to have gone mad. He swung the mighty halberd in his hand, and blue flames rose up. The phantom of a dragon coiled around the scarlet blood desolation and rushed forward with Long Chen. Mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon. He swung his war halberd again and again. The 9 dragon scriptures attacks grew stronger with each strike. It was like a celestial jade fire dragon was constantly gnawing away at his opponent. Long Chen's attacks even ignored the sneak attacks of the others. Break! With a rumbling sound, the heavenly desolate divine fist was shattered. Long Chen transformed into a golden bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the tall and sturdy martial artist. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen's halberd descended from the sky. From the shoulder, it directly cut the tall and sturdy martial artist in half. Blood splattered everywhere as the two halves of the body loudly fell to the ground. The burly martial artist let out an earth-shattering scream. His intestines and other parts scattered on the ground. Rumble. His body fell to the ground. For a martial artist with a supreme golden body, although he wouldn't die, he had completely lost the ability to fight. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to have any combat strength without 4 to 5 days of recovery. Hiss! A formless roar came from Long Chen's body. He held the halberd in his hand and suddenly turned his head. His body was burning with a bloody mist. His eyes were like red lanterns, like the god of death from hell. When Long Chen attacked the burly martial artist, all the sneak attacks landed on Long Chen's body. Long Chen dodged half of the attacks, and the other half used his strong body to resist. Unexpectedly, he managed to resist. One move after another left shocking wounds on Long Chen's body. There was even a scar on his face. At this moment, the flesh and blood were wriggling and healing rapidly. From this, it could be seen how terrifying his ancestral dragon body was. Blood was dripping, but not a single drop fell. In the Great Void Realm, the woman in the white cocoon of light seemed to see Long Chen's current appearance. A drop of clear tears fell. But to Long Chen, this was nothing at all. In that moment of life and death, he found that he had come into contact with that layer of truth. Martial will. This was the power of his own will, and not the will of heaven and earth. In the scarlet blood firmament, there were dragon will that was stronger than ordinary people, but this was ultimately not Long Chen's own will. Protect. He urgently sought a stronger protection. It was a feeling of sacrificing himself. Although he was injured, his blood was still boiling. The halberd swept across and pointed at the remaining 5 people. Long Chen laughed loudly like a dragon's roar. Who will be next? Everyone looked at each other. Long Chen's current appearance was indeed a little scary. Everyone, don't be scared. He was already injured just now. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't kill him. One of the skinny warriors said. Previously, it had been him who had been planning and coordinating. The #1 warrior of the younger generation of the 9 great clans had been defeated by Long Chen one by one. At this moment, they were still trembling in fear in front of Long Chen. If news of this were to spread, it would cause a stir. The 9 great clans would lose all face. Then it's you. When the other party said the first sentence, Long Chen interrupted him. The devouring world of blood wriggled. Traces of blood essence turned into divine essence and surged into Long Chen's body, replenishing the consumption of the 9 dragon scripture that Long Chen had just used. Hiss. The halberd was pointed forward. A golden light instantly rushed towards the warrior. Everyone worked together to kill him. The warrior was not so easily frightened. Everyone knew that unity was the only way out. At this moment, they were not stingy at all. One by one, they used their ultimate killer moves. Basically, they were the best moves passed down in their families. Merak Wind Chop. 9-fold Shadow Kill. One move after another enveloped Long Chen. Every move was a killer move. When combined, it was enough to kill Long Chen. No one can stop me if I want to kill someone. Invincible Sword Body. What shocked everyone was that in the face of so many killer moves, Long Chen did not have any intention of retreating. He let out a sinister laugh. At this moment, a transparent sword chi dragon image condensed in front of him. When it appeared, a huge sword chi directly collided with the attacks of the 5 people. At the same time, the invincible sword body also collided with it. Boom, boom. The sound of blood fog blurred everyone's eyes. Long Chen's aura disappeared completely. They only saw a blurry sword image in front of Long Chen, and then everything disappeared. Is he dead? The skinny warrior who spoke first said with some relief. Just as he said that, a terrifying attack appeared behind him. Ice-armored Azure Sea Dragon. At that moment, it was as if he saw a terrifying divine dragon raise its head from the endless deep sea in the midst of the horrifying waves, and then swallow him whole. Long Chen used the halberd again and chopped off the lower half of the guy's body. Another scream was heard as the skinny warrior fell to the ground. Hiss. After repelling the opponent, Long Chen quickly dodged and rushed out of the area surrounded by the 4 people. He stood in the sky far away. A pair of blood-red eyes were like sharp blades, crushing the hearts of everyone. How terrifying. At this moment, they seemed to understand that even if they joined forces against Long Chen, who did not care about his life, they would not be able to survive against him. From the absolute advantage and confidence, to the panic of the four people now. Especially after seeing the miserable state of the two people below, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The four people looked at each other, warned Long Chen, and asked, "What should we do?" "There is no way out. The more we fear him, the more we will lose. He has already gone mad. If we want to win, we have to be even crazier than him," the only woman said. Compared to the other three, her opinion was more advanced. "That's right." The other three nodded. The two of them have already lost the ability to fight. The four of us. Sigh, we can only wait and see. I didn't expect this Zhang Yunfan to be so terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be a match for him. At this moment, they were actually already discouraged. Long Chen's previous performance had already crushed their hearts. It was either die or go berserk. Long Chen had already gone berserk. The four of them hardened their hearts and no longer cared about anything else. One by one, they used their hidden trump cards. Their goal was to kill Long Chen. Above them, Long Chen was looking down at them. The four of them could no longer give Long Chen the feeling of absolute danger. Fortunately, they came to their senses and knew to use their trump cards to kill. In the 9 super clans there were all kinds of methods. At this moment, one of them took out a terrifying talisman. It should be a spiritual beast talisman. The other two used some kind of amplification method to greatly increase their true energy. The last person used a transformation technique. His entire body started to expand and was filled with power like a wild beast. Charge. Kill him. Don't show mercy. Chapter 1184. That Soul Beast talisman was actually an unknown thunder beast. Its whole body was wrapped in dense purple lightning. It looked like a cheetah, but it had a long spiral horn. The thunder beast let out a terrifying roar and took the lead. The other two people who had increased their divine energy and the other person who was also pushing his limits, they all charged towards Long Chen. It was impossible to say that their attacks posed no threat to Long Chen. Not only was it a threat, it was an extremely terrifying threat. For a moment, the entire light sphere was shaking. Qin Shi and Su Zhe, who were on the ground, were astonished by the battle strength that Long Chen had just displayed. However, they also believed that it was impossible for Long Chen to dodge at this moment. Because even if it was them, they wouldn't dare to face it carelessly. Especially that Soul Beast talisman. It was a talisman that was said to kill anyone in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. This Soul Beast talisman was worth more than 100,000. Even Su Zhe and the others wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The earth shook and the mountains shook. More than half of the holy tree had been destroyed. However, Long Chen discovered that the destroyed parts of the holy tree would be reborn in a very short period of time. This feeling of lingering on the verge of death made Long Chen especially excited. He seemed to see his life fading away. The more it was at this moment, the more his mind entered a dazed state. A lot of information quietly appeared just like that. Of course, even so, Long Chen didn't think that he would lose. He was just exploring the meaning of this. Martial will. Will was the power that could defeat everything. This was the power of the divine martial spirit. In the midst of this great pressure, an undefeated will rose in his heart. This made Long Chen feel especially deep. He raised his halberd high and faced the attacks from below. The ferocious thunder beast had already arrived below Long Chen's feet. Evil creature. On Long Chen's chest, the emerald flaming dragon scales and the blue oceanic dragon scales finally lit up at the same time. The sky mysterious blue fire dragon and the ice-armored oceanic dragon finally revolved around the blood-red halberd at the same time. The power of water and fire clashed violently. The explosive power of the sky mysterious blue fire dragon and the ice-armored oceanic dragon almost made Long Chen lose control. 9 Dragons Scripture. Second layer. Finally, he used the power of the second layer of the 9 Dragons Scripture. As the halberd danced, the power of the 2 dragons pierced downwards. If the first layer was a slash, then the second layer was a piercing attack. The azure flames and the blue sea actually fused with the scarlet blood desolation before erupting. This terrifying power was completely in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen let out an earth-shaking dragon roar as the halberd in his hand pierced downwards. At the same time, the thunder beast's horn stabbed towards Long Chen. A puny ant dares to resist my dragon might? There was an explosion, and the thunder beast let out a roar as it was torn apart by the power of water and fire. Long Chen did his best to pierce through, and his entire body shot down like an arrow of blood. Behind him, the shadows of two huge divine dragons appeared. The green sky mystic fire dragon was bathed in raging flames, and the blue ice armored deep sea dragon was covered in sharp ice armor with mist rising from its body. Break! The four martialists spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were cut down by the halberd. The four figures fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The terrifying power caused the ground to shake, and the four of them were almost buried in the soil. The range of this light sphere included a part of the ground. Under the effects of the 9 dragons scripture, although the four of them looked fine, their injuries were similar to the previous 2. Their internal organs were basically shattered. Long Chen had only understood the true power of the 9 dragons scripture today. The power of the 2 dragons was not as simple as the original 2. It was hard to imagine how powerful the 9 dragon scripture would be when it was cultivated to the 9th layer. At least for now, it was almost as powerful as an 8th grade divine skill. There were a total of 6 dragon scales on Long Chen's hand, representing the 6 powers of water, fire, wind, earth, thunder, and wood. With these dragon scales, it would not be a problem for Long Chen to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture to the 6th layer. Of course, the most important thing was still the divine energy. Long Chen's divine energy was now at the celestial realm, and using the 2nd layer of the 9 dragon scripture once had already exhausted it. Fortunately, the opponent's blood essence had given Long Chen some strength to recover. He had a chance to use time reversal today, but Long Chen did not use it. He wanted to save it to deal with his 2 real opponents. At this moment, Long Chen was hovering in mid-air, looking down at the 6 cultivators who couldn't even get up. This was within his expectations. Regardless of whether he used a slow method of wearing them down or an intense battle, these people would still be defeated by his hands. As for why he did not kill them, on one hand, Long Chen still had to prepare a way out for himself. Killing so many people from the 9 great clans in the 9 underworlds was no different from courting death. On the other hand, defeating them was almost the same as killing them. After the last battle, Long Chen's comprehension rose once again. This made him understand the importance of protection. In the Great Void Realm, the body of the person he was protecting did not move, but tears had already blurred her eyes. Long Chen had already worked very hard, but she knew that it was still not enough. This was because there were still 2 real opponents in front of him. However, to Long Chen, it was fortunate that there were still 2. To him, these 6 martialists were too weak and did not push him to his limit. At this time, although he was exhausted, he still had not enjoyed himself to the fullest. Long Chen had already touched the edge of the martial will. It was relatively easy to go from the initial stage to the celestial realm, but it was very difficult to cross a small realm. As for Long Chen, he was currently stuck at this point. He needed an even greater stimulation. This stimulation could only be given to those who had fused with the world, controlled the will of the world, and possessed the spiritual power of the world. In this battle, not only did Long Chen not give up, but he became even more fired up. This was his undefeatable will. Steady his breathing. The 2 people below looked at each other and had already stood up. Long Chen's previous attack had successfully alerted them. At this moment, Qin Shi and Xueqi looked at each other. They were enemies, but they were also friends. At least, they were both people who stood at the peak, and they did not hate each other. They were only opposing each other because of their current competitive relationship. Qin Shi was relatively familiar with Long Chen, but she was still very surprised. I can only say that he's already invincible at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm, but there's still quite a distance between him and us. He's completely exhausted right now, and he's dealt with his other opponents as well. Let's decide a victor, and the winner will take the saint's fruit from him. What do you think? Xueqi stood with his arms behind his back as he stared at Qin Shi. Qin Shi thought about it for a while before shaking her head. I won't hide it from you. I've spent some time with him before. He knows how to endure, and he has many mysterious techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take the saint's fruit first. I think we should deal with this problem first before deciding who the saint's fruit belongs to. A battle like this without anyone watching is what we need the most, Qin Shi said emotionlessly. This. Xueqi felt that the two of them working together to deal with this exhausted youth, and they also had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. This felt like an unfair advantage. However, Qin Shi was right. Long Chen was a mysterious person with countless tricks up his sleeves. If one underestimated him, there was a possibility that he and Qin Shi would fight, and Long Chen would reap the benefits. If that's the case, let's work together to deal with Jiang Yunfan first. Xueqi had no choice. He actually admired Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was similar to him. They had both grown up as insignificant figures, so he found the same feeling from Long Chen. The two of them worked together. After all, Long Chen was also a troublesome opponent. Between the two of them, neither of them was willing to exhaust themselves on Long Chen. They had mostly recovered from the wounds from Long Chen's golden lightning dragon. Let's go. Raging winds surged. The robes of the two experts fluttered in the wind. They stood in front of Long Chen, one at the front and one at the back. Both of them had the demeanor of experts. They calmly looked at Long Chen. Brother Jiang, I must say that you are a genius that I admire. Your willpower is a model for our generation. However, for the sake of the saint's fruit, please forgive Xueqi and Miss Qin Shi for working together against you. Xueqi clasped his hands. On the other side, Qin Shi said, I only wish for a peaceful place to fight against Xueqi. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Long Chen's previous performance had successfully earned their respect. Come. Long Chen waved his hand and said emotionlessly. Xueqi and Qin Shi were both convinced by his strong willpower and unyielding conviction. However, this was not a reason for them to not move. The calmer Long Chen was, the more they wanted to deal with him. You don't understand the will of the world, Xueqi sighed gently. He could tell that Long Chen had definitely not reached the will of the world. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for him to deal with the 6 cultivators earlier. He would not have needed to exhaust his divine energy to such an extent. Long Chen was currently using a tremendous amount of divine crystals to recover his divine energy. Xueqi and Qin Shi did not move first. They had basically given Long Chen a fair environment. An hour later, Long Chen opened his eyes. His divine energy was already surging. The powerful regenerative abilities of the ancestral dragon physique had basically allowed him to return to peak condition. Blood-colored dragon scales surfaced on Long Chen's skin, covering his entire body. It gave him a vicious aura. This was Long Chen's peak condition. He needed the most extreme stimulation to allow Big to break through that membrane. Chapter 1185. What are you waiting for? Long Chen smiled and looked at the two beside him. Just this indifference alone made him stand out from the crowd. The two martial artists beside him were at the law of heaven and earth level, martial artists with the will of the world. At this moment, Xueqi and Qin Shi looked at each other and nodded. Behind each of them, a phantom image appeared. It was like a painting, and the world in the painting was the vast and boundless dragon sacrificial continent. No one knew exactly how big the dragon sacrificial continent was. In this painting, there were many places that weren't clear. Only the middle part was the 3 imperial domains and the 9 realms that were vaguely displayed. This painting was the so-called heaven and earth dharma aspect. They had only just entered the heaven and earth dharma aspect realm, so what they had condensed was only the earth dharma aspect. When they had condensed their heaven and earth dharma aspects, they would condense the true heaven dharma aspect. The law of earth was the miniature of the dragon sacrificial continent, while the law of heaven was the miniature of the stars in the universe and the myriad star regions. Condensing the law of earth would allow one to possess the will of the world of the dragon sacrificial continent. When the law of heaven and earth was perfected and the law of heaven appeared, it would be able to integrate the will of the entire world. And the dragon sacrificial continent was only a part of the entire world. It could be said that the wind, fire, and thunder tribulations were just consolidating the foundation. The supreme golden body was just a way to strengthen the body and unlock the law of immortality. The law of heaven and earth was the true path of a powerhouse. Xueqi and Qin Shi, who had condensed the law of earth and had the phantom of the dragon sacrificial continent behind them, had, in a sense, surpassed Long Chen's current level. Long Chen had 10,000 times more divine energy than a martial artist of the same level, but it was completely unrealistic for him to defeat these 2 martial artists with just divine energy, the enhancement of the sword, physical speed, the 9 dragon scripture, the will of the dragon, and so on. Once the law of earth was formed, the dragon sacrificial continent seemed to be under the control of this martial artist. Maybe when you reach the 7th level of the divine martial realm, you will be able to feel how strong this power is. Qin Shi and I will only punch you once, Xueqi said calmly. Previously, when he used the spear, he didn't display the power of the will of the world. To a martial artist who had yet to comprehend the martial will, the will of the heavens and earth seemed a little distant. Just one punch. Long Chen looked at the two of them suspiciously. At this time, Xueqi and Qin Shi underwent a huge change. Long Chen vaguely felt that their bodies were growing infinitely larger. In the end, they reached the point where they could support the heavens and the earth. They were like ancient giants who held the stars in their hands and stood on the earth. The entire world was under their control. Even the slightest movement from them could cause the heavens to fall and the earth to crack. This is the will of heaven and earth. Xueqi's voice was extremely loud and clear, reverberating between heaven and earth. At this moment, he gently extended his fist and punched towards Long Chen. On the other side, Qin Shi did the same. In an instant, Long Chen felt the entire world shatter. He floated in the center of this shattered world. Two overwhelming fists, carrying a destructive power that Long Chen couldn't resist, headed towards him. Under the power of heaven and earth, Long Chen was like an insignificant ant. He couldn't change anything and could only watch as everything around him died. His family, his friends, and even himself, these lives couldn't be controlled by an insignificant ant like him. He was only a sad bystander, a coward. This was the power of heaven and earth. In front of heaven and earth, everything was a dog. No! Seeing that he was about to be easily crushed to death, at the final moment, Long Chen let out an unyielding roar. He wasn't willing to accept this. He had never fallen before. His family, his friends, the people he loved, none of them could die. His personality was like this. If anyone went against him, he would make sure that person wouldn't be able to live. Even if it's heaven and earth, so what? If it doesn't let me live, then I'll destroy it. The people I protect are all very important to me. No one can trample on them easily. Not even heaven and earth. What will the will of heaven and earth? It's not as good as my will. What's more, you guys aren't the real heaven and earth, but I, Long Chen, am my true self. My protection, my unyielding, my undying, this is my will. I haven't died for hundreds of millions of years, let alone today. The roar came from the depths of his bloodline. His blood boiled and burned. Countless dragon souls and dragon shadows roared in Long Chen's bloodline. Every cell in his body seemed to come to life, letting out roars. This was an aura that made the entire heaven and earth tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside Long Chen's body, there was an earth-shattering change. Under the pressure of the two great experts' wills, his god martial spirit finally broke through the threshold and underwent an earth-shattering change. That dragon-shaped god martial spirit seemed to have its own consciousness. It let out an earth-shattering roar and wandered in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. The 4th level of the god martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. Long Chen finally comprehended the extreme realm of martial arts that belonged to him. No one's extreme realm of martial arts could have such a terrifying power. From his god martial spirit there was a kind of pinnacle will. This will that could make everything yield to him was the will of the ancestral dragon, and also Long Chen's own will. He was the ancestral dragon, and the ancestral dragon was him. No one's martial will could make the heaven and earth tremble, but Long Chen did it. In the supreme demon world of Yin, the sky and earth changed color, welcoming this moment. Rumble. The thunder and lightning chains let out a thunderous roar. Purple lightning exploded, and countless sizzling sounds resounded in the heaven and earth. This transformation was not easy. Originally, when Long Chen faced stronger and stronger opponents, he gradually lost his original advantage. But now, his dragon will was enough to resist the will of the heaven and earth, making up for this. For Long Chen, the dragon will in the scarlet blood sky wasteland was only a small part of it. The dragon was an unyielding will. Even the heaven and earth could not make thousands of dragons yield. When the dragon will appeared in Long Chen's god martial spirit, Xueqi and Qin Shi felt an illusion. They found that the earth Dharma body behind them was trembling. Yes, it was trembling. It was trembling because of the dragon will. Perhaps only the heaven Dharma body, the will of the heaven, could resist the natural nobility and pride of Long Chen's god martial spirit. Disregarding the will of the heaven and earth, Suja and Qin Shi were only martialists stronger than Long Chen in terms of spiritual energy. The two punches that contained the will of the heaven and earth were actually turned into nothingness by Long Chen's newly formed martial will, which was the dragon will. This was more of a mental attack. When Long Chen's mental strength was strong enough, the will of the heaven and earth that they had mobilized was no longer able to make Long Chen stay dormant. What happened to his body? Suja and Qin Shi were stunned when they saw that their attacks had actually been turned into nothingness. They had been educated countless times that the will of the heaven and earth could not be defeated, but how could Long Chen resist it just like that? Could it be that he had also comprehended the will of the heaven and earth? But the two didn't seem to see this from Long Chen's body. That was why they were so shocked. What had happened to Long Chen's body? At this moment, Long Chen had, of course, ushered in a new round of transformation, which was 1/10 of the dragon blood. The fourth level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts, was also 1/10 of the dragon blood. It was integrated into Long Chen's blood vessels. The tiny drop of dragon blood turned into billions of pieces and integrated into every particle of Long Chen's body. After going through another transformation, his constitution was already close to half of that of a young ancestral dragon. Constitution was not the strength of the body, but it was displayed in terms of recovery, comprehension, toughness, life level, and so on. The strength of the body was also just a part of constitution. The reason why Li Xuanji was so strong was largely related to her 9-yin absolute meridian constitution. Basically, it was the 9-yin absolute meridian that made her. And Long Chen's constitution had already surpassed the level of the 9-yin absolute meridian when he had absorbed 1/10 of the dragon blood. This was the might of the ancestral dragon. But now, he had already absorbed 4/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood. If he had the same amount of time, Long Chen's current cultivation would have been countless times higher than that of Li Xuanji's. When he had absorbed all the essence blood, although he was just a newborn ancestral dragon, his constitution had already far surpassed the 9-yin absolute meridian by 10 times, or even 100 times. It would even continue to grow. Of course, this was a story for the future. Long Chen felt as though his entire body was bathed in the blood of the ancestral dragon. He felt very comfortable. His body had gone through changes that made him feel numb. It was as though his marrow and meridians had been cleansed, and he had been reborn. The most obvious manifestation was the dragon scales that actually existed on the surface of his body, but they were basically hidden. The strength of his internal organs had been enhanced to a terrifying level. The strength of his muscles, bones, and dragon scales were related to the fighting strength of Long Chen's body, while the strength of his internal organs was related to his internal breath, his ability to resist injuries, and so on. The powerful internal organs seemed to have endless power, driving Long Chen's body. He was like a real ancient giant beast. Because of this 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, Long Chen's body had truly entered the level of the 8th rank body refining battle skill, and even surpassed many body refining battle skills. In terms of body, only those who had practiced the 9th rank body refining battle skill could be stronger than Long Chen. As for speed, although the strengthening of the body would also increase, at least for now, it was the speed that only warriors who had reached the 8th rank of the divine martial realm could have. The two people in front of him could not be compared with Long Chen in terms of speed. Chapter 1186. His physical body, speed, dragon's will, as well as the sharp increase of his divine energy, had given Long Chen a metamorphosis. Although he was only at the 4th tier of the divine martial realm, in terms of divine energy, which was 10,000 times stronger, he was already equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. Adding on the dragon's will, the yin-yang sword soul, and even the 9 dragon scripture, the current Long Chen strength was infinitely close to Suja and Qin Shi, who were the top geniuses of the 3 imperial domains within 100 years old. As for Wang Chen, who was within 100 to 1,000 years old, Long Chen would still need some time to catch up. However, the chances of catching up were very high. Of course, this was all in the future. As the dragon's shadow hovered, Long Chen gradually revealed a mysterious veil in front of Suja and Qin Shi. Everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. However, in the eyes of Qin Shi and Suja, Long Chen seemed to have become a different person. Previously, in their eyes, Long Chen was just a martial artist that could be easily crushed by the will of the world. However, the current Long Chen's eyes were like blazing fireballs, revealing a disdainful aura that made people want to worship him. Suja and Qin Shi had an illusion that they discovered that Long Chen was like a creature that was one level higher than them. Even if the divine energy in Long Chen's body was not as strong as theirs, they had a natural reverence in their hearts. Originally, after possessing the will of the world, it was impossible for them to be reverent towards anything. However now, even the earthly aspect, the miniature of the entire dragon sacrificial continent, was slightly trembling because of Long Chen's existence. This made Qin Shi and Suja wonder if using the will of the world to deal with Long Chen would still be effective. From any aspect, after experiencing the short moment just now, Long Chen had become stronger. He was so strong that the two geniuses could feel his mysteriousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The divine light contained in his eyes did not seem to belong to the human race, but to a super overlord from the ancient times. The three of them remained silent for a very long time. Long Chen was stabilizing the terrifying power he had just obtained. Disregarding everything else, the tyrannical feeling of his physical body had completely surpassed that of Suja's super-strong battle physique, which had been formed after absorbing the bile of the myriad evil vine. Soul-Eye technique. The range of the divine awareness, which had just entered the fourth level of the divine martial arts realm, was exactly 1 mile. However, because of the powerful god martial spirit, the range of Long Chen's divine awareness had already reached 2 to 3 miles. This meant that his soul pupil technique, the soul-devouring demon pupil, could also be expanded to such a large range. So many experts from the 9 super clans are watching. These people had arrived a long time ago, but Long Chen had only discovered them now. They were still in the forest outside the holy tree, watching the final battle in the holy tree. Although Long Chen could only sense their presence and couldn't see their expressions, he knew that Long Chen's breakthrough must have made their expressions very interesting. This feeling of looking down on all living beings made Long Chen enjoy it very much. At the same time, he also understood where the strongest power came from. Part of it came from his own undefeatable belief, while the other part came from his protection. The reason he could make a breakthrough here was inextricably related to Li Xuanji. It could also be said that without her, Long Chen would not have been able to make a breakthrough so quickly. Moreover, he would not have formed the will of the dragon that could resist the will of heaven and earth. If he could not resist the will of heaven and earth, Long Chen would definitely not have the chance to fight against a 7th-level divine martial realm expert. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Regardless of whether Li Xuanji could hear him or not, Long Chen still said this to her. Previously, she did not have much confidence in Long Chen, and even wanted to use the heart of the everlasting protection. However, Long Chen had proven to her through his actions that she would not have the chance to do so. There was no pride in her heart, only enlightenment. Long Chen seemed to have somewhat understood where his path forward was. Perhaps the path of the primordial blood spiritual dragon is not the kind of merciless killing that I imagined. As long as it is alive, it has feelings and it is the same. Its killing is also for protection, for survival. Merciless slaughter was the behavior of demons. Perhaps the true path of slaughter should be like what Long Chen was thinking right now, which was to protect and survive. His current understanding was of great help to his future development. It could be said that he had walked from a crooked path back to the right path. All of this was thanks to Li Xuanji. I originally thought that only Xueqi could make me feel this, but I didn't expect it to be her. Although it was a little funny, Long Chen's feelings for Lingxi would never change. Jiang Yun Fan. Qin Shi's pink lips parted slightly, her eyes wavering as she looked at him. Long Chen also snapped out of his thoughts. He was very grateful to Suja and Qin Shi. They were true warriors, not despicable people. If they were despicable people, they would not have given Long Chen a chance to recover, and they would not have not stopped Long Chen when he was breaking through. In fact, they were the ones who had pushed for the final breakthrough. Suja and Qin Shi looked at each other, using their eyes to tell each other that although something unexpected had happened, this battle still had to be fought. I admire your change, but we still have to determine the winner today. I hope that after we go down, we can all become friends and exchange martial arts, Suja said. This was a late battle, but no matter what, they still had to take the test, and it was Long Chen facing both of them at the same time. In Suja and Qin Shi's opinion, Long Chen was still the person they had to deal with first. But now, Long Chen no longer felt any pressure. Come on, Long Chen said with a smile, full of heroic spirit. The silver dragon spear appeared in Suja's hand. Although its sharp aura could not compare to the scarlet blood desolate halberd in Long Chen's hand, It was still very good. As for Qin Shi, she did not use a weapon, but she was the disciple of the realm emperor, so she had many tricks up her sleeve. With the power to resist the will of heaven and earth, Long Chen was no longer afraid. The three of them immediately started fighting, and the flames of battle immediately ignited in the ball of light. From the first battle, Xueqi and Qin Shi were shocked to discover that Long Chen's strength was not much different from theirs. Although his divine energy was not as good as theirs, Long Chen's physical body and speed were a level higher than theirs. His advantage in speed allowed Long Chen to leave them far behind. No matter how strong they were, Long Chen was basically the same as them. How is this possible? Does he have a method to hide his strength? Just how powerful is his true strength? This was a question that both Xueqi and Qin Shi doubted. They had worked together to fight against Long Chen because Long Chen was weaker than them. They wanted to deal with Long Chen first before focusing on the battle. However, the situation had changed now. After a while, none of them managed to gain the upper hand, so they split up. Since Brother Jiang is so capable, if the two of us continue like this, it'll seem like we're lacking in bearing. Since it's a chaotic battle, let's fight it to the end. I'd like to see who'll be standing in the end. Only the last person would decide the opening of the saint's fruit. Only then would the experts of the 9 clans come to open the ball of light. The battle had developed into a chaotic battle between the three of them. Each person faced 2 opponents. Long Chen had never encountered a battle like this before, so it could be said that he felt a lot less pressure. It was also very interesting. It had gone from a battle of life and death at the beginning to a chaotic battle between the three of them. It was much easier, but their opponents were indeed very powerful. Even with such a level of cultivation, it was impossible for Long Chen to be as terrifying as when he dealt with the 6 fighters earlier. Xueqi and Qin Shi could be described as martial geniuses. They had their own comprehensions, rich battle experience, and even a great foundation. Xueqi had fused the will of the world into his moon demon spear technique. Every move he made was as natural as flowing water and fatal. He was truly a talented person. Qin Shi, on the other hand, had cultivated the rank 8 divine technique, the war demon finger sword. At the same time, she had the war demon body, which was almost comparable to the great Yin devil body in the 9 underworlds. It was because of this war demon body that Qin Shi had been able to escape from the icy pond. At the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts, everyone's path was extremely mature. Xueqi fused the way of the spear with the way of the martial arts. His attacks were extremely fast, and his strikes were dazzling and beautiful. Although Qin Shi was a woman, she also walked the way of the battle. Of course, because of the war demon body, her way of the battle had its own special characteristics. She was like a mad demon, attacking with no regard for her own life. Her attacks were basically no different from Long Chen's from before. They were all true experts, so they were not as easy to deal with as the people from before. However, in the eyes of Qin Shi and Xueqi, Long Chen was even more terrifying. Fighting against him was like fighting against a primordial beast. His gaze and his will in particular possessed a natural awe to others. It could be said that when Qin Shi and Xueqi fought against him, they actually felt like retreating. Xueqi refused to believe that his will of the world could not deal with Long Chen. At this moment, the power of the earth aspect behind him surged into his silver dragon spear. The terrifying might of the world erupted. Moon Demon Spear Technique, Samsara of the Moon. The shining silver dragon spear danced in his hand and gradually formed a silver halo. The halo was faintly flashing with the power of the world's will. At the same time, it was mostly the powerful divine energy that belonged to the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts realm. It felt as if a silver full moon had appeared above Long Chen's head and was crashing down with a loud bang. If it was an ordinary warrior who had not reached the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts realm, under such a powerful attack, there would only be one ending, and that was death. Not to mention the divine energy contained in the full moon. Just the pressure of the world's will alone made it seem as if the whole world was collapsing. In terms of spirit, one would first be defeated by the world's will. Hiss. But Long Chen was different. Chapter 1187. Qin Shi, who was watching the battle from the side, had an illusion. She felt like a super-giant beast was ignoring the pressure of heaven and earth, roaring at the heavens and earth. Then, mountains and rivers shattered and rivers flowed in reverse. Ice-armored sea dragon. Behind Long Chen, a terrifying dragon shrouded in icy mist became the source of Long Chen's power. With the power of the ice-armored sea dragon, Long Chen used the Nine Dragon scripture. With his strong body, he sent his opponent flying with a loud bang. Bang! Xueqi collided with the light ball and was sent flying to the ground. His face was covered in dust. In the previous confrontation, Long Chen had the upper hand. At this time, the young man in the sky still had the aura of looking down on all living things. At this time, he was fighting with Qin Shi. I don't believe this. Xueqi rushed forward again without saying anything. The three of them fought together. Most of the time, Xueqi and Qin Shi were fighting Long Chen together. They didn't realize that because of Long Chen's strength, they had changed from a three-person battle to a two-person attack on Long Chen. This was because Xueqi and Qin Shi didn't believe this. Two warriors in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm couldn't even deal with Long Chen. This was ridiculous. RIP. Mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon. Long Chen used the 1st tier of the 9 Dragon scripture again. Now that he had enough divine energy to use this move, Qin Shi and Xueqi had no choice but to retreat. It could be said that as Long Chen's strength increased, the 9 Dragon scripture became more and more terrifying. When the 9 dragons merged into one could imagine how powerful it would be. It was definitely a divine skill that surpassed the 9th tier. Silver Blade Domain. Xueqi unfolded his domain. His divine energy actually condensed into a dense blade aura. As he manipulated it, it circled around him. For those who were fighting, if they were not careful, they would probably be dismembered by this domain. War Demon Domain. Qin Shi did not dare to show weakness. A black domain spread out, and densely packed resentful spirits howled. These resentful spirits were the cultivators who had died at Qin Shi's hands. At this moment, they formed Qin Shi's power and pounced at Long Chen and Xueqi. It's my turn to devour the blood world. The blood-colored domain was unleashed. The 3 domains clashed within the ball of light, dazzling the eyes of the experts outside. Qin Shi and Xueqi were fine, as they had expected, but the sudden appearance of Long Chen was too terrifying. Although the power of the devouring blood world didn't seem to have any effect, it was clearly not simple to be able to contend against the other 2 domains. Basically, the people in the devouring blood world wouldn't notice that their blood chi was slowly disappearing. The formless slaughter was the most terrifying. The 3 domains overlapped. The chaotic battle between the 3 lasted for a full 2 hours. During this time, Long Chen opened the true martial emperor soul and learned many things from the 2 geniuses. After 2 hours, after a fierce battle, Xueqi and Qin Shi were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Their faces were pale, and there was not much blood on their bodies. As for Long Chen, the more he fought, the braver he became. This was Long Chen's plan. If I take the time to learn the 3rd tier of the 9 Dragon scripture, I can certainly defeat the 2 of them. But now this is all I can do. Xueqi and Qin Shi didn't realize that their current weakness was related to the disappearance of their blood essence. At this time, they could already feel it, but it was already over. From the beginning, Long Chen understood that the 2nd tier of the 9 Dragon scripture alone was not enough for him to defeat the 2 powerhouses. Therefore, he could only use the devouring blood world to wear down their strength. At this time it was clearly enough. Of course, to be able to fight against 2 powerhouses and win in the end, this was already a manifestation of extreme strength. I always thought that your domain was useless. I didn't expect it to be the strongest. Xueqi wasn't sad. Instead, he was very impressed. Their domains were all offensive, and their effectiveness could be seen at a glance. Only Long Chen seemed useless, but he was the key to victory in the end. In this domain, Long Chen was almost invincible. The others were getting weaker and weaker, while he was getting stronger and stronger. As for their lost blood essence, they would have to slowly recover on their own. In Qin Shi's eyes, she was also unwilling, but she had no choice but to be impressed. Although their strength was equal, Long Chen's current situation was clearly much better than theirs. Mysterious Sky Blue Fire Dragon. Ice-armored Azure Sea Dragon. He soared into the sky and then suddenly descended. A mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon shrouded in azure flames and an ice-armored Azure Sea Dragon shrouded in blue icy mist followed behind him. As Long Chen used the 2nd level of the 9 Dragon scripture, the power of the 2 dragons suddenly decreased. Xueqi and Qin Shi, who were already very weak, could only combine their powers to resist this terrifying power. Undying Battle Will. Fallen Moon. Using the last of their strength, they joined forces to resist Long Chen. Long Chen withdrew the devouring blood world and used most of his god energy on the 9 dragons scripture. With a loud explosive attack, the power of water and fire mixed together and exploded. Wherever the halberd went, Suja and Qin Shi fell to the ground like kites with their strings cut. In the sky, the only person who could stand was Long Chen. This time, Long Chen used his domain to defeat them. Standing high in the sky, his aura of disdain swept across the land below. Under his feet, no one could get up. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming as he watched all of this. When he was fighting for the saint's fruit, he had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had never thought that he would emerge victorious in the end. When he delivered the fruit to Li Xuanji, he had never thought that he would survive. But now, he had really succeeded. This was probably one of the most important successes in Long Chen's life. I've won. He did not say these 3 words to Li Xuanji to show off. Instead, he wanted her to finally be at ease. Perhaps when she came out, it would be her turn to protect Long Chen. Below them, Suja and Qin Shi had not lost consciousness. The other 6 warriors were still watching. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, especially those who had said that they would deal with Long Chen first. They were even more dumbfounded. Is this Zhang Yunfan going to shake up the 9 hells? How can a cultivator of such a level appear in the Dongshang city he spoke of course? Didn't Suja appear in a similar city? Suja and Qin Shi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had not expected this either, but they had to admit that they were completely convinced by Long Chen. They were completely convinced. They had no objections to Long Chen obtaining the saint's fruit. Of course, what they did not know was that the saint's fruit had already been refined by Li Xuanji. She did not have the time to talk right now, but Long Chen knew that she was at ease. This was a very good feeling. Tisk tisk, Kitten laughed lewdly as he looked at Long Chen and then at Li Xuanji. A hero saving a damsel in distress. I bet the first thing you'll do when she recovers will be to have sex with her for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Long Chen wasn't in the mood to joke around with him. Actually, he understood that after he won, there was still a troublesome matter to deal with. That was, how would he deal with the experts of the 9 great clans? One must know that his identity as Zhang Yunfan was fake. If he was careless and exposed himself, and his cultivation was also very strange, there were many 9th-level divine martial realm experts present, the patriarchs of various clans. They would definitely be suspicious. He had to be very, very careful. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. At this moment, the experts of the 9 great clans had already surrounded the light ball. Let me break this light ball. At this moment, one of the old men threw out a palm strike. Heaven and earth twisted, and a tearing force tore the light ball apart, creating a spatial crack. He was actually a LV9 divine martial realm expert. He was probably the leader of some clan. Children, thank you for your hard work. It's good that you're all alive. After today's matter is over, you should take good care of your injuries. There were about 45 old men, all above the LV7 divine martial realm. They should be the top figures of the 9 underworlds. At this moment, they all stepped forward. Of course, World Kings and Nirvanic Tribulation Realm experts were the old ancestors of the various large clans. They would not appear for something as trivial as the saint's fruit. The fact that the leaders of the various large clans had arrived was enough to show just how grand the trial of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains was. Among the disciples of the 9 great clans, Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong had mysteriously disappeared, while Leng Chan had died at the hands of Long Chen. Therefore, the clan leaders of the 9 great clans, apart from the Lang clan leader who was somewhat indifferent to Long Chen, were all watching with great interest. The other 2, the Shangguan family patriarchs and the Zhao family patriarchs, went to ask Qin Shi. Qin Shi glanced at Long Chen, then told the Shangguan family patriarch that she, Shangguan Feng, and Zhao Yunlong had separated midway. Zhao Yunlong had been killed by Shangguan Feng, and Shangguan Feng had died at the hands of Long Chen. Although the rules stated that all killings in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain did not count, if the Shangguan family patriarch knew that Long Chen had killed Shangguan Feng, it would be even more troublesome. After this battle, Su Jia and Qin Shi both acknowledged Long Chen. After comforting the disciples of the 9 great clans, the patriarchs of the 9 great clans ordered others to announce the end of the trial and bring the other disciples down the mountain. The remaining 9 patriarchs surrounded Long Chen, looking at Long Chen with great interest. They had a lot of questions about this young fellow. At this moment,
the patriarchs of the 9 great clans had gathered together and asked, "Young fellow, you did very well, but you look very unfamiliar.
What's your name?" Long Chen was very calm and collected at this moment.
He crossed his arms and looked at the elders with a rather respectful gaze.
They were all peak experts, comparable to Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. Long Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Patriarchs, my name is Zhang Yunfan, and I come from Dongsheng City. I'm the son of Zhang Shirley, the patriarch of the Zhang family, one of the 3 great clans in Dongsheng City. I once went to the Xianin demon realm, but because the 9 underworlds demon mountain opened and the saint's fruit ripened, I came back."
Zhang Yunfan, Zhang Shirley. The Shangguan family patriarch was also present. He thought for a moment, then said, "Zhang Shirley, peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. I've heard of him before. He's from the territory of my Shangguan family. I didn't think that someone at the 7th level of the divine martial realm could have a son like you. It's really admirable. Compared to you, the disciples of my Shangguan family are much inferior."
Chapter 1188. Although he had managed to hide it for now, Long Chen still did not feel relaxed. The battle of the 9 underworld demon mountain had already ended, so a large number of cultivators had gathered at the various camps below the mountain. A few of the injured cultivators needed some time to recover before they could finally leave. At the summit, because the 6 ancient martial art practitioners from the 9 great clans were more seriously injured, they had already been brought back by their clans. Having lost to Long Chen, they had suffered a huge blow, and their hearts were like dead ashes. Su Jia and Qin Shi were not heavily injured. They were just particularly weak. They both stood up and walked to Long Chen's side. The 2 of them were the young geniuses of the 9 underworld demon region. Even the leaders of the clans did not dare to slight them, especially someone like Qin Shi who had a great background. However, the attention of the leaders of the 9 clans was mostly on Long Chen. The person who had defeated everyone and obtained the saint's fruit was not simple at all. Although they were separated by the ball of light, they could see very clearly that the youth's strength was rather strange. He could even use a dragon-shaped battle skill, and even his previous breakthrough was rather strange. Basically, everyone had many questions about Long Chen. Zhang Yunfan. He really is a young hero. May I ask who his master is? Asked one of the leaders. Normally, for someone to reach such a level, they definitely had a master. Otherwise, the Zhang family of Dongsheng City would not have been able to provide Long Chen with the resources he had. I've cultivated and traveled alone since I was young. I've crossed mountains and gone to many places, but I don't have a master. Everything I have today is from my own hard work. Long Chen understood what he meant, so he nodded and explained. If that was the case, then he would be very powerful. Everyone looked at each other. They guessed that this kid must have obtained some impressive items from some ancient ruins or ancient relics. For example, the item that Long Chen had used to fend off Su Jia's silver dragon spear was no ordinary item. The group chatted for a while. Long Chen had been very careful the entire time. He could not let the cat out of the bag. Because of his cautiousness, the other leaders did not find anything suspicious at first. However, at this moment, the leader of the Shangguan clan said, "Brother Zhang just happens to be a cultivator in the territory of my Shangguan clan. Congratulations on your great victory today. So allow me to set up a banquet in the Shangguan clan to congratulate Brother Zhang. Would Brother Zhang be willing to do so?" This made things difficult for Long Chen. If he was the real Zhang Yunfan, then it would not be a big deal. It was just the Shangguan clan trying to recruit him. However, he did not want to die. If he gave himself away, then he would have no chance of surviving in front of these supreme experts. Furthermore, the leader of the Shangguan clan was asking if Long Chen was willing to do so. With such a sincere invitation, if Long Chen did not accept it, then it would be the same as not giving face to the leader of the Shangguan clan. Even if he was a young genius, he did not have the right to offend cultivators of this level. As a result, he did not know how to respond. However, someone else helped him out very quickly. Another leader said, "I say, Shangguan Yao, Brother Zhang Yunfan has obtained the saint's fruit. This is a grand occasion in the 9 underworlds. So how can we let you entertain this young man alone? I think it's better for everyone to set up a banquet in the camp below. The more people there are, the better it will be. What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, the other leaders who did not want the leader of the Shangguan clan to take all the benefits all agreed. The leader of the Shangguan clan knew that these old foxes would do this. It was 8 against 1. It was not worth it to offend so many clans for Long Chen. Since everyone says so, then let's set up a banquet below the mountain. We can also spread the name of Brother Jiang and let everyone in the 9 underworlds know about his heroic deeds. The crowd applauded. It would not be easy to make the old fox Shangguan clan spit out Long Chen. However, for Long Chen, it didn't matter if the banquet was held at the Shangguan clan or at the foot of the mountain, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Long Chen thought for a while, then lied. I'm very grateful for all of your good intentions. However, to be honest with all of you, I still have a very important matter that I haven't finished yet. This matter involves everyone's privacy, and I'm very anxious right now. I wonder if I can go home and finish this matter? I'll definitely pay a visit to all of you in the future to thank all of you. For the sake of escaping for his life, Long Chen still had some acting skills. His words were very sincere. All the family heads looked at each other in dismay. The purpose of the banquet wasn't to win Long Chen over, but to win him over. If he really had his own secret mission to complete, then they wouldn't be able to force this genius warrior of the 9 underworlds. My master once said that if anyone else obtains the saint's fruit, they can go to the 9 underworlds world to see him, Qin Shi interjected. Long Chen immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. The patriarchs of the 9 great clans all wanted to recruit Long Chen, but now that the world emperor of the 9 underworlds had already spoken, it was useless for them to compete. If they pushed too hard, they might make Zhang Yunfan, who might become the future world emperor's disciple, unhappy. Thinking of this, they all felt helpless and didn't force it anymore. They said, since little brother Zhang has something important to do, then go. Thank you, everyone. Long Chen bowed to everyone, then smiled at Qin Shi. Su Jia and Qin Shi were both decent people. It was all thanks to him that Long Chen was able to escape this time. Brother Zhang, don't forget about the trip to the 9 underworlds world, Qin Shi reminded. Of course I won't forget. Long Chen smiled indifferently. He had successfully found an excuse to escape, so he hurriedly prepared to leave. In reality, he knew that the patriarchs were all at the 9th layer of the God Martial Realm. The senses of their souls spanned 100,000 kilometers, so it was impossible for Long Chen to escape in a short amount of time. However, Long Chen might not necessarily be able to escape with his soul breath. Once he left the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, he could directly use it and escape. After bidding farewell to the patriarchs of the various families, Long Chen was just about to leave when a startling change occurred. Don't go! A cold and ear-piercing voice seemed to ring out in Long Chen's ears. A terrifying power acted on Long Chen, suppressing Long Chen's movements. This caused Long Chen to pale in fright. The person who could suppress him in such a short amount of time was at the 9th layer of the God Martial Realm at the very least. Just who was it? Originally, he was about to escape, but he never thought that something like this would happen at the last moment. Who is it? The patriarchs of the 9 great clans were furious. When Long Chen was being controlled, they hurriedly stood in front of Long Chen, cutting off the suppression on Long Chen, and looked to the east angrily. Who dared to suddenly attack in the place where the 9 great clans were united? Who was so daring? In the dark green sky in the east, several beams of light flashed. 3 figures rushed to the top of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain at an extremely fast speed. The shackles of thunder and lightning couldn't stop them at all. The bodies of these 2 people were filled with dense Yin Qi. In fact, their Yin Qi was even denser than that of the heads of the 9 great clans. When Long Chen, who was about to break free, saw their faces clearly, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that they would appear here. There were a total of 3 people, and they were confronting the patriarchs of the 9 great clans. Their auras weren't weak at all. The 2 people on the left and right were very familiar to Long Chen. They were Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, who had chased after Li Xuanji. They were so old that they were almost at the end of their lifespan. Their strength could compete with the 9 great clans of the 9 underworlds demon realm. They were peak figures. Seeing them, Long Chen was very anxious. In fact, after he dealt with Li Xuanji's matter, he wanted to go back and see what happened to Han Yunxing and the others. Under normal circumstances, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai wouldn't be defeated by these 2 old men. Could it be that other experts appeared after Long Chen left? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. The most terrifying thing was that if a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert appeared, Han Yunqing and Nan Gonglai might not be able to survive. The only thing they could hope for was that the other party wouldn't dare to do anything to them because they were from the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Martial God Palace. It should be known that the true Martial Emperor Palace was extremely famous. The combined forces of the Supreme Een Devil world were probably less than half of the true Martial Emperor Palace. If one hadn't seen the Martial God Palace, they would never know how powerful the true Martial Emperor Palace was. Besides Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, the one that Long Chen feared the most was a middle-aged man with long black hair. He wore a long black robe, and his eyes were cold and handsome. He looked very charming. His eyes were like a deep lake, filled with cold qi. People couldn't help but sink into them and freeze their souls. At this moment, this cold and handsome middle-aged man was sizing up Long Chen. He was expressionless. I was wondering who it was. So, it's Yang Ding Tian from the profound Een Devil realm. What are you doing in the 9 underworlds demon realm? One of the 9 great clans said arrogantly. However, one could tell from his eyes that he was fearful of Yang Ding Tian. Yang Ding Tian. Long Chen seemed to have heard of this name before. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei were accompanying him. Obviously, this Yang Ding Tian was the current patriarch of the Yang family. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. This middle-aged man was the one who used the god-sealing coffin to seal Li Xuanji 1,000 years ago. He brought her to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At the same time, he also brought one of his useless sons to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. That useless son later became the ancestor of the Yang family in Baiyang town. In other words, this Yang Ding Tian could be considered Long Chen's great-grandfather. Long Qinglan had married into the Yang family, but now that Long Chen's surname was Long, Yang Ding Tian could only be considered a great-grandfather at most. However, in Long Chen's heart, he only recognized the bloodline of his parents. As for this Yang Ding Tian, who was many generations away, he had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1189. He never thought that this guy would chase him all the way here. It seemed like he was really fearful of Li Xuanji. At this moment, the only way to deal with the situation calmly was to deal with it. The 2 super forces of the 9 underworlds and the Shenin demon realm met here, and all of them were warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. In Long Chen's eyes, Yang Ding Tian did not have a good impression of him at all. Firstly, he had no family, abandoning his useless son. Secondly, he was ruthless, sealing Li Xuanji. Thirdly, it was the matter of Yang Lingqing. If anything happened to Yang Lingqing, he would have to settle the score. At that time, Long Chen would not care if Yang Ding Tian was his descendant or not. He would just kill Yang Ding Tian directly. Yang Ding Tian was someone who had dominated the Shenin demon region for thousands of years. He was not easy to deal with. Yang Ding Tian's expression was very calm. He did not argue with the cunning old foxes of the Netherworld demon region. He pointed behind him and said, "I'm taking him away." He was obviously referring to Long Chen. The 9 clan leaders looked at each other. A few of them snickered. One of them said in disdain, "Yang Ding Tian, the Shenin demon region and the Netherworld demon region are neighbors. There has never been any conflict between us. Are you trying to break the peace between us?" Yang Ding Tian shook his head and looked at Long Chen coldly. He said, "Perhaps you don't know the truth yet, so I'll tell you, or you'll be kept in the dark." His words had successfully attracted the attention of the various clans. After a pause, Yang Ding Tian continued, "You've all heard about the recent movements of our Yang clan. 3 months ago, when the 2 of us were chasing the genius of the Li clan, Li Xuanji, 3 people from the Martial Emperor Palace appeared. 2 of them were at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. They sent Li Xuanji and a young man 10 million kilometers away from the battlefield and fled. Back then, Li Xuanji was poisoned by the 100,000 evil arts of our Yang clan. Her 9 absolute meridian was crippled. The only thing that could restore her was the saint's fruit. That's why the young man from the Martial Emperor Palace came. His name is Long Chen, the one behind you." Yang Ding Tian spoke in the tone of a storyteller. Everyone was shocked, and they turned to look at Long Chen. In truth, the truth was quite obvious, and there was no need for any explanation. Thinking back to what Long Chen had just said, And thinking about how he had been in such a hurry to leave, everyone knew that it was true. What kind of person was Yang Dingtian? He would definitely make up such a lie for the sake of someone as insignificant as Long Chen. Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he would be. He knew that Yang Dingtian's target was Li Xuanji and not him, so he would not be in danger for now. As long as he was not in danger, Li Xuanji would not be in danger. As for the identity of Zhang Yunfan, it was useless after obtaining the saint's fruit. Since he had already achieved his goal, Long Chen had no more worries. At this moment, he chose to face it calmly. You are from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Everyone looked at Long Chen in surprise. The true Martial Emperor Palace was a superpower that the entire Shadow Devil world had to work together to deal with. It was definitely ranked in the top 3 among the 12 superpowers of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Of course, Long Chen was only a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace and not all of them. The problem was that he was accompanied by 2 experts at the peak of the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Realm from the true Martial Emperor Palace. His identity might not be simple. No wonder he could defeat Su Jia and Qin Shi. Even Su Jia and Qin Shi looked at each other. They did not expect it to be like this. The matter of Li Xuanji is very important to the Yang clan. I have troubled all the patriarchs today. I hope that you can give me some face and give the young man to me. Yang Dingtian was determined to get the young man today. He spoke politely and reasonably. This was a matter between the Xianyin Devil region and the true Martial Emperor Palace. It was not convenient for them to interfere. However, there was one thing that they had to do. The patriarch of the Shangguan clan said, "Of course. Since he's from the true Martial Emperor Palace, we won't stop him. However, Patriarch Yang, you should know that the saint's fruit belongs to our 9 Hells Demon region. He should be given to a cultivator of our 9 Hells Demon region. As long as he hands over the saint's fruit, we will definitely let him go." The patriarch's words represented the thoughts of the other clans in the 9 Hells Demon region. To Yang Dingtian, there was nothing wrong with this. If Long Chen took the saint's fruit and saved Li Xuanji, it would be troublesome. Yang Dingtian nodded. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Return the saint's fruit to them and come with me." Long Chen smiled and shook his head. He said, "Before that, you need to answer a question of mine." "Okay." Yang Dingtian never thought that the young man would be so calm at a time like this. He squinted his eyes slightly and his pupils constricted. He said slowly, "You dare to negotiate with me?" Long Chen acted like he did not hear him. He asked, "How are my Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong?" Since they had not come to find him in such a long time, Long Chen guessed that they had most likely been imprisoned by the Yang family. The other possibility was death. However, this was not very likely. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were both people of the Martial God Palace. Even if the Yang family was 100,000 times bolder, they would not dare to kill the people of the Martial God Palace. After all, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were only a hindrance. They did not kill the people of the Yang family. Yang Dingtian fell silent for a while. In order to save himself some trouble, he said directly, "The 2 of them are guests of my Yang family. They can take you back to the true Martial Emperor region once you return. Is that fine now?" Long Chen let out a breath of relief when he heard that. They were indeed imprisoned. The Yang family did not dare to kill the people of the Martial God Palace, so they could only use the excuse of being guests to imprison them. Then, they would wait for Long Chen to return before sending them back to the true Martial Emperor Palace. In reality, the patriarch of the Yang family was very shocked by Long Chen's identity as well. The 2 cultivators at the great perfection of the 9th layer of the God Martial Realm had actually referred to Long Chen as Young Master. It was very likely that Long Chen was the son of someone with the highest status in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Yang Dingtian seemed vicious right now, but he would never dare to kill Long Chen even if he was given 10,000 times the courage. The saint's fruit had already been eaten by Li Xuanji, so Long Chen obviously could not take it out. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "The saint's fruit is mine. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it. No one can take it away from me." As long as the saint's fruit remained in the Void Realm, no one could take it away unless Long Chen was willing. The Great Void Realm was transformed from the scales of the Great Void Cosmic Dragon. With Little Cat inside, even these experts could only stare at it helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen listened to Kitten's orders and hid the Void Dragon talisman in his flesh. No one could see it. As for storage rings, Long Chen did not even have one. Basically, when he obtained other people's belongings, he would pour them into his own great void realm and then throw the storage ring away. Yang Dingtian never thought that Long Chen would actually act shamelessly in front of such a lineup. His expression immediately became very ugly. Long Chen sneered and said, "Li Xuanji really is a nice girl. I've taken a liking to her, but she died before I could enjoy her. She can't use the saint's fruit, but I can." Such arrogant words further confirmed Yang Dingtian's guess. Long Chen definitely had an extraordinary status in the true martial emperor palace. God damn it, I actually didn't investigate this brat's origins. Yang Dingtian was slightly angered. It was difficult for him, and it was difficult for the patriarch of the Nine Hells demon region as well. They refused to take a step back for the saint's fruit. "Everyone, I'll personally take out the saint's fruit," said Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said. The others opened up a path for him. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's body flashed and he appeared in front of Long Chen. However, he did not find anything hidden on Long Chen's body after checking. "Stop looking. You won't be able to find the saint's fruit with just you." Long Chen smiled scornfully. Long Chen clearly did not have a divine kingdom, so where did he keep the saint's fruit? In reality, Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end against this calm young man. He could not confirm the young man's identity, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked at Long Chen from afar. He asked coldly, "Li Xuanji is really dead?" Long Chen said disdainfully, "The mighty patriarch of the Yang family, the ruler of the Shenin demon region, is so fearful of a junior. Wouldn't it be hilarious if this news spread?" Yang Dingtian's expression became even uglier. The reason why he treated Li Xuanji with such importance was because he did not want to leave any roots for the Li family. It would be very terrifying if the Li family were to rise from the ashes. Normally, treasures that could hide people would be of very high quality. Yang Dingtian would be able to know where it was with a single glance, but Long Chen clearly did not have something like that on him. However, how was he supposed to explain where Long Chen normally kept his things? However, Yang Dingtian thought, it doesn't matter where the young man hid Li Xuanji. As long as I bring him to Li Xuanji, she won't be able to obtain the saint's fruit. Without the saint's fruit, she should have died in a few days. The young man probably hid her somewhere hidden before he came to the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains, or perhaps in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains. Yang Dingtian would never have guessed that Li Xuanji was actually in Long Chen's body right now, and she was currently recovering with the saint's fruit. However, even with that being the case, taking Long Chen from these people would not be easy. The other patriarchs sensed it as well. Long Chen did not have a space ring on him at all. Just where did he hide the saint's fruit? The only way to obtain the saint's fruit was to force a confession out of him. Just as the leaders of the two demon realms were facing off against each other, an unprecedented change suddenly took place. The clouds above the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains suddenly became extremely dense. This had happened unknowingly. Chapter 1190. Yang Dingtian, who was the closest to him, and the other 9th-layer divine martial realm cultivators also sensed that something was wrong in the sky. A terrifying wild aura actually gathered in the clouds in the sky. This aura was wild and violent, filled with the aura of desolation. A word easily appeared in the minds of all the great experts, and that was the Demon Clan. Long Chen had actually already seen it, which was why he was shocked. When he raised his head just now, he saw a pair of eyes with a diameter of over 100 meters in the clouds. The eyes were filled with a magical and hazy power. They were like a huge whirlpool, almost sucking in Long Chen's god martial soul. It could be said that Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes paled in comparison to the eyes of the demonic race. Demon race. It was unknown which family head it was, but he let out a horrified shriek. In Long Chen's opinion, Yang Dingtian's appearance was already a surprise. The appearance of the terrifying demon race above the clouds was even more of a surprise, a shocking turn of events. Everyone's reactions were different at this crucial moment. The first thing the clan leaders of the 9 great clans did was join forces to fight back. As for Yang Dingtian, this was a rare opportunity. Locking Long Chen in place, he exchanged glances with Yang Kuei and the Een succubus, and then used his escape magic to flee tens of thousands of kilometers. Long Chen was stupefied. The speed of a cultivator at the 9th level of the divine martial realm was really incredible. He couldn't see anything in the surroundings, and that terrifying gale almost tore his body apart. When Long Chen found that he could open his eyes, he turned his head and looked back. In his eyes, the 9 secluded demon mountain had unexpectedly become the size of a human. Strange. Why has the demonic race come to the lunar demon world? Yang Dingtian restrained Long Chen, immobilizing him. The 3 experts of the Yang family did not leave immediately. Instead, they looked back. It's a demonic beast that has passed the nirvana tribulation at the very least. It's not at the level of a world king, but at the level of a world king at the very least. It's a supreme figure in the desolate imperial region, so the saint's fruit is nothing to the 9 serenity demon realm. Yang Dingtian smiled indifferently. It was exactly because of this that he had fled with Long Chen. One reason was to avoid being caught up in the battle, and the other was to avoid trouble. Long Chen was very mysterious. Finding the saint's fruit from him without killing him seemed to be rather difficult. No matter what, Yang Dingtian's attention was still on the demonic race. Long Chen's eyes widened as he watched this shocking change. In his eyes, the clouds that had gathered above the 9 secluded demon mountain were incomparably huge. The volume of the clouds exceeded the sum of all the 9 secluded demon mountains. Demonic race, how dare you invade my 9 serenity demon mountain? Piss off! The voices of the 9 clan leaders were very far away, but it was still deafening to Long Chen. Long Chen could see very far away. He could see 9 specks of light charge out of the chains of lightning and into the clouds. Amidst the incomparably huge clouds, the figure of an unknown giant beast vaguely appeared. Its huge body and the pressure that came from the depths of his soul caused Long Chen to feel a sense of horror. This demonic race was actually at the level of a world king. Hee hee. Between heaven and earth, an ear-piercing laughter filled the air. This was the voice of the demon race. It was incomparably sinister, causing one's soul to be thrown into chaos. Long Chen felt like he was about to faint. He fixed his gaze. At this moment, the battle between the demonic race and the 9 clan leaders immediately began. An extremely thick beast leg stretched out from the clouds. It seemed to be around the same size as the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. The 9 clan leaders immediately charged up when they saw the pitch-black beast leg. What was funny was that all the experts at the 9th layer of the God Martial Realm were directly knocked away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Children, let's go back. The mountainous beast leg landed on the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain, causing the entire ground to tremble. Long Chen was in extreme shock. Only sluggishness could describe his current feelings. Even the 9 clan leaders had been knocked away, which showed just how powerful the demonic race was. Living beings could actually be this strong. Long Chen finally understood that there really was no limit to how powerful one could be. At the same time, Long Chen also understood that the demonic race was taking the poisoned shadow clan back. Vaguely, there seemed to be dense shadows climbing up the beast leg of the demonic race and disappearing. A dignified demonic race in the Nirvana Tribulation realm actually came to take them back. This is the friendship of the demonic race. Long Chen sighed inwardly. He really felt that sometimes, in the world of the demonic race, the word friendship seemed to be much more important. However, it was impossible for such a large force to be mobilized just for the poisoned shadow clan. The next moment, Long Chen knew the answer. The huge 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was directly broken by the beast's claw. It could be said that it was broken from the root. As the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain collapsed, the entire 9 Serenity Demon realm shook and dust filled the sky. The huge beast's claw reached into the ground where the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was and took out something unknown. Anyway, Long Chen found that the whole world was invaded by coldness, which even made him shiver. This coldness for him was too familiar. 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Almost screaming, Long Chen subconsciously shouted this name. He finally understood why he always felt cold in the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain and the cold pond under the poisoned shadow clan. All of this was because the demonic race actually took out the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Hiss. The demonic race that covered the sky let out a terrifying hiss. Qin Tianzheng, your 9 Serenity Demon realm has imprisoned my poisoned shadow clan for so long. Take this 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame as interest. With this 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame, the Emperor's disciple's strength will increase by a terrifying amount again. Haha, as he spoke, The demonic race's voice became softer and softer. At the same time, the shadow in the clouds became more and more illusory until it disappeared. When the true experts of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm caught up, he had already disappeared. The clouds began to dissipate. The 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was in a mess. It's actually one of the strongest of the 800 demonic wolves, the most violent demonic wolf in the legends, Moon Devourer, Yang Dingtian murmured. Patriarch, what is that 9 Serenity Demon ancestral flame? Why is it so terrifying? Who is the emperor he mentioned? Yang Kuei asked. Let's talk as we go. The Realm Lord isn't here, and the Realm Lord of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm, Qin Tianjing, is about to go crazy. Let's go first, Yang Dingtian said with a gloating expression. He quickly grabbed Long Chen and the three of them left the 9 Serenity Demon Realm at a terrifying speed. The 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame is said to be one of the ancestral flames. It is born with the heavens and earth, and is the origin of the fire of the heavens and earth. It has a mysterious power, and it is said that if one can completely control the ancestral flame, they can burn the entire sacrificial dragon continent. However, this is only a legend. Since ancient times, no one has been able to completely control the ancestral flame. The ancestral flame can transform into countless forms, such as the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Only by collecting all the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flames can one obtain the legendary power. Under the ancestral flame, even Nirvana Tribulation experts can't resist it. Moon Devourer's luck is very good. The 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame just now was very big. Hearing this, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei had a look of understanding. As for the Emperor's son, in the entire Desolate Emperor domain, only the #1 overlord throughout the ages, the Desolate Emperor, can be called the Emperor's son. Moon Devourer is worthy of being called the Emperor's son. Could he be the Desolate Emperor's son? Rumor has it that the Desolate Emperor is an ancient demonic beast. No one knows what his true form is. The three of them were shocked, but they didn't continue. However, Long Chen didn't know how to conceal his excitement. 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame, Emperor's son. The sun-devouring demonic wolf could increase its strength by devouring flames. It was the #1 overpowered demonic beast throughout the ages. Therefore, Long Chen guessed that the Emperor's son was most likely Mo Xiaolang. I didn't expect Xiaolang to be so awesome in the Desolate Emperor domain, while I'm in the true Martial Emperor Palace. I haven't even entered the Martial God Palace. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of talent, the only person he respected was Mo Xiaolang. It didn't have any talent, but it had the ability to devour flames to increase its strength. Long Chen's feelings were mixed. The 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was gone, and so was the Holy Tree. The Saint's Fruit was nothing compared to the losses of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm. The 9 Serenity Demon Realm would not pursue Yang Dingtian for this. The 9 Patriarchs would definitely be extremely busy right now. The appearance of the demonic wolf, Moon Devourer, could be said to have disrupted Long Chen's plans. However, now that he was gone, things had returned to normal. Long Chen was forced to face Yang Dingtian. As expected, Yang Dingtian slowed down after traveling a certain distance from the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. He looked at Long Chen and asked, I won't pursue the matter of the Saint's Fruit with you. Tell me, where is Li Xuanji? His objective in coming here was to kill Li Xuanji. Long Chen said indifferently, she's already at her limit. Even the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain has collapsed. What else do you think she can do? Yang Dingtian squinted his eyes. He was unsure whether Long Chen was lying or not, but from Long Chen's determined expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Yang Dingtian said, it'll be a miracle if she can survive 3 months before 100,000 demons. I'll take you back to the Yang family. Without the Saint's Fruit, she'll die even if she doesn't. As long as Long Chen was in his grasp, Li Xuanji would not be able to escape even if she managed to survive. It was impossible for them to return to the 9 Serenity Demon Realm, so Yang Dingtian quickly returned to the Yang family with Long Chen. This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. With the Saint's Fruit, Xuanji can slowly recover. It's time to go to the Yang family and see what happened to my sister. If something happened, Yang Dingtian would definitely be responsible. Chapter 1191. Originally, Long Chen had decided to pay a visit to the Yang family after obtaining the saint's fruit. Now that Yang Dingtian was leading the way, it was perfect. However, before that, Long Chen could make use of his identity. He believed that it would be a great surprise for Yang Dingtian. They flew along the way. Yang Dingtian's expression was still very cold. Long Chen looked at him and suddenly said, "Ling Qing. Is she well?" The three of them were shocked and looked at Long Chen strangely. Yang Dingtian asked, "You know Yang Lingqing from the Yang family?" Long Chen studied Yang Dingtian for a while and suddenly smiled. "Of course I know her. We grew up together." Yang Dingtian was baffled and asked, "What do you mean?" Long Chen said straightforwardly, "I'm thinking about what I should call you. Great-grandfather or great-grandfather or something like that." Long Chen was very satisfied when he saw the surprise in the three's eyes. "Ling Qing's father has a younger sister. She's my mother. We were born in the same year, month, and day. I was born in the hour of dawn, and she was born in the hour of dusk. Do you understand?" In reality, Long Chen had never admitted that he had any relationship with Yang Dingtian. The only reason he said it in such a tone was to get close to Yang Lingqing. That was probably the only way he could have a free identity in the Yang family and come and go as he pleased. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be sent out of the devil world of Yin as soon as he arrived at the Yang family. For Ling Qing, he had to admit that he didn't recognize an ancestor. This was a price he should pay. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. He stared blankly at Long Chen for a while before shaking his head. "Brat, you're joking with me." Firstly, Long Chen came from the true martial emperor palace. Secondly, Yang Dingtian knew what was going on with Yang Lingqing. In the past, Yang Dingtian had personally thrown a son into that small place. He didn't expect that after a few generations, a rare great Yin devil physique would appear. To Yang Dingtian, this was simply a joke of fate. As for Long Chen, he definitely had a high position in the imperial palace. He had two experts who were almost as powerful as Yang Dingtian as his subordinates. His own strength was very vague, but he was able to defeat two divine martial arts realm experts at the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm. Moreover, he was in his 20s. This was already enough to determine the level of a genius. Yang Dingtian didn't believe that an abandoned pawn could have two such terrifying descendants. Seeing that Yang Dingtian clearly didn't believe him, Long Chen sneered and said, "Sure enough, you still don't believe me. But when you see Ling Qing, you'll understand. The child you abandoned in the Myriad Kingdom domain isn't a waste. It's just that his physique is a bit special. It's this special physique that created me and Ling Qing. If Ling Qing can come to the 3 regions and 9 realms, so can I." Yang Dingtian didn't expect that Long Chen even knew the Yang family secret. But he soon understood that this might have been told by Li Xuanji. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was very confused. He looked at Long Chen with a gloomy expression. "I know what you're wondering. I do have an extraordinary father, far beyond your imagination. But with your identity, you can't spy on his existence," said Long Chen proudly. He was fooling Yang Dingtian. Long Chen believed that Yang Dingtian must have thought that he had a top-notch backer in the true martial emperor palace. Therefore, he added fuel to the fire and made Yang Dingtian's conjecture the truth. "Every disciple of my Yang family must have the Yin devil physique. But you don't have any aura on you. How can I believe you?" Yang Dingtian said doubtfully. "So that's the problem. In our clan, besides Ling Qing, no one else possesses the Yin demon body that you speak of. Back then, wasn't it precisely because of this that you abandoned an abandoned child?" Long Chen asked. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't reply, he continued, "Moreover, with my father's inheritance, your Yin devil physique is nothing. My inheritance comes from my father." This was Long Chen's psychological tactic. It wouldn't be possible to play this trick with an old demon without cultivation. But with Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, Long Chen could turn false into reality. Yang Dingtian and the other two exchanged glances. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly extended his hand and felt for Long Chen's pulse. After a while, his face was filled with shock. "There is indeed my Yang family's inherited physique. It's just that it's suppressed to the point where it's almost invisible. What kind of bloodline is this?" It was a powerful ancient bloodline. It was the bloodline of a dragon. However, it was concealed by the primordial blood spiritual dragon, so Yang Dingtian couldn't sense it. The only thing he felt was that it was terrifying. Long Chen waved his hand and didn't say anything. He sent 2 pieces of information to Yang Dingtian. 1. He is Yang Lingqing's cousin. 2. His father's bloodline is very terrifying. These 2 pieces of information were enough to stun Yang Dingtian. It was already a surprise that Yang Lingqing appeared. He didn't expect a powerful figure from the Arch Palace to have an affair with a descendant of Yang Dingtian. This was too unbelievable. But the truth was placed in front of Yang Dingtian, so he had to believe it. Let me ask you a few questions. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked a few questions about Yang Lingqing. Long Chen could answer them easily. There were some questions that even Yang Dingtian didn't know, but Long Chen could answer them fluently. You don't have to wonder anymore. Let me take a look at Lingqing when we return to the Yang family. Long Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. He had always been arrogant in front of Yang Dingtian. This strengthened Yang Dingtian's impression of Long Chen's father. At the mention of Yang Lingqing, Yang Dingtian's expression turned a little strange. He waved his hand and said, Lingqing is in seclusion. Don't disturb her for the time being. Long Chen knew it would be like this. He narrowed his eyes and said, I haven't seen her for so many years. I really miss her. In that case, I will stay in the Yang family until she comes out of seclusion. I can be considered half a member of the Yang family. Although I'm a member of the true martial emperor palace now, the patriarch won't stop me from staying in the Yang family, right? Long Chen's overbearing attitude made Yang Dingtian hesitate. He went silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. At this moment, he held onto Long Chen's arm and looked at Long Chen with some emotions. Although I can't confirm that you are Lingqing's cousin, no matter what, you have the bloodline of my Yang family. You might even be my direct descendant. The doors of the Yang family will always be open for you. It's enough with the patriarch's words. Long Chen smiled indifferently. Although he didn't dispel Yang Dingtian's guard, he would at least have an identity in the Yang family with these words. For the sake of Yang Lingqing, Long Chen wasn't afraid. Therefore, following Yang Dingtian, the 4 of them quickly headed towards the Yang family's residence. That was the profound Yin Devil domain. Sun Moon City. Sun Moon City was located close to the Netherworld Demon Realm. With Yang Dingtian's speed, it took him less than 10 days to reach the Netherworld Demon Realm. On the way, Long Chen was on guard, but he pretended to be close to Yang Dingtian and chatted with him. As the conversation went on, Long Chen talked about his childhood with Yang Lingqing, the layout of Baiyang Town and so on. Many things couldn't be fabricated. Therefore, after 10 days, Yang Dingtian didn't have any doubts in his heart. Long Chen's identity was Yang Dingtian's descendant. He was also the most powerful figure in the current younger generation of the Yang family and Yang Lingqing's cousin. Of course, Yang Dingtian had countless descendants. Because the age gap between each generation in Baiyang Town was too small, there were more than 10 generations between Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had thousands of direct descendants. If Long Chen really came to the Yang family, his status wouldn't be very high. Closed-door training. During this period, Yang Dingtian would vaguely cover up the matter of Yang Lingqing. The more he tried to cover it up, the more suspicious Long Chen was about it. Almost at this time, he was sure that Yang Lingqing was regarded as a target of the Soul Integration Dao. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were under house arrest in the Yang family. Long Chen had to meet with them as soon as possible and think about what to do. Li Xuanji was recovering, so Long Chen could try his best to solve the matter of Yang Lingqing. This was probably going against the entire senior management of the Yang family. In these days, Long Chen roughly learned the overall structure of the Yang family from Yang Dingtian. The warriors of the Yang family were almost all over the Yin Devil domain. Generally, warriors over 1,000 years old would be assigned to various cities in the Yin Devil domain if they didn't have outstanding achievements, to maintain law and order and obtain resources for the family. Therefore, the disciples of the Yang family in Sun Moon City were either young warriors under 1,000 years old or experts of the older generation. Among them, the Yang family was divided into 3 branches. Yang Dingtian was in the Imperial clan, which had the same number of people as the other 2 branches. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei were Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates. In the Imperial clan, there were 3 warriors at the exceptional LV9 of the God martial arts realm, while the other 2 branches were branch families, each led by a warrior at the exceptional LV9 of the god martial arts realm. These two people were named Yang Batian and Yang Matian, and they were of the same generation as Yang Dingtian. In other words, there were 5 warriors at the same level as Yang Dingtian in the Yang family. There were about a dozen warriors at the beginning of the LV9 of the god martial arts realm. As for those above the LV8 of the god martial arts realm, there were about 100 people. In the Yang family, there was a group of 100 patriarchs, whose strength was above the LV8 of the god martial arts realm. In terms of decision-making power, Yang Dingtian had 3 votes. The patriarchs of the 2 branch families, Yang Batian and Yang Matian, each had 1 vote, and the group of patriarchs had 2 votes. Yang Dingtian had the greatest authority, but if the 2 branch families' patriarchs and the group of patriarchs opposed his decision, then his decision would be invalid. This seemed to be a balance of power, but in fact, it was not. Every word of the 2 reclusive world kings of the Yang family was an order that the entire Yang family had to follow. Even Yang Dingtian was no exception. Long Chen felt that Yang Lingqing's matter was closely related to these 2 world king-level martial artists. We've arrived at Sun Moon City. Your 2 subordinates have been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you to see them now. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Chapter 1192. Sun Moon City, where the Yang clan was located in a gloomy mountain range in the west of the Xianin demonic region. The entire mountain range was vast and boundless. A large number of the Yang clan's disciples lived around Sun Moon City, forming a huge force. Among the Yang clan, only the main branch and the 2 branch families could live in Sun Moon City. After the destruction of the Li clan, the Yang clan became the overlord of the Xianin demonic region. The election of the realm emperor would be held soon. This time, a disciple of the Yang clan would definitely win the position. At that time, the Yang clan's status would be even higher, and the other 3 sects would basically follow the lead of the Yang clan. Now, the Yang clan could be considered as the ruler of the entire Xianin demonic region. Following Yang Dingtian looked down and saw pavilions, rockery, and gardens. The scale of the entire Sun Moon City was similar to that of the Sacred Martial Palace or Emperor Dong's palace. Tens of thousands of experts of the Yang clan lived in Sun Moon City. Normally, such a superforce would place a soul stone in the clan to prevent enemies from spying on them. The Yang clan was the first clan in the Xianin demonic region. They also had a level 9 soul stone. Of course, the effect of the soul stone was not as good as that of the 9 secluded demon mountain. Divine senses could not be used within the boundaries of Sun Moon City. However, outside of Sun Moon City, everything was under the control of the Yang clan. It could be said that even if an ant crawled into Sun Moon City, the experts of the Yang clan would be able to detect it. Looking at the dark green city, Long Chen felt a little emotional. He had to admit that he was indeed related to the Yang clan by blood. However, at this time, he did not feel the throbbing of homecoming. There was only indifference. He could not find any sense of belonging in this place. The reason why he wanted to stay in the Yang clan for a while was all for Yang Lingqing. Sun Moon City was extremely huge. Yang Dingtian kept a low profile and did not enter from the main gate. With his identity, a casual appearance would cause a huge commotion. At this time, he directly entered from inside the city wall. Of course, the experts in the city also knew that Yang Dingtian had returned. It was good enough that they knew. Life is really unpredictable. Since you are a disciple of the Yang clan, I will definitely announce your identity and let you join our big family. No one knew what Yang Dingtian was up to. He said to Long Chen with a smile while walking. No matter what, the true martial emperor palace was the place where Lingxi wanted Long Chen to rise. He would not stay in the supreme shadow devil realm. What do you plan to do in the future? Will you stay in the Yang clan or go to the true martial emperor palace? Yang Dingtian asked. I've already joined the true martial emperor palace. This time, I'm here to see my younger sister. I'll be returning to the emperor palace soon. Long Chen said straightforwardly. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, this old fox, I don't think he would want me to stay here and work for the Yang family just because of my talent. On the contrary, I think he would rather me leave. Long Chen couldn't understand what Yang Dingtian was thinking. Our Yang clan might not be comparable to the true martial emperor palace, but because of your identity, we will definitely receive more nurturing than them. Think about it carefully. Yang Dingtian calmly said. From his words, it seemed that he was trying to rope in Long Chen. Long Chen nodded his head and didn't say anything. After verifying everything along the way, Yang Dingtian could basically confirm Long Chen's identity. He was indeed a member of the Yang clan. However, Yang Dingtian still had doubts and respect in his heart. Who was Long Chen's father? He had mentioned it several times, but Long Chen had covered it up. This made the identity of Long Chen's father even more mysterious. Alright, there's one more thing. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly as he said, until here, since you're back, and you're my direct disciple, I've decided to hold a clan gathering at the Chongli Hall tomorrow afternoon to introduce you to everyone. I'll get someone to pick you up. Our Yang clan is now ruling the entire profound Een Devil domain. As long as you're a genius, you'll definitely become a peak expert. You won't be any weaker than the true martial emperor palace. Clan gathering, introduce myself. Long Chen lowered his head and pondered. It definitely wasn't as simple as that. Yang Dingtian wanted everyone in the Yang clan to know him. Long Chen understood that if he was alone, without Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, and without the fabricated background of his father in the true martial emperor palace, Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't care about him. The reason why Yang Dingtian acted like this was probably because of fear. It seemed that the name of the true martial emperor palace was quite useful. Long Chen will definitely visit. Also, I'm doing well in the true martial emperor palace. Patriarch doesn't have to worry about me. Long Chen said politely. It seemed that Yang Dingtian wanted him to stay in the Yang clan, but Long Chen was still very cautious. After all, if Yang Lingqing was affected by the soul fusion Dao, this fellow would definitely know. Long Chen wanted to see Yang Lingqing, which would be troublesome for him. At this point, Yang Dingtian had already brought Long Chen to where Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing were. In front of them was a large and quiet courtyard. Once they entered the door, there was a garden. Behind the garden was a long corridor, which led to the depths of the courtyard. There were several exquisite houses in the depths. They're in here. Remember, tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, Yang Dingtian left with Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, looking very confident and at ease. Long Chen quickly walked into the courtyard. In Sun Moon City, even Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing's divine sense couldn't be used. However, when Long Chen approached, they had already discovered it. When Long Chen stepped into the wisteria garden, Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing appeared on his left and right. Let's talk inside. Long Chen took the lead and walked into the room in the wisteria garden. There were 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts in Sun Moon City, and they were the strongest experts in the Een Devil realm. Their divine sense was not affected by the level 9 soul-suppressing stone, so when they met, Long Chen used his divine sense to communicate with them. Even though Zhang Xian's spiritual sense had been suppressed, it was still possible for him to communicate with Zhang Xian through telepathy. Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong. Upon closer inspection, although they looked a little anxious, they were not injured. Their auras were still vigorous and mysterious, similar to Yang Dingtian's. At this moment, the 2 experts looked at Long Chen with a guilty expression. Nangong Lai cursed, "Young master, we've really embarrassed you this time. We didn't manage to escape and were forced into house arrest. To think that we said that you could do whatever you want with us. It's really shameful." That was just his personality. Han Yunqing rolled his eyes at him before saying quietly to Long Chen, "After sending you off, just as we shook off those 2 old fellows, something unexpected happened. The 2 world kings of the Yang family, 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts, were actually nearby. We couldn't stop one of them, let alone 2, so we were put under house arrest." As it turned out, it was because of the 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. Long Chen understood the 2 of them very well. No one else could hear their conversation right now, so Long Chen could say without any fear, "But it's fine. Although she's been afflicted with the 100,000 evil path, I've already retrieved the saint's fruit from the 9 netherworld demon mountains and healed her. She'll wake up soon." Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai did not know about this, but they had heard about the fight for the saint's fruit in the 9 netherworld demon mountains. Han Yunqing studied Long Chen for a while and said, "The saint's fruit seems to require a cultivation of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. I never thought that you'd advance by 2 layers in just 3 months, going from celestial realm to martial realm. I remember that when you reached celestial realm, It was with my help. This speed of progress has never been seen before. It really is terrifying. Nangong Lai sighed in admiration as well. You really are that person's son. You're just different. Even when you saved a beauty, you were so handsome. Great. You've definitely captured the beauty's heart now. Of course, if you want this beauty, then that little beauty from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace wants her as well. It's normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Little Chen, you have to give birth to a few more children for me to play with. After the joke, it was time to talk about the next problem. Long Chen frowned slightly. I've already told Yang Ding Tian about my relationship with him. He said that my sister is in seclusion right now. Originally, he brought me back because he wanted me to leave the demon world with you. But because of this, I can continue to stay in the lunar city of the Yang family until I figure out what happened to my sister. All right. Han Yunxing had no objections. Nangong Lai said, well, the matter of that chick has been solved. The purpose of coming here is to see what happened to your sister. This matter cannot be delayed. From today onwards, the three of us will make a good plan on what to do. Long Chen said, I used you two to trick Yang Ding Tian, making him feel that I have a deep background in the Imperial Palace. In addition, you two are originally from the Martial God Palace, so he won't dare to attack us easily. However, if our actions really violate their taboo and touch on their core interests, they will definitely not let it go. Once they attack, they will definitely kill the three of us. Therefore, in this Yang clan, on one hand we have to exhaust ourselves, on the other hand we have to be very careful. Han Yunxing said, what Little Chen said makes sense. As a disciple of the Yang family, he can blend into the Yang family and find out what happened to Ling Qing and where she is in seclusion. Chapter 1193. Han Yunxing said, I think the trump card of the Yang family is definitely Yang Ling Qing. When the time comes, she will definitely appear and we will know what is going on. This month, what we need to do is to find out more. Little Chen, you go ahead and do it. To be honest, they won't dare to do anything to us unless we go all out. Nangong and I have seen all kinds of situations. The Yang family is still too inexperienced. With their words and support, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Ding Tian acted like he wanted me to stay in the Yang family. Tomorrow afternoon, he will hold a family gathering at Chongli Palace to introduce me to all the higher-ups of the Yang family. After a while, Long Chen told them about it. Family gathering. Han Yunxing smiled and drank the wine in his hand. Not only will he not ask you to stay, I think he is trying to find ways to make you leave as soon as possible. I know what that old fox is thinking. On one hand, he is afraid of your mysterious father, so he doesn't dare to do anything to you. On the other hand, he is afraid that you will ruin their plans, so he wants you to leave as soon as possible. It seems that although you won't have any big troubles in the Yang family, you will definitely be annoyed by the small tricks. This so-called Yang family gathering is probably a trap. Long Chen was enlightened after hearing Han Yunxing's words. Yang Ding Tian was worried about him. If he didn't have his mysterious father, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to support him, Yang Ding Tian might let him stay in the Yang family because of his outstanding talent. This was because Long Chen didn't have the ability to stop them from doing anything. He could only work hard for the Yang family. However, Long Chen's backing was so strong that Yang Ding Tian had to use some tricks to chase Long Chen away. Long Chen was a little scared. If he hadn't fooled Yang Ding Tian, he would be in deep trouble now. He didn't believe that Yang Ding Tian would spare him because of their blood relationship. Yang Ding Tian was someone who could abandon his own son. However, there is no need to be afraid. As long as you know his objective, given Little Chen's unforgiving character, this small matter will not stump him. Although there will definitely be small troubles coming after this, it will be a piece of cake for him, right? Nangong Lai said with a smile. Long Chen smiled knowingly. Yang Ling Qing was definitely in a dangerous situation. Long Chen didn't feel relaxed at all. He hoped that this time, he would be able to achieve a perfect victory just like he did at the Nine Serenities Demon Mountain. But the problem was that the opponent this time was much stronger. For now, he could only rely on his luck. Tomorrow afternoon, I want to see what kind of surprise they can give me. Long Chen said with a smile. Then, he put these things to the back of his mind and asked the two experts for advice on cultivation. He had just reached the extremity of martial arts, so he needed to consolidate his foundation. Also, it was time to cultivate the third stage of the Nine-Dragon Scripture. The power of the Nine-Dragon Scripture was too strong. Just the second stage of the Nine-Dragon Scripture was already close to the power of an 8th-grade godly skill. The third stage of the Nine-Dragon Scripture was definitely the power of an 8th-grade godly skill. Long Chen had successfully cultivated the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon and the icy armored Azure Sea Dragon. As for the third dragon, he thought about it and chose the Nine Heavens Wind-Riding Dragon. When the three elements of water, fire, and wind collided, terrifying sparks would definitely be produced. The Nine Heavens Wind-Riding Dragon was on the same level as the red-horned demonic dragon. It was a dragon that lived in the Nine Heavens and was accompanied by the wind and clouds. It was the ruler of the wind and could summon the wind and rain. It was omnipotent, and its speed was even comparable to the Golden Thunder Dragon. After successfully cultivating the third stage of the Nine-Dragon Scripture, there would be the power of 3 dragons condensed on the desolation of blood. At that time, it would be easier for Long Chen to defeat experts who had just entered the 7th stage of the Divine Martial Realm and had condensed the Universal Dharma. As for those who had completed the Universal Dharma and had condensed the Universal Dharma, Long Chen probably wouldn't be a match for them. It was already not easy for Long Chen to be able to reach this stage in the extremity of martial arts. With the help of Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai, Long Chen's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. His current comprehension ability was already at the level of a peerless genius under the transformation of the ancestral dragon's blood. He only needed to take a glance at all the divine techniques and secret manuals to roughly understand what they were talking about. The third stage of the Nine-Dragon Scripture was only about the superposition of power. He would be able to learn it all in a few days. To Long Chen, the Nine-Dragon Scripture was the highest level of power and his ultimate killing move. As his level increased, the god-slaying sword formation and so on from the god-slaying inheritance were no longer enough. The next day came very quickly. About half an hour before noon, a young man from the Yang family walked into the wisteria garden. This young man from the Yang family had a dignified and handsome appearance, just like everyone else in the Yang family. He also had a feminine and demonic aura around him. His body was thin, but no one would look down on him because of this. Just by looking at his pair of deep black eyes, one could see that this young man was definitely a master. Who is Yang Chen? In the Yang clan, this young man was probably used to being arrogant. At this moment, he swaggered in without any scruples. Of course, he saw Long Chen, who was standing in the middle of the three, at a glance. After looking at him for a while, he raised his head and said disdainfully, "You are Yang Chen. The clan master wants you to go to Chongli Palace. Follow me." Yang Zhong was the most outstanding disciple of the Yang family within 100 years of age. Usually, he would be surrounded by a large group of brothers to flatter him. But today, he didn't know what was wrong with the head of the family. Unexpectedly, he was asked to bring a guy named Yang Chen to Chongli Palace, where the family gathering was held in the wisteria garden. As a young talent, he was asked to lead the way for a guy who came out of nowhere. Especially when he saw that Long Chen was only at the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, Yang Zhong got angry. After saying that, he walked in front of them, swaggering in a swaggering manner. The disciples of big clans were born with arrogance. Especially recently, the Yang clan had dominated the Shenin demonic region. As a disciple of the Yang clan, every one of them was extremely proud, and the most outstanding disciple was even prouder. For example, Yang Zhong was known as the first genius among the youths within 100 years of age in the entire Shenin demonic region. He had a supreme position among the younger generation of the Yang clan. Therefore, his overbearing aura was not concealed at all. Yang Dingtian asked such an arrogant guy to lead the way and asked me to call me Yang Chen. As expected, it's not as Uncle Han expected. Unfortunately, I already know your little trick. Long Chen and Han Yunxing looked at each other and smiled. Yang Dingtian took advantage of Yang Zhong's arrogance and asked him to come here. But in the eyes of Long Chen, he was just an idiot. Of course, this guy's strength was indeed very good. He turned out to be the second best physique among the Yang clan's demonic bodies. Shenin demonic body. The current clan master, Yang Dingtian, also had the Shenin demonic body. Yang Zhong, in the Joyo demonic region, would be admired by people like Qin Shi and Su Jia. He had just entered the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. He had condensed the Dharma of Earth. After a few steps, Yang Zhong turned around coldly and looked at the two experts beside Long Chen. He said, "Our clan master didn't invite you. What are you doing here?" In fact, he was a little confused. These two guys seemed to be a bit strong, but he couldn't tell which level they were at. According to his estimation, they might have reached the completion of the Dharma of heaven and earth. Such cultivators, even if they were strong, were not members of the Yang clan. In terms of status, Yang Zhong didn't take them seriously. What he didn't expect was that these two were at the completion of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, which was comparable to the clan master. If he had known that, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Go back. The clan master didn't invite you. Aren't you looking for trouble for me? Yang Zhong stopped and pointed at the two. Take your finger back. Nangong Lai was like a ruthless lion, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. You. Yang Zhong didn't expect that this guy would dare to talk to him like this. Just when he was about to rebuke him, he found that he was already in the hands of the strong cultivator. Under the strong fingers, his neck seemed to be broken at any time. Yang Zhong didn't have any strength to resist. Let me go, let me go. Yang Zhong shouted at Nangong Lai with all his might. He was terrified. He knew that he had underestimated the strength of these two men. Nangong Lai still had a playful smile on his face. He was playing with Yang Zhong, who was struggling on his body. Yang Zhong was terrified. Coincidentally, he saw Long Chen and said angrily, "Yang Chen, since your surname is Yang, you should be a disciple of the Yang clan in Sun Moon City. How dare you encourage outsiders to deal with me? You will be punished by the law enforcement hall. Hurry up and tell your man to let go." This kind of person only had powerful strength and decent talent, but he was a coward on the inside. Compared to people like Qin Shi and Su Zhe, his temperament was a notch weaker. Long Chen remembered Su Zhe. He was very calm and frank, unlike Yang Zhong who was overbearing. He was a pure idiot. Long Chen was getting impatient. He stared at the struggling man and said word by word, "I'm sorry, you called the wrong person. I'm not a member of the Yang clan. My name is Long Chen. Remember it well. Also, you are just a guide. Just do your job. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me, Long Chen, just because this is the Yang clan." After saying that, Long Chen gave Nangong Lai a meaningful look. Nangong Lai smiled insipidly and threw Yang Zhong away, causing him to fall flat on his face. You guys. When Yang Zhong got up, his face was red from anger. He wanted to go crazy, but when he thought about Nangong Lai's strength, he realized that this group of people wasn't as simple as he had imagined. The clan master probably asked him to lead the way because of this. Thinking of this, Yang Zhong swallowed his anger and said fiercely, "Your name is Long Chen, not Yang Chen. Hee, as long as you are still in the Yang clan's Sun Moon City, don't let me get the chance." Chapter 1194. Yang Zhong was stunned. He didn't know what Long Chen meant. Let's wait and see. Yang Zhong turned around resolutely and strode forward like a general who had won. Long Chen and the other two smiled helplessly and followed him. If the Yang clan only trains idiots like him, little Chen's strength and willpower are enough to crush those so-called geniuses, Nangong Lai said proudly. With different experiences, the willpower will be different. Little Chen killed his way up step by step, while Yang Zhong has been above everyone since he was young. He can bully the weak, but compared to Little Chen, he is nothing, Han Yunqing said indifferently. The two of them had a very high opinion of Long Chen. When they were under house arrest, they were most worried about Long Chen. They had wanted to rush out, but Long Chen would definitely be able to solve the problem by himself, so they didn't take the risk. As expected, Long Chen had done it perfectly. He had even raised his strength from the initial celestial being realm to the extreme realm of martial arts in 3 months. Such a godly speed couldn't be achieved by the true martial imperial spirit alone. In fact, Long Chen had reached the extreme realm of martial arts purely by relying on his own realm. At that time, under the pressure of the will of the universe, he had the dragon will to resist. The Sun Moon City was very large, and everyone living there was the Yang clan. Tens of thousands of people followed Yang Zhong's furious footsteps, passing through countless corridors and pavilions. The surrounding buildings were getting more and more magnificent. Obviously, they had arrived at the residence of the higher-ups. At that moment, many people were heading towards the tall palace in the center, Xueqi Palace. Xueqi Palace was the gathering place of the Yang clan. For some reason, Yang Dingtian had made a big scene today. Apart from the experts who were in charge of the cities outside, almost all of the Yang clan's experts had come. Out of the 100 senior members, more than 50 had come, and they were all above the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. Then there were close to 500 outstanding young disciples, who were generally over 1,000 years old but didn't have outstanding achievements in martial arts. If they didn't need to stay in the clan to further their studies, they would be sent out to become governors. Other than that, the 3 heavyweights of the Yang clan, Yang Dingtian, Yang Batian, and Yang Motien, were all present. Before the crowd had arrived, some maids had already prepared the wine and seats. Then, everyone took their seats. The outstanding disciples, the Doyen group, and some of the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall all had their own designated seats. At this moment, the Xueqi Palace Hall was filled with a sea of people. It was very lively. Yang Zhong glared angrily at Long Chen's group when they arrived outside Xueqi Hall. "Let me tell you, there's only one seat prepared for all of you." With that, he charged straight into Xueqi Hall. Yang Zhong was very famous among the young disciples. As soon as he entered, he caused a lot of noise. As for Long Chen and the other 2, they entered in a low-key manner. In front of them were the Yang family members, but not many people noticed them. After all, at this time, it was a mix of crooks and honest people. Among the crowd, Long Chen spotted Yang Dingtian at a glance. Yang Dingtian was sitting in the highest seat. After seeing Long Chen, he gave Long Chen a look. Following his gaze, Long Chen sat down quietly in an inconspicuous corner. This was the place for the 500 elite disciples of the Yang clan. Therefore, there were no seats for Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai. However, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai had seen all kinds of battles. Since this was the case, they might as well stand, and it would also increase Long Chen's influence. Sure enough, seeing these 2 experts who were comparable to him standing obediently behind Long Chen without any complaints, Yang Dingtian was once again fooled. In his heart, he had already confirmed that Long Chen's identity was absolutely incomparably noble. An abandoned son could eventually produce such a descendant. This really made Yang Dingtian exclaim in his heart that it was amazing. At this time, every seat had been filled with exquisite dishes, which were all made of precious ingredients after dozens of complicated steps. Delicious food, while maintaining the delicious taste, had a good effect of strengthening the physique, making people feel refreshed and comfortable. The Yang clan was the #1 family in the Xianin demon region, so it should be like this. At this time, the high-level figures of the Yang clan, or the talented disciples who could speak, had all arrived. Everyone had their own seat, and Long Chen's seat was specially set up. Therefore, at this time, many disciples felt that there was an extra person next to him. This person looked very strange, so they all cast surprised looks at him. "Who is this guy? Why have I never seen him before? I don't know." Judging from his strength, he has just reached the 4th level of the divine martial realm. He is not strong. With this strength, he is qualified to come here, unless he is under 20 years old. He is indeed not old, just over 20 years old. No one knew who Long Chen was. Surrounded by the youngest group of young disciples, the one in the middle was Yang Zhong. At this time, facing the questions of the crowd, he curled his lips and said, "This guy said he is not a member of the Yang clan, but he is sitting in the position of a disciple of the Yang clan. He is very arrogant. Look at his eyes, he does not take us seriously at all. He does not take brother Yang Zhong seriously." Everyone was very surprised. Moreover, next to Long Chen, there were obviously 2 people standing there, who were obviously strong at first glance. When the crowd was talking about him, Long Chen's eyes swept over the 2 strong people next to Yang Dingtian. Together with Yang Dingtian, they were the 3 people with the highest status in the Yang clan, except for the Nirvana Tribulation experts. Yang Dingtian was in the middle, and on his left was a big man who was as big as Nan Gonglai, with bulging muscles like a giant bear. Different from Nan Gonglai's warm aura, his skin was dark, and he exuded an amazing cold qi. His lips were completely black, as if they were poisoned. This was one of the Yang clan's branch masters, Yang Batian. The other one sat on the right of Yang Dingtian, with red lips and a thin body, similar to Han Yunxing, but not as sloppy as Han Yunxing. He should be another branch master. Yang Motian. Just by looking at his appearance, he was a devilishly handsome man, much more devilishly handsome than Yang Baishan's unscrupulous and powerful aura. As for the other strong people, they were basically in the group of elders. There were people from the 8th to the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. With so many strong people gathered together, the aura they exuded was enough to put a lot of pressure on Long Chen. The so-called gathering was actually a banquet. After everyone had arrived, Yang Dingtian did not say much, and directly called the banquet to start. All the strong people toasted the family master, and there were singing and dancing performances and so on. For a moment, it was quite lively. However, during the course of the banquet, hundreds of people had already noticed the existence of Long Chen. Because of the powerful Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, there were always unfriendly gazes. As for Long Chen, he was protected by the two strong people in the middle, which attracted more puzzled gazes. Who was this young man? The atmosphere seemed cheerful and natural, but in fact, it was full of oppression. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinking, Yang Dingtian put down his glass, and looked around with his dignified eyes. The crowd also put down their glasses, and the scene became quiet. The beautiful girls who were performing also left one by one. Long Chen knew that the real business was coming. As expected, after Yang Dingtian's dignified eyes swept around, they suddenly stopped on Long Chen. Unexpectedly, he suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Today, I'd like to introduce the new member of our Yang clan. He is Yang Chen. Stand up and greet the elders." Needless to say, everyone knew who Yang Chen was. Although he was not happy with Yang Dingtian calling him Yang Chen, he still had to respect him. So he stood up and slightly bowed to the elders, and said, "Junior Long Chen greets the elders." He called him Long Chen, and rebutted Yang Dingtian's Yang Chen. Everyone understood that there was still a lot of gunpowder in this young man's words. He was really bold. The Yang clan was the #1 clan in the Xianyin demon region. Many people wanted to come to the Yang clan and have the surname Yang. But Long Chen, when the family master said his surname was Yang, he actually said his surname was Long. Who exactly was he? Yang Dingtian was indeed a sly old fox. He acted as if he didn't hear what Long Chen said. He smiled and asked Long Chen to take a seat first, then introduced Long Chen to the crowd. He said, "Yang Chen is the #1 genius of the Yang clan, the cousin of Yang Lingqing. He was born on the same year as Lingqing. Their bloodline had left the clan, and I thought Lingqing was the only one left in this generation. I didn't expect there to be another one." Yang Dingtian slightly fabricated Yang Lingqing's identity to cover up the fact that he abandoned his son. So he was Yang Lingqing's cousin. Everyone suddenly looked at Long Chen, dumbfounded. In the Yang clan, there was basically no one who didn't know Yang Lingqing. After all, she was the only person in the Yang clan with the Tai-Yin demon body. Although Long Chen's cultivation level was slightly lower than Yang Lingqing's, this identity would not make people hostile to him. After all, the disciples admired Yang Lingqing very much, including Yang Zhong. In his heart, Yang Lingqing was simply a goddess. He didn't expect that the guy who wanted to kill just now was the goddess's cousin. In the hearts of the elders, Long Chen's identity was also shocking. However, they could see that Long Chen didn't have the slightest constitution of the Yang clan. There was another bloodline that far surpassed the Yang clan's bloodline. Chapter 1195. Long Chen laughed in his heart. Sure enough, Yang Dingtian's words were all bullshit. He was forcing Long Chen to do something that the disciples of the Yang clan hated. Originally, Long Chen's previous words about Long Chen had already made the disciples unhappy. At this time, he was adding fuel to the fire. His purpose was very obvious. Long Chen had no intention of blending in here. Following that, Yang Dingtian followed up with another bombshell. He said, since Yang Chen has returned to the Yang clan, he doesn't understand the secret techniques of the Yang clan at all. He needs an elder to guide him. Moreover, he has a strong physique. Everyone knows that my brother Yang Batian has the strongest physique in the Yang clan, so I've decided to hand Yang Chen over to brother Batian for guidance. Obviously, this sentence had been discussed with Yang Batian. At this time, young Batian said with a smile, I like the younger generation who diligently practice body-refining combat techniques. They are all people who can really bear hardships and stand hard work. If you follow me in the future, I guarantee that you will be able to reach a higher level. The crowd was in an uproar. Among the disciples present, only a few were qualified to be guided by young Batian. After all, young Batian was one of the giants of the Yang clan. They all looked at Long Chen with envy and jealousy. Long Chen was originally a member of the Zhenwu Emperor Palace. Now that he had just arrived, he was valued so much. How could they not be jealous after he robbed their things? Humph, it's just because of his sister's identity that he is valued by the clan. Compared with Yang Lingqing, this guy is only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. He is really a disgrace to her. If I had such an embarrassing brother, I would rather not see him, a charming girl of the Yang clan said. Don't think too much. When the time comes, if his cultivation can't keep up with the footsteps of the sky ancestor, he will definitely be driven out. People can only live by themselves, especially men. People like him who rely on their sister to get to the position will not be respected. Yang Zhong said indifferently, as if everything was going according to his plan. These words were heard by Long Chen. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, Nan Gonglai spoke first. His figure was similar to Yang Baishan's, and his voice was like a great bell. At this time, he ridiculed, what kind of joke is Yang family head making? Yang Baishan's strength is mediocre. What qualifications does he have to instruct our young master? We are just accompanying our young master to see his sister. I think we should forget about instructing him, lest we make a fool of ourselves. In the Supreme Een Devil realm, there are really not many people who are qualified to instruct our young master. Nan Gonglai's unbridled words caused a huge uproar. At this time, not only were the young disciples unable to stand, but even the senior statesman also stood up and glared at Nan Gonglai. Of course, most of the young disciples didn't know how strong Nan Gonglai was. However, the elders knew about Nan Gonglai. The true Martial Emperor Palace and the Martial God Palace's people had high status and strength, comparable to the Yang family. The Yang family had 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm heavenly ancestors personally took action to put them under house arrest. However, in the eyes of the Yang family, since they were under house arrest, they should act like prisoners. The Yang family was proud and arrogant, especially after the destruction of the Li family. How could they endure the cold words of a prisoner? In an instant, the disciples started cursing. Nan Gonglai's words were very unpleasant to hear, but their words were even more unpleasant to hear. The arrogance of the 3 of them was an eye-opener for the disciples. They actually dared to say such words in front of the Yang family, and even said that there were not many people in the Supreme Een Devil realm who were qualified to instruct Long Chen. Enough! Young Batian was a straightforward person. In front of the younger generation, the other party didn't give him any face. It was like slapping his face. At this time, he roared and punched. Suddenly, the whole Chongli Palace became incomparably quiet. The black shadow of the punch turned into a shrieking devil, rushing towards the direction of Nan Gonglai. Wherever the devil went, the space actually trembled a little. Insignificant skill. Nan Gonglai sneered and also punched out. The blazing sun and the opponent's fist collided in mid-air and actually disappeared. However, the spectators all felt their hearts tremble. Their chi and blood surged and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was especially so for the weaker disciples. This symptom was especially obvious. It was reasonable for a warrior at the 9th stage of the divine martial realm to have this kind of power. If they really fought, the result would definitely be earth-shattering. At the same time as they were injured, the hundreds of Yang family disciples suddenly realized what was happening and suddenly exchanged glances with each other, their faces turning pale. Nan Gonglai's strength was actually comparable to the branch family's heavenly ancestor, Yang Batian. This meant that Han Yunxing, who was next to him, should also be similar. For the disciples, people like Yang Batian and Yang Matian were mythical existences, the gods of the Yang family, the targets of their worship. At this time, there were actually 2 people who had such strength, and what was more terrifying was that these 2 people actually called Long Chen Young Master. They finally understood why Yang Ding Tian used the family gathering to introduce Long Chen. It could only be said that the other half of Long Chen's identity could only be described as earth-shattering. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Long Chen's talent was obviously not strong, and he was only at the 4th stage of the divine martial realm, which wasn't particularly outstanding,
but he had a more terrifying background than them. They were the high and mighty Yang family, and they thought that they were already standing at the peak of the dragon sacrificial continent, but they didn't expect that there was actually someone who had a higher status than them. When the heroes were angry, Long Chen suddenly stood up. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him in a daze. They were very curious about what this strange young man would say. Yang Batian was furious and wanted to fight with Nan Gonglai, but he was stopped by Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't panic at all, and still looked calm. "I'm sorry to disappoint you," Long Chen said in a clear voice, his eyes staring straight at the experts of the Yang family. He cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch, you may have misunderstood. I don't intend to return to the Yang family this time. Although I have the blood of the Yang family, I am different from my sister. The true martial emperor palace is my home, and my name is not Yang Chen. Everyone, listen up. My name is Long Chen." Although Long Chen's words were neither servile nor overbearing, it made everyone feel even more sullen, which made them feel that this young man was simply too arrogant. After all, Yang Dingtian had already confirmed something, but Long Chen actually dared to refute it. Moreover, he even publicly said that his name was Long Chen. This was clearly a slap to Yang Dingtian's face. Everyone looked at Long Chen with eyes filled with hatred, especially those young disciples. All of them were extremely unhappy, and they couldn't wait to beat up Long Chen. Long Chen completely ignored these gazes. He looked around and saw that Yang Dingtian's expression didn't change at all. He continued, "It seems that everyone isn't very happy at today's clan gathering. If you don't like me, I, Long Chen, will take my leave first. I don't want to affect everyone's mood." "Oh right." Long Chen looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "I'll have to trouble Patriarch to inform me when my sister comes out of seclusion. I'm here for her." After saying that, he turned around and left. Han Yunxing was expressionless, while Nan Gonglai was full of smiles, like a victorious general. He followed Long Chen proudly. When they reached the middle of the hall, the Yang family's disciples, most of them centered around Yang Zhong, spontaneously stood in front of Long Chen. Everyone's face was filled with anger. They were proud and respectable disciples of the Yang family. Although Long Chen's identity was also extraordinary, slapping their patriarch's face was equivalent to slapping their own faces. "Long Chen, you're just a piece of trash. What I despise the most are people like you who use your background to show off," a beautiful lady from the Yang family said in disdain. "That's right, if you don't have the halo of a backer, if you don't have any background, what qualifications do you have to come to my Yang family's Chongli palace to spout nonsense? What I despise the most is this kind of grandson who doesn't have any real ability but uses his backer to intimidate others." A group of people started insulting him without the permission of the elders. Long Chen understood that Yang Dingtian's goal had been achieved. His original intention was to make everyone in the Yang family hate Long Chen, so that these disciples would continuously cause trouble for Long Chen. He wanted to see if Long Chen could last until Yang Lingqing came out of seclusion. As for Long Chen's mysterious background, to be honest, he was really afraid of it. Otherwise, he would have killed this brat long ago. It was already very good that Long Chen could fool such a person to this extent. In that case, let me add more fuel to the fire, Long Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked around at the Yang family's disciples who were looking at him with disdain. "From what you're saying, you think that I, Long Chen, am not strong enough." Long Chen looked around and sneered. "I forgot to tell you. Half a month ago, the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain was opened for the Saint's Fruit. You must know that the Saint's Fruit ended up in my hands in the end. You know very well what that means. No young cultivator below the age of 100 is my opponent in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain." Long Chen looked at everyone with disdain. He was just too arrogant. Of course, this was not his original self, or perhaps it was just the him from a few years ago. The current him was mature and introverted. He would not be so arrogant anymore. It was just an act. "What? You're just bluffing. You mean that the strongest within 100 years of age in the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain is only at the 4th layer of the God Martial Realm?" Everyone roared with laughter. They felt that Long Chen had made a joke. "He's speaking the truth," Yang Dingtian suddenly added. "You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.